Okay. Goodness gracious. All right. So, yep, I have been bullied out of yet another Christian YouTube channel, literally. And so I wanted to, Mrs. Joel, she's so upset right now, she doesn't even want to talk about it. Bless her. So I'm trying to see who wants to try to basically have a genuine conversation without, entertaining bullies. So it's a sad state in affairs when people can't recognize bad behaviors anymore. Sign of the times, great apostasy, whatever you want to call it. These are the kind of behaviors that Christians, much less other people, tolerate these days, that our parents would never tolerate us behaving towards as each other when we were children. But here they are, these adults doing the same exact things. So, well, Jay, if you want to talk about it, buddy, I'll love to entertain it as long as you can be civilized, buddy. That's all I'm ever asking for. And that's the only reason why I ever get upset is because people cannot recognize, much less agree to staying civilized. They just can't. So if there's any we call it righteous anger left anymore, that's why I get upset. And I agree with you, Jay. If you're still there, man, that atheists especially can get bullied. I used to love talking with you. Hey, Janet. Yes, I did, and I thank you for that. If you guys feel like joining tonight, I'd love to talk. I would love to have some good, genuine Christian fellowship. But yeah, Jay, I used to have tremendous respect for you, man. If you're still here, I used to love listening to try and talk with you, especially about our old military days. The only beef I ever had with you was one of the other guys told me that you were bagging and bad mouthing, bullying me basically on your channel. I went there and listened for a little while, and I was like, dude, that's when I lost respect for you. So if you hadn't done that, you and I'd probably be really good, acquaintances still right now.
I have a philosophy about that nonsense. If you get into a heated disagreement with somebody, even a knockdown, drag out, verbal fight, whatever you want to call it, keep that fight there. Don't, try not to talk about it later on with other people behind that individual's back. Just let it go. And then if there's still a problem that needs resolving, go ahead and revisit it with that in person, in private, in the future. That way there's no anybody feeling like they've been backstabbed, etc. And it won't leave a bad taste in anybody's mouth.
Yeah, it's not
that chill about it.
It's not so much people feel like they're backstabbed; it's that they are backstabbed.
Look, I'm just saying. Yeah. Okay, I'm just saying.
No, I agree with you too. Yeah.
Keep it between you two and no one else.
Yeah, and I
kind of wish. For you too, Joel. It goes for all of us.
Yeah, I was gonna say I kind of wish that they could have done that with praise tonight, but it was just kind of just happened, live, so you can't really kind of keep it personal or private, or whatever. But well, yeah, that's what I'm saying, Jay. I mean, it was the one thing if you wanted to disagree about those sources, and I responded in text, where you were criticizing more than just that one source that you didn't read. It was more what you were saying about me, and that's what was the problem. So, ad hominem crap. I try to avoid that. Even with like a Danny tonight, I was trying to repeat over and over. Everything that we think or say about each other in our own personal religious beliefs, that's irrelevant. That's anecdotal. All we can do is attack the arguments and to stay and keep things generalized. That's the idea of civilized debate. Well, so that's the classic tactic, Janet. That's what's documented. That's the science, quote unquote, behind the human behavioral sciences and textbook bullying stuff. I was trying to get people to just. I wish people already knew. It's very difficult to educate, especially when people are actively wanting to disagree with it.
I think that the source of the problem, and I'm just going to address the problem without mentioning individuals' names, is simply this. is that if they're contending with somebody that exhibits those behaviors against them, they have a problem with it and will stand up against it. But if the person is otherwise nice to them, but bullying someone else, then they're willing to tolerate it. That's the kind of nonsense that needs to stop.
Yeah.
In order to have a good, nice Christian community fellowship.
Yeah. And then, yeah, Jay, I appreciate you coming. Let me finish this one thought, dude, and I would love to get to our differences. But it's real quick. The bottom problem is that bullies they have a textbook strategy where they'll demonize and be evil towards their target, but as soon as they're in the group, then they are angels. Because they're like, oh no, and that's their tactics. Everybody else sees the angel side of the bully, and they're not always seeing the demon side of the bully, and that's how they win. So I don't know. We can talk about that later. Jay, what's up, man? How you doing tonight?
Fine. I don't know what I said about. I know what video that you're referring to.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what I said about you because there was more than just one of me in there. Both my brother and I were in there.
Yeah, the twin brother excuse. I was kidding.
No, because I'd like to know exactly. I can go and find that video. I didn't say anything negative about you while we were having the conversation. My brother may have. He was lit.
Fair enough. Yeah, no, and if you want to review it sometime together.
Bye.
It's been over a month ago, so oh, that was it? Okay.
Well, wait, he may have just disconnected. He may come back in.
I think I heard him say bye.
Oh.
But I'm not sure. But yeah, that wasn't very constructive, but I was gonna say it's over a month ago, so I've had to for lack of a better word, bully a few AIs since then. So my exact memory of it's shot. But the point was that there was something that you had said, Jay, that or either you or your brother, we can verify. They caused me to lose respect. So, and in the spirit of wanting to show actual correction, actual civility, yes, actual pursuing peace, I am willing to always listen to hear people out and review things. And that was the problem tonight on Praise's channel. They already said it. Praise and Gavin, at least said it. And Jungle started
Gavin
to.
Say anything.
No, he did. He said Nina's been bullying me for months.
Oh, okay.
He did. He was upset.
I thought you were saying what Praise was saying. My bad. I apologize. My misunderstanding.
Well, and Praiseman did it too. He just didn't care. I mean,
as long as she's not doing it to him, that's how most people are. It's sad. Yikes.
Yeah, that's the other part of that, and that's why I'm going to lose a lot of respect for Praise. I mean, I love his humor and stuff, but he's only tolerating Lena, her bad behavior, because she's not attacking him. Smokey's attacking. He didn't seem to care about Smokey attacking me either until Smokey started attacking him. Then he started to finally push back on Smokey. So that is the exact opposite of civility. That is not what Christ wants us to be towards each other. Well, I mean, if you guys want to talk about it as further examples, I would love to entertain it. I don't know what you're talking about with Jill and Bruce and things like that. So I don't know how to help further what you guys are wanting to discuss in chat. It's not disagreements, UA. It's beyond disagreements.
See, okay, I don't know if is Universal a Christian or not. I'm not sure if he is, but regardless, how Christians are supposed to deal with everything is to pursue peace always as possible. If possible, that's our command. So, I mean, arguments, disagreements will happen, but we're supposed to quickly. I mean, the Bible even says, "Don't even let the anger or the sun go down on your wrath." So obviously, God wants us to very, very quickly resolve whatever disagreements there are. It's not at all, in any way, shape, or form, Christ-like to continually harass, harangue, start crap with another believer in any venue for months on end, as has been the case, unfortunately.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, that was precisely what I was saying when I first started the channel tonight, was that there's a lot of things that we're doing and we tolerate. The bullying behavior we don't even recognize hardly today as adults, that our parents, a couple generations ago, would have made us go outdoor to grab a switch. They would not tolerate this stuff, and here we are tolerating it today. So, I mean, that's, I guess, another possible conversation if that's a sign of, the great apostasy, as they call it, or just decadent times. I mean, I want to help. I want to figure out how to get the experienced and the just genuinely good, kind people to help spread the civility, to help spread the love of Christ. Because I'm probably not the best example of being a civilized person. I'm a warrior. I'm a defender. I'm a what's called an Enneagram 9-wing-8. I am a peacemaker by force.
Yeah, but remember that God does expect for all of us to operate with civility and kindness and love, tell the truth and love, etc.
Well, I've got God's personality side that flips tables.
Yeah, but the thing is that He commands us all, no matter what personality we are.
I'm not. Right. I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm just saying I'm not the most soft knife in the drawer. How's that? So I'm asking for the what are you going to call it? Softer tools out there to help those hard-nosed jackasses, for lack of a better word, to help spread the peace. We can all do it. Every personality type, every part of the body of Christ has a purpose. We should join and agree on what Jesus says and love each other. Whether we're Christian or not, love everybody. Is that Gavin? Hello, sir. Thank you for coming. How you doing? Uh-oh. You got to tweak your mic settings?
Shalom, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Greetings.
Oh. Hi. Well, that was wild, wasn't it?
Well, it just keeps happening, Gavin, and God bless you. You always keep trying to ask me to come back, and I do, and then this happens again, and you same thing. I don't want to come back anymore, buddy. I mean, I do, but I to respect myself, I can't.
I hear what you're saying. Yep, I hear what you're saying.
Thank you. Somebody does.
You're getting a lot of support though in the chat, Joel. Well, there's a few people who are saying that Lena has been out of line for weeks. So that's good.
Yeah. Well, help convince Praise, because he's the one kicking me out. I've been bullied out of Praise's channel twice tonight alone. So if you guys can help convey that with Praise and whomever else, then appreciate it.
Well, I'll tell you what the perfect plan would be. The perfect plan would be just to come back to Praise's channel and let Lena start rampaging on you again.
She started to tonight. But
sorry?
She started to a little bit tonight. So again, Gavin, there's a textbook, classic, clinical, whatever you call it, human behavioral science tactic. So bullies, they follow the same tactic. It's natural. So what they do is they'll just treat their target like just dog dirt, right? Try to demoralize them the worst possible ways. Things that if somebody witnessed it, to be like, whoa, who the heck is this demon? But then to the rest of the group, though, because their purpose is to demoralize their victim and present themselves as angels to the rest of the group. So the rest, oh no, Lena's never like that. Lena's, And so this is exactly what's going on.
There was other people in the chat that were wise to what she was doing.
Right. And that's all I'm asking is help spread that wisdom.
Yeah. But here's the thing, Joel. You've got to come back to Praise's channel and pop in because
I love
Lena will not be able to control herself. She will not be able to help herself from throwing insults at you.
Right. Again, she started to, but
yeah, but I mean, how many times did I warn her tonight? Heaps.
Well,
Heaps.
and so that was, yeah.
That was awesome. You know, we really need more people like that.
And that was my beef, is that there's already, this plethora of evidence. So why continue to tolerate? Why entertain it? Why not address the problem? And it's like him literally welcoming Smokey back to his channel.
I'm
serious.
I
don't think he's quite that.
Yeah, there's varying degrees of evil, but she's we lose Gavin? We did.
Oops.
But the behavior, the bullying tactics are identical.
Dude, where'd Gavin go?
Oh. His internet glue dried out.
No, I hope he's able to come back quickly.
Yeah, I've got lots of screenshots. I'll show a few, but it's just annoying. You got annoying just even collecting them over the freaking weeks, months from all these freaking lovely examples of Christians out there on YouTube.
My biggest concern is this, is that whenever we as brothers and sisters in Christ do not
protect each other.
Well, yes, hang on. I'm trying to find exactly the right words. Don't stand up for what God wants us to do. And that means, go and try to speak with them privately. Hey, this isn't right, blah, 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 whatever. And then, of course, if that's possible, Lena has not made that quite easy. But anyway, but if we don't basically, by our enabling the behavior, think about eternal consequences. You know what I mean? For allowing a brother or sister in Christ to continue on in errant ways.
Go ahead.
Not only will they be responsible for their bad behaviors, but will be responsible for not trying to sound the alarm and saying, hey, you got to stop. We'll have blood on our hands. I believe that. So it's one of our duties, And that applies to every single one of us, every brother and sister in Christ.
Yes, ma'am. Where is there it is. My cursor. SFB mod, stop talking BS about European history. You are so stupid that you cannot understand it. Low IQ liar. You are delusional. Very mentally sick person, SFB mod. Penrose is an atheist. You need specialized psychiatric help. SFB mod, you are stupid, Joel. This is a fact.
What was that?
Low IQ combined with narcissistic personality disorder. It's Mr. Gavin.
Welcome back, darling.
Howdy.
Shalom. I don't know what happened. I think I might have kicked myself out.
Yeah.
That happened to Joel earlier tonight.
I was saying maybe your internet glue dried out.
No. But then, because I kicked myself out, I had to go back on the Process stream to find your StreamYard link. Couldn't find that. So then I had to go back to Google and just Google SFB mod YouTube, and I finally found my way back. Man, I hate technology, eh?
Well, I mean, I'm one of the guys that kind of built this technology, so that's all my fault.
You're the one to blame. All right, okay.
Try to make it better.
Hey, is there a few people on the chat? Is there anyone in the chat?
Yeah, we've got Janet and Universal. Jay stopped by earlier. It sounded like he wanted to try to, make amends. Mountain was here. But Jay just kind of, said that maybe I was accusing him of being his brother and then left. But
that's possible. Wow. Hey, you never know. And if that's the case, make amends there. Fix that.
Thank you, Cheryl. Yeah, Gavin's been telling me. Appreciate you guys.
Yeah. So here's the thing, Joel. You really have to come back to Prose's channel, and
well, that's praise. Praise.
Just Well, he's not going to kick you out again.
Did twice.
No, he won't. Yeah, he won't do it again. So you just come back on. Just come back on and just do what you normally do. Lena cannot help herself.
That's right.
She cannot help herself. She's obsessed with you.
Yep.
So
what the strategy I think would be great would be for Joel to go in there and just continue on with a normal conversation with you fine folks and laugh and have a good time. And you're right, she won't be able to help herself. She'll have to say something.
Yep.
That's right.
Yep.
And then Praise will say, well, hang on. This is the same sort of thing we had the other night.
Right. Yep.
How come Lena is the only one that's got a problem with Joel? No one else has got a problem with you, Joel.
Right.
UA seems to, but yeah. Huh. I apologize if I'm misunderstanding you, UA.
UA, yeah, but he's pretty tainted. He's been a Smoky Bot mod for a long time, eh?
Uh-oh.
Oh, fun.
Smoky what bot?
Yeah.
Smoky mod. He's been a mod for Smoky for quite a while.
I thought Smoky's channel was broken or banned or whatever.
It's closed.
Yeah. Janet, that's exactly what I said. So, Gavin, before you came on tonight, one of the very first things I said was that you have been trying to keep coming back to Praise's channel, and you know you're a genuine brother in Christ, buddy, and so I really appreciate it. But it is hard. Kelly and I both have been through enough in our lives.
Yep.
We can only come on the very few times we come on YouTube or any social media is to be in peace, to have fun conversations with like-minded people.
Yep.
So I just naturally cannot tolerate.
Yep.
Maybe I'm more sensitive. I don't know, but
yeah, but see, if you don't come back, Joel, then Lena's won.
That's what she wants, right?
And that's what I'm afraid of. That she already has. And when Praise kicked me out, she won't let Lena win. So it's like, why bother?
Yeah, look, she'll think she's won tonight, but tomorrow night or the next night, you just come back on, do your usual thing. She won't be able to help herself. She won't be able to stop throwing insults at you.
Well, darn you, Gavin. I might just because of you.
Well, you kind of have to because I've got debates coming up soon, and I need your experience. Yeah, so my motives are purely selfish.
I had another fake complaint about you, Gavin. So
really,
yeah, Mrs. Joel's friends on her Lotro game, they started singing. Was it called sea shanties?
Oh yeah.
And there's this one particular one that just will not get out of my head. I started memorizing it, listening to it so much. Started trying to sing it myself. So I looked in the history of it, and it turns out it's an old Whalers song from New Zealand.
Ah, wow. Wow.
You guys that stuck this friggin' earworm song in my head. I love it.
Speaking of weird stuff, this is really weird. You know Salvador Cordova, who's you know Sal, the Filipino guy. I always talk to him in Tagalog, which is the Filipino language, as you guys know. And, we exchange pleasantries and that kind of thing. But the other day, he was on, I think he was on, I don't know, Maddox's stream, or it was some stream anyway. And Salvador goes, oh, Gavin, I was just thinking about you. And you know what he did? He showed a portrait. It was a black and white portrait of his mum and dad when they were really young and they just had him and he was still a baby. And he's showing this picture, and his mum was drop dead gorgeous. You can imagine Filipino, Asian, size 10 forever, all this kind of thing. And he was showing us all this picture, and I'm thinking, man, that's such a cool thing to do. But yeah, it's just all relationship building over time. It's very cool.
Oh, hey, speaking of Philippines and stuff, my youngest daughter's married to a Filipino young man.
Ah, yes. I was going to ask. What was the outcome?
She's doing really well, and she found out she's having a baby girl.
Yep. Oh, right. Okay.
Yep. My oldest daughter's having a boy.
Right.
Yep.
Very cool. Very cool.
Yeah, she's trying to. Her and her husband trying to get back here to the States though now because they're having troubles. But because they're having extended lockdowns over there, so nobody's able to work, and
Yeah.
even the U.S. embassies and stuff, both of them there are closed. They can't get their marriage stuff. Yeah.
Look, we're on Auckland, which is the largest city in New Zealand. We're on a 3-day lockdown. You can't get into Auckland, and you cannot get out of Auckland. Police have got all the roads cordoned off, barricaded and everything, because we've had 3 new cases of COVID-19 and here in Auckland. So everything's closed. Schools are closed.
You said 3?
3. Yeah, 3. 3 new cases.
That's it? And they're closing everything down. Wow.
Oh my gosh.
Well, they're closing everything in Auckland because Auckland's the largest city, But I mean, when I say everything, the only thing that's open is like the supermarket. I don't know what you guys call it, but it's like
yeah.
Oh, what do you guys call it? Walmart.
Supermarket.
Is it Walmart? Where you go get all your food?
Yeah. Supermarket works. Yeah.
Yeah. So everything is closed. Schools, work, shops, everything.
Wow. Over 3 cases.
It's really boring.
That's evil.
Like, it's uber boring.
All they have to do is like quarantine those 3 people,
How did you zoom in, by the way, Kelly?
I just opened it in a new tab.
Oh.
Open image in new tab. Yeah.
Yeah, she sent us a picture.
I apologize. The picture is quite blurry, but it's my most recent one of my baby girl and you could see her little baby girl in her tummy. Yep. Very cute.
Very nice.
That's my baby.
I'll share here in a second so I figure out how to work a computer.
I hope you guys didn't see the debate I had yesterday.
I have not yet.
I could send you the link, but it's pretty torturous.
Oh, was it the one about the Christians versus atheism was more?
Yeah, which is more rational, Christianity or atheism?
Yeah. Hopefully I'm sharing the right picture. Here we go.
It was a tough debate because the guy was dumb as a brick.
Oh, that's a hard one.
Well, if you want a critique of it or anything, I'm glad to review it.
And I'm not exaggerating. I'm not exaggerating. He was really dumb. Really dumb.
Well, that's some dumb bricks. Well, that's our daughter.
That's my youngest.
How many months pregnant is she in again? Forget.
She is coming up on 6 months, so she's a little over 5.
It's our youngest.
Right.
In the Philippines.
Right. So that accident where she lost, did she lose her waters?
No, praise the Lord. No, it turned out to be a very, very common infection that happens in pregnancy, super easy to resolve. Praise the Lord. Yep.
Yeah, thanks God.
Yes, thank you.
Yep. They found out she's having a daughter, like 2 days ago or so, or yesterday?
She told me yesterday, so it had to be a couple days ago, yeah.
Yeah. Yep. Man, that's exciting, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Well, she's on the other side of the planet, but...
Yeah, I know. I know.
I actually sent a letter to my senator to ask for advice on how to help get them home, and so one of his staff called me late Friday, and I was at work, so I'm gonna call him up Monday.
Yeah, well, that's good. That's great that they followed. That's really great.
Well, only if they can do anything. I mean, I'm hoping maybe they can forward whatever paperwork they need. Since the embassies there won't help.
Sure.
Or at least, maybe help out by, calling them up and saying, hey,
That'd be ideal. Yeah. Call up the embassy. Hey, we're not closed in America, so neither are you. You are American soil.
Well, now we've got
I know.
Office.
I mean, we've got the same problem in New Zealand. If you try to ring New Zealand immigration, you'll never get anyone. All you get is answer phones, and no one calls you back.
Wow.
Yeah, we're trying to get them to leave, because they're already married, so she needs some sort of capacity to marry, whatever form word nonsense, which the U.S. embassy has to give her, and then he can apply for immigration status, which is supposed to be quick because they're married. But
gotcha.
Well, it also makes it easier for her to pay for her visa too, because it'll be a lot cheaper if they can get that paperwork done.
Yep. Man, I'm so glad the baby's well, and she is well.
Thank you for your prayers, honey.
Oh, no worries. There's no worries. There's no problem at all. Yeah.
Right now, we're getting our tushes frozen out and snowed on. Look at this. Show us what it looks like right now.
As long as the lights stay on. I mean, I'm actually really toasty.
Yes, it's almost too hot. But okay, let me refresh the temperature. It is currently 12 degrees in central Texas. What in the heck? And it's snowing, and there's icicles everywhere, and it's really weird.
Is that 12 degrees Fahrenheit?
Yes.
Yep.
Well, that's insane.
That's what about.
That's just ridiculous.
What is that Celsius? I don't even know.
Go check it out. See what it says.
Well, it's below zero. Below zero.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
In freaking Texas, y'all. Oh, my gosh. So the heartbreaking part was the first day that the freeze started setting in. It was still like, I think it was either in the late 20s, early 30s degrees Fahrenheit. And they had like a almost 100-car pileup in Fort Worth. And
I heard that.
Yeah, like 5 or 6 people died. And that was just the beginning. Now this is awful. What's going on now? They're like, don't go anywhere. Are you kidding me? They're like, stay inside.
Well, I don't know if you saw in Praise's channel. So John,
yes, sir.
LPP, he said he got trapped.
Yeah, he's stuck.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, he's stuck somewhere.
Yeah, I asked him. He called 911. He said, "Hey, call him already." I'm like, "What the heck?"
Yeah, he
could die.
Yeah, easily.
Well, he said he's got lots of warm clothing, so he said he would survive.
I don't see. I was stationed in South Korea. We were up on a mountain in Wonju, and we saw negative 60 below 0 Fahrenheit degrees. And we had the Mickey Mouse boots. We had the bear suits. We had the everything the United States military had to offer, and it still didn't help.
And you were still cold.
So yeah, I don't trust clothes anymore. I'm sorry, but
so you had the latest technology.
Yes,
and you were still cold.
Vortex, we had everything. We had the arm and leg and hand warmers. I mean, you name it.
Man,
have you heard that term, Mickey Mouse boots, before?
Not really, no.
Mickey Mouse, you got the big clown feet boots. Yep. So it's a combat boot that has like a basketball, bladder to it with a little valve. You take a little basketball pump and you put it on your combat boot and you pump air into it, and it adds an insulation of air around your feet. And then of course it looks like a big clown boot, but
yeah, gotcha.
Call it Mickey Mouse boots, but I mean, we survived, but it sucked.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Wow, so I don't know. I worry about it. If I had the means, I'd go get him right now.
Yeah. I don't
know where the guy is.
I know. Well, he's in Nashville somewhere. Should be. But I think Jungle would be closer to him. Would he not? Missouri.
Sounds like it. Yeah. Still a few hours away, but yeah.
Man, that was a conversation with Danny that went on like an hour too long tonight.
Yeah, I tried my best to be nice. I thought it was nice.
I wasn't feeling nice. I ain't gonna lie. I'm like, if you don't know anything about it, then shut up.
I'll be like Lena. Well, yeah, no, I was entertaining him the best I could.
Well, the problem was Danny had the same conversation on Neff's channel yesterday, and he got butthurt because Neff doesn't suffer falls gladly, and so Danny left, and he went straight to Otangelo's channel.
Who's this again?
Danny left Neff's channel. And went straight to Otangelo's channel, and Otangelo was trying to talk with him, but I lost consciousness about, I don't know, 1 a.m. or something, and they were still talking, and the subject is well overdone. It's well over talked.
Yes. Yeah, that was what I was trying to help convey, is that not only was that becoming incredibly repetitious. But Danny, bless his heart, he confessed he's not wanting to listen. He proved it.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah. Well, no. If you're having a conversation, you need to listen, especially when someone pretends to be asking other people their opinions and then you just ignore it. That's not nice.
Yeah. I had to ask him because I'm not sure if I heard him right, but he did confirm it. He said the truth is overrated.
I heard that. That's heinous. Wow. Yeah.
And I asked the same question in the chat. I asked the question in the chat. Did Danny just say the truth is overrated? And somebody else asked the same thing. It might have been Daniel Izbitsky virtually at the same time. So I asked Danny, what do you mean by is the truth overrated? And he went into a long monologue. But after a while, all I start to hear is just white noise from Danny.
I agree. As soon as somebody says that the truth doesn't really matter all that much, that's a conversation killer.
I reckon.
Yes, I was bullied out of Praise's channel a couple times again tonight, and so I figured I'd try to enjoy.
I think you've got to come back because that's going to show that you're resolute. You're resolute. And
there was one night, Gavin, as a matter of fact, where I did exactly what you were suggesting. I just let Lena prove herself, and I'm sure it's on, hopefully somewhere on one of Praise's channels, archived. Let her bury herself, and we went on for I don't know how many hours.
Yeah.
So I guess
she is shocking. She is shocking with her insults, but she's got such a hard on for you. It's not funny.
Well, if I didn't have Mrs. Joel, we'll say it that way, who has taught me how to recognize bad behaviors, then I don't know what I'd be able to do about it. But so I recognize her bad behavior. I'm trying to help other people understand. I do not have the Mrs. Joel. I don't have the psychological skills or talent or whatever it is that you have that.
Honey, that was a combination of hard experience and a whole lot of research and reading.
Well, as I'm saying, I don't have that to help educate people on these things. I try my best.
The problem is that it's human nature as well, especially as far as Christianity goes. A lot of people get grace mixed up with making sure that we are, as brothers and sisters in Christ, helping in loving ways, helping each other to hold one another accountable and being honest with ourselves and honest with others about our own problems and what have you, and faults and stuff. And so people get grace mixed up and misunderstand that you can be graceful while, counseling a brother or sister in Christ and saying, hey, these behaviors aren't appropriate and you might consider stopping. So what people have done is that they've confused grace with just enabling it and allowing it to continue as long as they're not themselves the target. That's not.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Because when it's not happening to you, it's also very easy to be a judge from the sidelines.
That's right. Yes, sir. But the problem is that I've always been very, very hard-lined on this approach, and that's that where there's truth, there is love. Where there's not truth, LOL, there's not love. And I would be concerned about the eternal consequences of allowing people to continue in what is obviously very sinful behavior without at least pulling them aside and warning them, hey, I think that in the end, God might say, hey, their blood is on your hands too, if we allow it,
Well, possibly, you're right. But here's the thing. We have to deal with what's right in front of us. And what's right in front of us at the moment is Lena's incessant attacks on you and insults on you, a Christian brother. Now, you cannot choose your family when you're in the body of Christ. You cannot choose them. You can't trade Lena in for a better model down at Walmart. So, we just need to deal with what's in front of us. But you've got to come back. Praise will admire you for actually coming back. If you stay away, yeah, his respect level will drop. But if you come back, he'll think a lot more highly of you.
Now, see, I'm a bit of a jerk. I'm like, if I do decide to finally take an honest to goodness hard line stand on something because it's being permitted for far too long, I don't care what they think of me. I'll let you cause what God wants of me.
Yeah, our personality type, our INTJ or INFJ, has something like they describe as calling the INTJ door slam, quote unquote. So, and that's the thing. So, we've lost respect. So we don't care to be allowed for bullies to, be perpetuated, et cetera, in this kind of group. So when somebody makes it clear that they're willing to entertain the devil, so to say, I just, I don't know. But again, you have some sort of talent in wanting to draw me back, Gavin. So if I do that, it's for you and benefit of others, I guess, because I'll just be attacked again.
Yeah, I think you should come back.
Yeah,
I think you should come back.
Yeah, you guys are really kind and sweet, but like I said earlier, I've had enough.
I don't blame you. I don't blame you. I know what she does. She doesn't like the quotes that you bring up about Einstein and Spinoza. Those are the ones.
That's it.
That's
I think it's far worse than that, but yeah.
Well, that's what triggers her. And what's funny is on SFT, they had a debate the other night. It's first one I watched over there, and he brought up some of those same quotes. And I was going to tell you, and I thought, I'll just stay out of it. Yeah.
I actually listened. I listened to that, Joel, and SFT was quoting from Einstein.
Yeah. Who was that guy? It was on before your debate.
Yeah.
I forget his name. Yeah. But yeah, it was that. That's what he said. That's it. Exactly.
He did. That's true. So you've had a positive influence on standing, Joel.
Nice.
And I was gonna. It made me laugh. Oh, sorry. It made me laugh. Sorry. Go ahead.
You're all right. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, the Lord answered my prayer with that guy. Him and I started getting along out of the blue, and
is that right? Good.
It's been really nice.
Good.
That is good. That is good. And these things take time, man. These things take time. But in a year's time, I guarantee you probably will both look back and think, oh, man, I was acting like a bit of a dick then, if you're really honest with yourselves. You won't be able to see it now because, it's your flesh speaking and your flesh hurting. But in a year's time, particularly as the relationship develops over time, you'll look back and think, oh, man.
I know exactly what you're talking about. I agree. The problem I guess I would have is that I just wish I could find a nice, good, already matured group of genuine Christian or just civilized people to hang with.
Good luck.
I'm looking.
Good luck.
Good luck with that. Got two of them right here. If you're in the chat.
Most people are busy. Most people are busy with their lives, and so
I know.
Being online is not a priority to them.
That's true.
I'm guilty of that too. I've been absent for days and a week at a time. So
yeah.
Some great video games out there, y'all.
Yeah. Some of us got
y'all.
It's screenshotted.
Keep saying busted.
Yeah.
Jesse, I hope.
Huh?
Jesse from Canada. I hope you didn't watch that debate yesterday with that atheiist.
I did until I fell asleep. Yeah.
Thank God for that.
I watched. I had what's his name? I don't know if I watched it much, but they were reviewing it.
Who was reviewing it?
Jay. Actually, they did a good job of
it. Jay Pesek was reviewing it.
Yeah, and they did a nice job of it. They weren't rude, they weren't mean, they weren't anything. that I saw anyway. You know, it was just playing while I was busy.
Right. It was a tough debate. It was a tough debate.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
It's actually not worth watching because he wasn't that bright.
Well, he just took the stance that, you know, you got to prove to me. That's all. Yeah. But yeah, it was a tough go. I don't think it wasn't worth your time either.
No, but a good warm up for spatchcock, I think. Jesse.
Yeah. Let me know when you're ready for more stuff.
Yeah. Thanks for the info that you've been throwing already. It's been good.
Let's go over it. Put together your outline or whatever you're going to do, and then we'll go over it. Okay.
Yeah.
In private.
Yep. Yeah. No problem with that. No problem.
Good.
Mrs. Joel.
Oh.
Are you Cheryl Renzi?
No. Why?
Oh, I was following the Praises drama some more.
Huh?
Apparently they're talking about you, I guess, and Lena.
What about me?
Really?
Yeah.
Oh.
Caleb thinks you're the alpha queen in the marriage.
Oh my gosh, they have no idea. I am no alpha queen. Just when I see some nonsense, I'm going to call it out.
Yep. Olive's defending you.
Don't go there. This is just such nonsense.
It is.
Caleb says that you're the ruler and the alpha in the marriage, Kelly.
Oh, for heaven's sake, I am not. Goodness.
Well, some people don't I think that's just some people don't understand or relate yet with what it means to be one flesh.
Well, it's worse than that. It's that I'm quiet like 99% of the time until somebody gets me going, which is really actually rather rare compared to how lively others are in the channel. So it's really odd to. I guess it's true that if you're quiet most of the time, when you do speak, it stands out. So I think that's probably the source of their misperception.
Are you Joel? Are you Mrs. Joel, Cheryl? Don't forget.
There's no reason why you can't speak. Why? We can hear you clear as Joel. So.
Yeah, well.
It's just that because it's rare when I do speak, so it people tend, if somebody's got there's a new voice, so to say, and they'll pay more attention to what's being said. But the problem is that I only really ever speak when somebody does something ridiculous, and I'm like, look, enough. You know what I mean? So that's the source of the misperception. They forget that I don't talk otherwise.
I was very tempted if y'all saw on my screen here. I was going to tell Caleb that maybe he's Mrs. Joel, but
yeah. I love that they think I'm like the alpha. That's funny because I'm not.
Oh, where'd Gavin go?
Oh, he probably lost connection. Oh,
yeah, he does sometimes. Yeah. He'll be back. Yes, sir. They're talking Trinity over there now again. So
if they try to insult me, I don't freaking care. They can think whatever they want of me. It doesn't bother me. I'm like, look, I don't care.
Yeah.
Just don't get too stupid in voice because then I get annoyed because I have to listen to it. It's like, okay, now I'll say something and be like,
yeah, you just can't. I don't know. You just can't be bothered with that stuff.
No, just pray for him and hope for the best, and yeah.
It's so silly. It's just so silly. It's silliness, is what it is. I don't.
That's why the Bible gives the warnings they do to both older men and older women too. They instruct people instruct each gender actually of how to interact with others during their youthful years. They warn the younger women to don't be a bunch of gossips and what have you, and to mind their home and their kids and husband and what have you, and then the older women, they're like, don't be given to too much wine and slander. And I mean, you can see it. I mean, there's so much truth there. And then, of course, the warnings to men as well with them. But I'm not a man. I can instruct you guys. You guys know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jesse or anybody else, unless you guys say otherwise, I'm gonna stream their channel a bit more because it's just
Why?
It's bugging you.
I don't want to hear it.
Oh no, I
You
was gonna
want-
stream the text,
Oh, the text. Okay.
Yeah.
but would much rather prefer to keep talking, of course, and not. I'm not gonna talk about it.
They're more confusing trying to convince Praise to be a Trinitarian. And if they ever just sit down and listen to him, he'll explain it exactly the way the Trinitarian explains it, but just a few different terms. So they should just leave him alone. They're going to drive him away.
I think, yeah. I think I've done the same thing. I've always thought of myself as a quote unquote Trinitarian, but I don't care about all the stupid dogma freaking conflict, No,
they're making Christianity so difficult, and it's, I don't know why that is. I guess it was around in the Reformation too, but yeah.
I guess. Well, and like, who was in here earlier? Was it Mountain? Somebody in here in chat.
He's playing my favorite song. I gotta check out.
Yes, ma'am.
Cuban Pete.
Specifically said how, no, it was Janet. Janet was talking about how, Christ specifically said, or at least his disciples, not to quarrel.
Mm-hmm.
That's what this is. That Trinity crap is quarreling.
Yeah, it is. And don't quarrel lest they stumble, right? So,
yeah.
And this is what goes on here is people can get disgusted. What do you think there's so many atheists that used to be Christians?
Dude.
That's part of the reason.
Yeah, that reminds me of that DC Talk song that I can't remember the name of right now, but it starts with the narrator literally saying that the number one cause of atheism in the world is Christians that say one thing in church and then come right out and live something different.
Yeah, exactly. I had to go to, I remember I had a job to go to, and I played on the worship team, and after that I started packing up and I had to go to work, and they wanted me to go to Tim Hortons with them for lunch, and I couldn't. I had to go to work. So what do? They throw a bunch of verses at me that I'm not supposed to work on Sunday. But yet they go get served by people. They force people to work on Sunday. That's okay.
Well,
so
Jesus had a lot to say about that.
Yeah, he did. I just shook my head and went to work. I had to go. There's no ifs, ands, or buts.
Remember when I was a young Christian, I used to pray about, especially when I was in the military, they consider you're working 24/7. And I'd pray to the Lord about it, and he'd just be like, "Don't worry about it, Joel. Just, you make it up when you can." I'm like, all right. And then,
don't be so heavenly bound that you're no earthly good.
There you go.
Oh, that's cute. Oh, that's so cute.
And then, so my favorite Christian artist and musician and just minister of all time is Keith Green, right?
Yeah.
And he has a sermon and a song even dedicated where he's got a very controversial chorus, if you're familiar with him at all, where he's it's like a prophet. He's speaking as the Lord, giving a prophecy, where he's saying that I want more than Wednesday and Sunday nights, because if you can't come to me every day, then don't bother coming at all. I love that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's just it. Yeah.
Yes. So I have lived by that. So the Sabbath to me is just, or my time with the Lord is every day, all day. Never cease praying. That means literally remembering God's there. Yeah.
Yeah. That's how my days are too, and it's interesting.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's good. I think the point was just to honor the Lord. Take a day off.
Yeah. Well, I'm sorry that stuff's happening over there.
Yeah.
Oh, that's kind of you, sweet.
It's kind of normal. Thank you, though. Yeah, you've always been really kind and encouraging, Jesse. I really appreciate it.
Well, I think you're good for that channel. So, irregardless, like there's going to be that's going to go on and on and on and on and on. I mean, it just isn't going to end. So, whether Lena's there or not, it just doesn't matter.
Well, I think my problem, and the reason why I kind of laughed a little bit about when you said I'm good for the channel, I don't want people to tolerate sin.
Yeah.
I mean, it's okay to forgive the sinner, and we all sin, but don't openly tolerate it. Don't want it. That's what they're doing.
Enable it, right?
Yeah, they're enabling sin. Exactly.
Yeah. And Praise as the the channel owner, he wants everybody. He's trying to please everybody. So that's a step that he has to kind of take on his own and learn as he grows.
Sounds like another famous one-liner about that. I forget right now.
About men pleasing, something like that. Is that what that is? I don't know.
Yeah, possibly.
Or part of an example of
trying to please everybody means you end up pleasing no one.
Yeah.
Yeah, you ate pizza, for heaven's sake. Just kidding.
Praise would love that. Probably tell him that.
Well, I like he knows it too. He knows it too, and that's why Gavin's there. Like Gavin's a good Gavin's plus for him too.
Excellent balancing force. Yeah, I really love that.
And just as you said that, Jesse, instantly. So I used to be like that. I used to be exactly like Praise when I was younger. Still, fresh Christian myself, and it was my experience overseas, I think, that kind of just literally beat that out of me a little bit. Having to just literally choose to tolerate, actual terrorists. The worst kind of bullies you can imagine. Yeah. And there's a point, where you're faced with the decisions. Am I going to tolerate? I'm not going to. I'm trying to avoid going into any kind of dirty details right now. But there's things that you witness, you have to make decisions on, and it changes your life.
Right.
And so I think if the Lord hadn't brought me through those horrible experiences, I'd probably still be like that today. I imagine.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm in a profession now that I'm teaching and stuff, so that's changed me quite a bit.
Yeah.
Imagine. So, and the people half the people that are in my that are my classes are from India and Iraq and Iran and all over the world, and so I can't I'm not allowed to show my religion to them, not allowed to, and or enforce it or whatever, and I have to tolerate theirs. So, and that's fine. I can do that, and I step in when they want to argue with each other, because a lot of times there might be a Christian that's going to argue with a Muslim, and I have to stop that.
Yep.
So I do, but
doesn't see. Okay, because we were talking about how Praise does see. And Olive, if you want to join, by all means, I would love to have you.
Oh, Olive.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't have any real ill will towards Praise. It's only their behaviors. People, and to me, people are not their behavior. People learn, people change. I've changed, as we were just talking about. I just it's hard for me to volunteer my time with people that tolerate bullies.
It's real simple.
Yeah.
Don't enable sin. God doesn't want us to. Enough said. I gotta go to the bathroom.
I gotta go to the bathroom too. Yeah, I was streaming Praise's channel a little bit earlier, Cheryl, with Caleb's conversation about that with you guys, and I saw Gavin straighten it up. And I was very tempted on typing in Praise's channel for you guys to come here and iron that out, but I don't know. Hopefully it was just weird and cute. I understand all.
Yeah, you're right, Olive. Yeah. Yeah, and that is true too.
No gossip. Caleb is Caleb.
Pigs can fly.
What? Is he here? Hey,
Do you know him?
yeah, him and I spent like half a day talking.
Oh.
And Pigs, you gave me your real name, but I forget what it was, dude. I'm feeling sad, guilty. Yeah, he was in the Navy and was sharing some very personal stuff that I was really impressed. And he was very open about it. But
Oh,
yeah,
is that?
Hmm?
Oh, is that your wife on there?
No.
Oh.
No. Caleb and them were accusing Cheryl of being my wife for whatever weird reason. I have no idea why. Yeah, I read that too, Cheryl, and they're like, I guess they were criticizing my wife for acting like the alpha male, I guess, or telling
All
me.
I said was don't enable sin. I'm
Yeah.
like, and the people that are like, well, I don't know what's been going on, but yet want to stick their nose in. I'm like, if you don't know, don't say anything.
Right.
Anyway, that's it. That's
Basic respect.
Yeah.
Matthew, thank you. Yeah, dude, if you want to join in, man, I'd love to talk to you again.
Yeah.
Matthew probably messed me up for work tomorrow, though.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because I can't stay too long. I have to hit the hay too. So.
Well, I'm supposed to as well. I mean, that's the catch, I guess, from being able to work remote. Is that when everybody else is staying home for the cold, you still have to work. As long as the internet's up, right?
Yes, sir. And electricity. Yeah.
So how's the weather? What's happening there?
We were just checking it. It's negative 10 degrees C right now.
It's 12 degrees Fahrenheit.
Really?
In
Texas?
Yep. Central
and
Texas.
Oh, that's cold for you
Supposed to
guys.
get colder.
Yeah, this is like a major historic once in a lifetime winter storm event according to people that know a lot more about meteorology than I do. But yeah, it's like 12 degrees, it's snowing and there's icicles everywhere, and they're like, don't go on the roads, it's near blizzard like conditions. We're like, okay. It's pretty wild.
I agree, Matthew. I watched y'all's video and she seems really awesome.
Who's that, honey?
Pigs Can Fly, Matthew, his wife.
Oh, nice.
Remember they were sharing about the demon stuff?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, Cheryl, I made a comment when y'all were talking about that there that some people just haven't had the blessing to relate with what the Lord meant when you're married. You get married, you genuinely become one flesh. One mind almost. It's just we have our differences, of course.
Oh yeah.
Boy, we have our differences.
Absolutely.
But they pale in comparison to our unity, I guess. I don't know.
That's right. Yeah, we're on the same page with the vast majority of things. And like I was explaining earlier, I think the reason why the little things that I did say tonight, because I was getting tired of hearing the nonsense on voice chat for so long, but I don't hardly ever speak. So when I do, and naturally human nature, you hear a new voice, they pay far more attention to what that new voice is saying when they're otherwise silent. And I think that's probably the source of the misperception, is because I don't like to interject too often. I like to listen primarily. And unfortunately, though, there's a certain element in the chats that it gets hard and you hear it going on for an hour plus and you're finally like, shut up. You know what I mean? You get tired of hearing the constant bickering. So I think that's what happened.
Have fun, Olive. Cheryl was reporting that apparently she is. So yeah.
What's that?
Lena's showing her, quote, true colors.
Of course she is. She can't resist.
That's what Gavin was saying.
Little to no self-control.
Well, I see her in the chat too.
I hope that I'd convey good self-control. I don't know. I'm on the verge if I am.
I'm able to approximately, maybe about 90% of the time, but that 10%, boy, I'll tell you, I'm like, done. Can be patient for so long with nonsense.
What's that, Matthew? About something about top result?
You should put a link in there for him. Does he have a link?
I did.
Oh, did
is that what he's talking about?
What's that, hon?
I don't know.
Yeah, he was a submariner, U.S. Navy.
Oh, interesting.
Mm-hmm. The navigator, I think, if I recall correctly.
Wow. How's the new job going? I was going to say.
Really super well. I
Good.
I did voice a concern if I was kind of holding things up, because the guy that's been training me, he's getting swamped with other projects, and he confessed he was trying to help get me up to speed so I can take on this one that we worked on together. But then at the same time, he's also very encouraging. He's reminding me, or he's agreeing that it's a very steep and difficult uphill. He's just trying to get me to the top of the hill and let me roll down my own. But
yeah.
So it's we're
it's
getting
always
there.
hard. Yeah, it's always hard. I hate starting new projects and new jobs and finding your way around how the company wants it and yeah.
Yeah, Lena's very opinionated, and that's why she's being abusive, is because someone like me or other people, when you can disprove their dogma, which is what it is, they'll get very upset. They can't tolerate differences of opinion.
Yeah.
She's the alpha male. Sorry. Behave, Kelly. Behave.
Stand by, Matthew. I need to figure out how to get to my own channel. How do I do this? Because I'm in StreamYard right now. YouTube. There we go. Where are we at?
What's he's posting something?
I think he's wanting to share the video him and his wife shared.
Oh wow.
They been having a few, we'll call it a rough patch, but they in the past they had a very spiritual experience, so to say, very very not of this world experience that brought them together.
Both of them?
Yeah.
Wow.
If he shares it, yeah, it's a really good testimony. They're really precious together.
That's something else, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep. We're growing the Lord together. All right. It says I added you as a moderator, Mr. Pigs. Yeah. I hear Praise's channel in your background, I think, Jesse.
Oh, it's running. I got two computers, so it's running on this other one. I'll shut it off, yeah.
Oh, yeah. I was thinking about talking about something, but I forgot. Sorry.
Oh.
Yeah, no, I've already said it, I don't know, well over a dozen times. So I told it to other people. I've told it to Lena personally that I've already forgiven her. She's got nothing to do with me at all. She's only offending the Lord. She's literally disobeying God. God says that the way you treat other people, especially the least of his, is the way you treat him.
Yeah.
I've told her that. I've tried to get her to. So that's why, like tonight, I don't know if you heard me. I keep trying to reemphasize. She needs to ask the Lord to forgive her.
Yeah. None of those people know what's going on. Praise does, I think, a little bit, but not as much as the rest of us. And that other fellow, I don't know who he is. He doesn't have a clue. I'm sure, but she's incessant, so I don't know what to say. I don't think she's going to stop.
Nope.
To be honest, I was hoping you guys would talk.
Yeah, again, it's probably been about a week or so ago. I literally tried. We spent the wee hours in the morning letting her browbeat me, trying to get her to friggin' whatever. But no, it's not. Nah, I'm not gonna say it. You already know what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's odd because it doesn't matter who's on there. I mean, they're not doing any harm, and suppose she's correct even in what she's saying, it's still just leave it alone. It doesn't matter. What she's saying doesn't matter. None of it matters. Like, but she's not correct, and so she's just incessant with it.
Yeah.
I don't understand.
Well, again, there's textbook clinical psychiatry about it. You know, so there's ways to understand, but
well, the way to resolve the situation is simple, although it may not be easy for people to actually follow through. And that's to make this very simply, say, hey, we're not going to tolerate this behavior any longer on our channel. And if you're going to engage in that kind of behavior, you're going to have to find another channel to hang out in. And then if she says, oh, I won't do it, and you go ahead and you let her in, which I would, I'd let her in if she said she wouldn't do it. And immediately when she starts it, you remove them and say, hey, I'm serious.
Cookies and choices.
You got it. Yeah, you got to deal with the consequences of your choices. And then what that'll do is either teach her, one, to stop and to behave respectfully and with civility, or she'll stay away and find another target, another group somewhere, God forbid. But you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Well, she's on Smokey's channel. I was over there the other day, and she's on there rattling away all in. Yeah. So I don't know. That's the only. That's no. She was talking with Smokey and someone else in the stream. Mm-hmm. But I was only there for 10 minutes. That's all I can stand to him. So, and that's about all that's all I saw. And it's been a month since I've been over there. So, yeah.
Well, every woman I've seen him speak with, he seems to be just trying to tear him down. The worst I've ever heard people in public.
No kidding. No kidding.
That was part of the conversation earlier tonight, was whether or not I first came on the channel and I told Praise, hey, Matthew.
Hey, what's up?
Yeah. Hey. How you doing, buddy?
Sorry, I was putting my daughter to sleep because she woke up from a nightmare.
No.
Oh, dear.
That's not a very sailor-looking manly picture you got going.
Yeah, this is just something I've had from when I was 16. It's just been on there the whole time.
Right.
But anyways, I'm 32 now. just never got rid of the picture.
Understood. Yeah, so that's what I was first saying. Really, I told Praise I'm not coming back. Because like Mrs. Joel's saying, I just don't want to waste my time. People can't get it, and literally protect each other from people like that. But of course, Gavin, he's good at this. He comes in, he convinces me otherwise. Darn you! I told him, darn you, Gavin.
Well, I'll tell you.
Yeah.
You know me, I have very little tolerance for that nonsense for too long. I can hang for about an hour, y'all, and then I'm like, enough. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of bickering back and forth in some of the streams, but I think most of it's just spiritual. We don't realize how spiritual a lot of this stuff is, but
agreed. But even more importantly, probably, is that the Lord has specifically told us not to do this stuff.
That's right.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
For those that do and encourage it and enable it, as Mrs. Joel puts it, has some explaining to do.
Explaining.
All I know is I'm in Lotro and I'm chilling and minding my own business. And then I hear a bunch of hollering and screaming, and yeah, man, no.
She's like, yeah.
I don't think I've ever actually heard Lena talk. I know that she's usually in the chat. I don't think I've ever actually heard her talk, though, on a stream.
Yeah. She's from Eastern Europe, so she has a very thick accent. And she sounds really nice often, on voice. She acts exactly the opposite in text.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. Yeah, that's true.
Because I did 2 streams yesterday on Tangelo's channel. One was actually just kind of more of an argument with Top Dog Shattuck, and Snake was right about abiogenesis and the potentials involved there, and different issues with evolution, of course. And then I kind of gave them my testimony, which Top Dog was like, okay, well, your wife must be crazy or something. I'm like, well, there was no history of her having any kind of psychological episodes or any kind of psychosis, and there was nothing since then either. So you have to assume that this is a one-off situation. So you can't just say it was just mental illness. That doesn't make any sense. Mental illness is something that takes a long time to recover from in the first place. So
well, not only that, but there's actually it has to be pervasive. There has to be multiple symptoms. It has to last a long time.
Right.
So,
exactly.
Yeah.
The other thing with it is that my wife, because I mean, like I said, there was no prior psychosis. I was also referring to that in the terms of like multiple personality disorder. My understanding is that the studies conducted on that particular disorder is usually showing symptoms as early as like 8 years old, but you can go as late as like 11. So it's like a certain range when it starts happening.
Yeah, and the typical range is 15 to 35.
For most
wow, okay.
For most mental illnesses, yeah. It'll begin onset between age 15 and 35. But of course there's always, the outliers, always.
Right. No, I was talking about that particular one. I looked a little bit into that, and I was just kind of surprised because I was like, well, because that's the closest thing I could think of that would really make sense if it were a psychosis, right? So I was like, what would it look like, if that's the case? Right. And so I had to like question everything, make sure I was on the same page. But I think the craziest thing about it is just that there were two people with entirely different backgrounds that had a paradigm shift immediately after this happened. So it was like that was just. Right. I don't know how else to describe that. Like
unusual.
I would say it's impossible. I mean, unless there's like something really that really happened there. Like it's not just like a one-off, like I said, situation. But I would say it's similar to what maybe Paul experienced, and that's not that it's the exact same. I'm just saying that it really shook him to the point where it got him to change entirely, right? So.
How interesting.
Yeah. I mean, I'm going to go into detail on the video about that, like how I was agnostic leaning towards atheism. I was actually against Christianity. She hadn't even laid her hand on the Bible before. She actually is half Navajo and Hopi Indian, Native American. Mm-hmm. And so she was more into their spiritual practices. So she would be doing things like putting, ashes around the house for spiritual protection or praying to her ancestors, things like that. And so, of course, I just kind of let those things happen. I didn't really think about it. I'm not worried about things like that whenever you're an agnostic. And I think that's the very reason why things went down the way that they did. But I kind of, I thank God that things did happen the way they did, because it could have been way worse, if you ask me. Oh, yeah. So,
see that parallels to the fake conversation we were having with Danny earlier tonight. He was trying to assert that the old classic atheist apologetics dogma about how since God allows evil and God can only be good, and therefore God can't exist. And me and Bob both were trying to help kind of break through that. Like you just talked about, how sometimes God allows seemingly bad things to happen for good.
Right, I agree. And I actually had the same conversation with him like early yesterday morning.
Yeah.
And we were talking for like maybe 3 or 4 hours, I think it was. But he kept falling back on to he just can't rationalize it. And then we had there was some other people in the stream. They were asking him like, well, when you were a Christian, what was it that started to like really, eat at you that was initially happening? He said it was actually because he had emotional problems with his lifestyle, because he was actually, I guess he realized he had like intimate feelings for men, and then so he started like dating men while he was a Christian, supposedly. Yeah. And I'm like, well, there's your sign. Like, right. Clearly there's more to this than just your philosophical advising of religion here. Right. And I don't know. I'm like, remember the scriptures say that we suppress the truth and unrighteousness. So it's like things like that are pretty obvious, Now, I'm not saying that's his only reason. I'm just saying that seems to be the main thing that would be holding him back, really. And he even admitted that that's one of the main things that's really bothered him, is that he can't justify doing that and be a Christian at the same time.
Yeah. And I actually kind of exasperated that with him a little bit earlier tonight on Praise's channel because I not only did I prove his little logic bubble was just fallacious, but I showed where his logic was, his entire, both of his premises that he was trying to talk about tonight was just completely wrong. Not just flawed, but self-contradictory even. And he got to the point where he literally said, I don't understand what you're saying. I mean, it's like he had a willful mental block.
Right. No, that's how it was during that 4-hour discussion earlier.
Oh,
and the other thing is that he's actually a teacher, so I'm not trying to be hard against him, but the thing is, it's like he, just like you said, he intentionally will almost not really get what you're saying, right?
Yes.
He'll try to change the subject to say, I'm trying to rationalize this, so he'll pull up his little tablet and try to type out what you're saying, and I'm like, no, I think you have the wrong idea here, right? Like, this isn't some premise 1, premise 2 kind of argument I'm trying to make here. I'm saying there's a distinction between the way you're looking at God and how you're defining your terms and the way that I'm looking at God, and vice versa, right? So it's just like there's a huge problem there. And there's another discussion we had with him. Me and Bob Argotha were talking to him I want to say like a week ago.
Yeah.
It was about morality, right? And he literally thinks that morality is comparable to desire or motivation is the way he put it. So basically anything that is a motivation can be considered good under his standard, which of course he's a moral relativist, so that makes sense. But at the same time, clearly that makes literally any action a good action. It doesn't so you can go and kill babies and it doesn't matter. It won't matter. You can rape people, you can whatever you want, as long as you have a motivation to do so, that could be good under his standard. And I'm like,
I enjoy to escalate that line of logic or lack of logic quickly by simply saying, okay, so you just said Hitler did good.
Right. I mean, I tried to get it across that it falls flat on its face, and I mean, he even admitted that there was a problem with the way that it can be utilized, but that he himself would, of course, think that certain actions were wrong automatically. And I'm like, well, the thing is, it still provides a foundation for somebody to do wrong without any consequences. And that's the problem. I'm like, so if we just completely remove all consequences from any action, that's the kind of world that you would basically want to live in. That's from what I understand.
Right.
And we went back and forth on that. The conversation, I don't even know. I think it was like 4 or 5 hours. But
sorry.
I want to say it was on LPP's channel whenever we talked about that one.
He was trying to carry that one on tonight for a few hours, and I guess I got him upset. So it was thankfully.
I mean, like I want to see him come back to the faith. I really do believe that God is working on him. That's the reason why he's having all these interactions in the first place.
Agreed.
I mean, clearly, I think God does have a plan for him. He just doesn't realize it yet. But
everybody, but yeah.
Yeah, and see, that's another thing. So this morning I found out, or the other morning I found out that he, one of the things that he was freaked out about whenever he was leaving the faith was that he had a good friend of his that was actually a Baptist preacher. He said, he said that the guy had a dream about him leaving the faith and that he was basically just eternally doomed. And I'm like,
whoa.
what does that have to do with your actions? like he can have a dream of whatever he wants to. It doesn't matter. It doesn't make it a reality, right? Like, it's not like you have to make it a prophetic dream and literally live out that. Like, it's not destiny, right? So in the scriptures, it says that God does not want any to perish at all, right? He wants all to come to repentance and to understand the truth of the gospel, right? And if that's the case, I mean, that's why it says to test the spirits, in accordance with the word, because you can't trust every word from man, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it says that we need to live, man does not live on bread alone, but by every word that proceedeth from the mouth of God, right? So therefore, we need to be focusing on what God has said and not what these people are saying, right? And I'm like, I just think it was kind of wrong for this person to go and say that to them, and start to Danny and make him. It almost seems like that's one of the catalysts that really pushed him away, when it would have just been as simple as rebuking that in the name of Jesus from him having that dream, right?
Well, I mean, I would tell you that prophets still exist today. The gift of prophecy doesn't have an expiration date, so
no, I believe that prophecy exists even
that,
today.
I'd say test the spirit, see if, because all you have, I've had prophets give me prophecies, and there's this one particular guy that I absolutely fell in love with. He every time he was literally, he acted like he was terrified. He'd go on for like 4 or 5 minutes just to say, okay, Joel, if what I'm about to tell you doesn't come true, you have to let me know, okay? Because if it doesn't come true, then I have to stop my ministry, okay? And it's just on and on and on. I was like, all right. I don't even remember what his prophecies were. Kind of sad, but still, the point was.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it is pretty serious. I mean, if you're making prophetic claims and then they don't come true, then obviously, according to the Old Testament standard, yeah, you would be worthy of stoning. But I mean, that's one of the reasons why it says not to bear false witness in the first place. So
I'll be right back, gentlemen. Give me about half a minute. Talk amongst yourselves. Mr. Jesse.
Hey.
Oh, okay, gotcha. I heard you.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'm going to watch that video that you posted there, I guess, tonight. Find out what the story is.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to go into it right now, but I mean, it was just that it's better to watch the video because you can hear it from both of our mouths what happened and both of our perspectives, because she ended up being demon possessed from an interaction, and she had prayed to her grandfather apparently, which I didn't even know about until after the fact. Yeah, apparently she came back into the room after we had an argument the night that happened, and so she went to the bathroom. She kind of cried for a little bit, and again, we were not Christian at the time. I was agnostic, leaning towards atheism, and then she was more of a spiritualist. But she'd never laid her hand on a Bible before. Closest thing to was like she went to the Mormon church. There's a lot. We live in Utah, so obviously, and
okay, yeah.
Yeah, so she went to go, with a couple of her friends to the Mormon church that was nearby a couple times. But they read from the Book of Mormon, not the Bible. So,
yep.
And
well, they say they do.
Yeah, it's funny. All the Bibles here, like if you go and try to buy one from like the nearest bookstore, they always have like a subsection that talks specifically about their comparisons to the Book of Mormon, and where you can find different references from the Book of Mormon. And I'm like, oh my gosh, this is.
I got a fun story. That's how I got kicked out of the Mormon church. So I did that. I was stationed in Germany, and I had a bunch of friends that they had some local friends of theirs that went to some whatever Mormon church was there at that time, and so I went there, and I didn't actually do their service. I never went into their little sanctuary because they had this epic library, and they had the actual like. Some of the handwritten books back from like Brigham Young and them from the 1800s in this library in Germany. Yeah, it was amazing. And so I would take all the literature and stuff that I'd read about how the inconsistencies in their writings, and I would look at the actual the handwritten source stuff, and I would ask, that's what they were saying, compare the scriptures and ask us questions and blah blah blah.
Exactly.
And I did, and after about a week or two. They're like, okay, you're asking too many questions. Can you please leave?
They're starting to like really shake their faith, I bet.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing about that is there's a ton of people that are coming out of Mormonism, and they're just exposing all kinds of horrible things that are going on. But I mean, there's obviously even like occult practices that are involved, and ties to Freemasonry. The temples here, I actually got the chance to go and visit a couple of them. They actually have like 6-star like emblems on the outside, like the Star of David.
Yeah.
But if you know what the occult reference to that would be, then you understand that that's actually a really bad symbol.
Yeah.
At least in this context. So, because I mean, obviously none of these people are Jews, so it doesn't even make any sense for them to have that on their windows. But it makes complete sense if you're talking about like an occult practice of some kind. They also have the G within the compass and the sorry, I'm having a moment here. There was like a ruler and compass symbol there.
Yeah, it's their Masonic stuff. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's right. There's a book I read by a guy named Derek Barefoot. He was a Jehovah's Witness he's actually 4th generation. And he came out of them, after reading some publications from the Watchtower, right? And he had been, I guess, for 7 years he was like collecting evidence against the organization. But the thing is, he didn't mean to like actually completely uproot their beliefs. He was just trying to point out some things that he found that was really strange.
Mm-hmm.
And so I guess in their publications they have like these really nice art, these drawings that they'll put into him. And I mean, they're pretty well made. Obviously, whoever's the artist is a really good artist. But he started to notice there was a lot of like symbolic references, again, also to the occult, and like even like demonic faces that would be hidden within other things. And his book is called The Hour of Darkness, if you're ever interested in reading it. But yeah, he talks about how he ended up becoming disfellowshipped and how it affected his family, and it was pretty crazy for him.
Yeah. Mrs. Joel, she actually helped pull a couple of people out of the JW stuff too.
Yeah, it was one actually. It was one.
What was her name? That was Janina, wasn't it?
No, it was Bernice.
Bernice.
Yeah.
Who was it that we named Janina after?
That was after Sam's
grandmother. Sorry.
Yeah.
Bernice.
Yep. She Bernice did help me name Shaylee. She couldn't have children of her own. And I was like, well, you're welcome, to stay with me during labor and delivery. She was so excited, and she did. It was 22-hour-long labor.
Oh, wow.
And she stayed through the whole thing and decided, I was like, yeah, you go ahead and help me name my daughter. And she did.
Mm-hmm.
So it was really, really nice. She got to experience the whole thing.
Yeah.
And
Guru's lady, she's talking about that level of obedience, as she just said, and how that was the main problem that Bernice was saying, is that if she left their church, then she's going to lose everything in her life. Everything.
Yes.
Her family.
She lost family. She lost friends. And the whole 9 yards.
So it was amazing.
Yeah, it was a complete like upheaval for Derek. And the crazy thing is that my wife, she works with his son, or rather, she did work. She just recently transferred over to a different location. But yeah, he works for a hotel here called Crystal Inn, and his father's the one that wrote that book, and so that's where we managed to get that in the first place. But
yeah, I don't get very far with Jehovah's Witnesses anymore these days. You heard me kind of talk about how short I got with that Danny guy. I got Jehovah's Witness coming on my door. I'm real friendly to him, but I like to just ask him. So, hey, is Jesus still hanging out in the? I know the Watchtower building in Manhattan got sold, but is he still hanging out somewhere in one of your penthouses? They look at it funny. They used to preach that.
Yeah,
that don't work. Ask them how their elders are doing in the three mansions that they all those 10-cent Watchtower tracks paid for.
Seriously.
Yeah, how they doing? Did those prophets ever show up? So yeah, I'm a little caustic, I guess. I don't know.
I mean, I don't think it's hostile to ask questions. That's the thing that I think is interesting, is that they literally got him just for asking questions. Whenever you read his book, you find out that the entire disfellowship was only because he asked questions about why the publications had these particular things in them. And all they did is just hand waved everything away, and then they said, "Well, you are no longer going to be part of this congregation." And he was completely separated from his family and everyone that was involved. So
wow,
it was just insane.
This happened to someone you know, hon? Sorry, I was AFK for a lot of it.
Oh, yeah, it was the writer of that book I was talking about. His name is Derek Barefoot. He actually has a channel on YouTube here too.
Oh, all right. Oh man.
Yeah, it's called.
It's hard.
It's called Typologetics. If anybody's interested in looking that up, but he doesn't have many subscribers, but he just reads the Word a lot and just focuses on Scripture and learning. And he likes like biblical literature and how it can be so intricate, like how you can find different phraseology that, when compared, actually turns out to be very similar in structure and things like that.
Yeah.
Sorry for his loss, but yeah, Lord will richly bless him for choosing.
Yeah, he's since remarried, and he kind of moved on from his previous life. From what I understand, I haven't had the chance to actually talk to him aside from just a few messages in chat. But he's a really genuine guy. I'm pretty sure he's got his heart set on the Lord and just focusing on ministry.
That is awesome. Praise the Lord. I'm really glad that he.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's a balmy 68 degrees right now inside, but outside I think it's like -10 Celsius.
Probably wind chills, definitely, but let's see. It's 10 now.
10 degrees Fahrenheit in Middle Texas.
I'm surprised to say that it's 31 degrees over here. I'm in Murray.
Really? Where's that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've had just barely cold. It's just barely cold enough for us to get some snow, but it's surprising compared to all the other years.
Is that South Texas, I assume?
Oh, no, we're in Salt Lake City, Utah.
I thought you were in Texas.
No. We're in Salt Lake City, Utah. But there's different areas called, like, I'm in Murray. There's like an area called South Jordan, West Jordan. There's downtown Salt Lake. There's a bunch of different areas. It all makes it one giant city, basically.
Well, there is a Murray, Texas, and
okay,
live very close to it.
I gotcha. No, I didn't know that, but there's just a small part of Salt Lake City that's called Murray.
Gotcha.
The winter storm warning. Let's see. It's in effect until noon Tuesday, and they're saying that heavy snow, additional snow accumulations of 2 to 6 inches across north and central Texas on top of what has already fallen. For the wind chill warning, dangerously cold wind chills as low as 20 below zero on Monday morning.
Ouch.
And 15 to 20 below zero on Tuesday morning.
Wow.
Texas
the
is
coldest. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, Texas is not built for that. This gonna cause a lot of problems.
Yeah, I bet. I mean, I remember my first time driving over here where they had a big snowstorm, but I think the coldest weather I ever went through was when we were decommissioning my ship back in 2015 in Maine, and there was this huge blizzard that came through. It was January, and it snowed immediately after we got there, so it was like crazy, snowfall. And when they completed, like I think it was like 3 or 4 days straight, they just snowed and snowed and snowed, didn't stop. It was so much snow, it covered my car completely. I had to go and dig it out. And then on top of that, whenever you were driving on the roads, it was basically like walking through a hedge maze, but it was like way higher than your average hedge maze. And it was like you couldn't even see the sign of Walmart. That's how high the snow was packed.
Oh my gosh, that's crazy.
It was crazy. I have pictures though whenever I had to dig out my car. And I remember I had some bottled waters in the back of my trunk. And I went to go get them out. They were completely frozen.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it was like pulling a cinder brick out of my back of my trunk.
Nice. Yeah, Mrs. Joel had us go run to quote unquote emergency snack runs, and
heck yeah, baby. That's an emergency right there.
Had a couple of packages of water, and I was thinking if I left those in the trunk, my son was like, "Yeah, I'll get them out of the trunk when I get home off work." I was like, "Yeah, they'll be frozen by then."
Exactly. It was pretty weird. So I've never felt anything colder than 19 degrees. So
I got y'all beat. I felt -60 below once in South Korea.
You'll live through it. No worries.
If you're lucky. Stay close to me, darling.
Yeah, that's right.
She's from Southern California, guys. Born and raised.
Oh, okay.
So it's 7 degrees all year, all day, every day over there.
Yeah, no, I went to San Diego one time, and that was like the only time I ever went to California, but that was a beautiful place. And I can't imagine that the weather gets any worse than like 70. Yeah, over there.
Well, it does if you live like in the Inland Empire, any valleys or what have you. It can get up to, well, in some places up to 120, but usually it can get as high as about 110, maybe a bit more than that. And yeah, that's pretty ornery. But yeah, the beaches, oh gosh, the worst it'll get is like 85.
Right.
Yeah, we were in Central Valley, we call it California, in the Fresno area, and so most Californians, everybody's homes are just sealed shut. The crime rates are so high. Everybody's got steel gates on their doors and windows, or whatever.
Right.
And so nobody comes out. You don't know. The exact opposite of Texas, basically. But whenever it would rain, people would literally come out of their front. Guys are laughing. They come out of their front doors like, "What is this stuff?" And we'd get to meet our neighbors a little bit.
It's true. And then we come down to Texas. What the blue heck is this? So I'm like learning all kinds of stuff about meteorology because it looked like a giant cauldron being stirred in the sky, and I'm like, this is not natural.
I've lived in Tornado Valley, whatever you call it, all my life, and I was stationed in Alabama, which is like one of the centers, North Alabama, for tornadoes, and I have never heard in my entire life the term the Torcon rating until my wife decided to become the
Torcon rating. What is that? What's that supposed to represent exactly?
It's supposed to represent the chances of in a specific area of severe weather. Now, severe weather can be anything from even small hail to big fatty wedge EF5 tornadoes. Rampaging through the area. So
I thought it was supposed to be like the rate of spin or like the power of the spin of the tornado or something like that.
Tornadoes,
it's just the chance of generalized severe weather.
It's like DEFCON for
wow. Okay, so different levels, yeah.
Yeah, it's again, it's just severe weather. It's a general catch-all, like the chances of severe weather, which could be anything from tiny hail all the way up to great big fat EF5 tornadoes rampaging.
So what would be comparable to like DEFCON Delta?
Oh my gosh, y'all are cute. I had to learn all this stuff because I'm like, what the heck? I mean,
there's a tornado in your area and you're gonna die.
So you run, you get underground.
That's it. Texas, we don't have underground shelters. You find a ditch if you're lucky.
You lay in the ditch.
Goodness, but yeah, it was like because I've always, it's weird. I'm Southern Californian. Okay, so here in Texas, everybody's terrified of earthquakes. At least everybody I've spoken to. Oh my gosh, you're from California. What was an earthquake like? I'm so scared. I'm going.
Right.
You get a bad one like once every maybe 30 to 50 years. You don't get a whole lot of bad or but you guys have death spinning like little toilets from the sky every freaking year, twice a year, like spring and fall. And so my whole life, I've been terrified of tornadoes. And when I came here, I realized that we're at the, rather the southern tip of Tornado Alley. I was like, oh, heck no, I've got to learn everything there is about them because I'm scared of them. But guess what? First time the air raid siren goes off near our house, guess where my son and I are? In the driveway looking for the spin. Like, where is it? Where is it? So, yeah, there goes the terrified right out the window.
Yeah.
Killed the cat, huh?
Yeah.
It's the same. See, I was on the East Coast where we had a lot of hurricanes when I was growing up. And I remember Hurricane Floyd. I remember, they had Hurricane Katrina that came through portions of it. It didn't really hit that. It was mostly just the rain that came and hit us in that area. But Hurricane Floyd actually did, I think it was like 3 feet of river flooding that came in through Charlotte, the little small town that I'm from. And like I remember just standing outside, like watching all the debris fly by. Just like, you just gonna get used to stuff like that whenever you're a kid and you don't really care. Like you just kind of stand out there.
Yeah, Mrs. Joel, I think you get a little upset at me because she can't get me to react for nothing.
Okay, hold up. But then there's been like twice. Okay, so we're up in Keller, Texas. He's doing some training for SpaceX, and I knew there was supposed to be some pretty significant chances of severe weather, so I was keeping an eye on things, having my weather app going, and everything else like that. And 2:45 in the morning, the air raid sirens outside go off, right? And my phone starts going off, and it was so eerie. You could hear the weird wind outside, and then the air raid sirens in the distance. It was creepy. So I'm like putting on my shoes. It's my first year in Texas, so I'm like super terrified.
The whole evening, by the way, to properly set this up, was that she constantly asked me, "Should we be doing this? Should we be doing that?" I'm like, I need to go to sleep. Yeah, I've got training in the morning.
Exactly. Right. Well, I was scared, so I was like, again, 2:45 in the morning. I'm up. I'm getting my shoes on. I'm like, Joel. He's like, no, I'm staying asleep. And if you hear it scream, then get up. I'm like, then we're dead. He's like, then it's our time to go. I'm like, ah. So I put on the TV like my little telephone tells me to do, And listening to the television broadcast about it, and they're like, yeah, there's some rotation above the speedway. Now, the speedway was literally across the highway from our hotel.
Right.
Then the TV cuts off. Joel gets up, and now I'm really scared. I have no spit in my mouth. I'm going, he's up. That's a problem. Oh,
if it's that serious, he actually gets up. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And then there was another night he comes out, and I didn't think anything. I was, just chilling or whatever in the living room. And he comes out, he says, okay, the wind doesn't sound right outside. And all the saliva in my mouth dried up then too. I'm like, what do you mean? Because I thought it was normal.
Sorry.
That's funny. Yeah.
I love weather.
Oh, me too.
I love wind.
Yeah, just no natives. Yeah. Come on, y'all.
Yeah, we here in Utah, they had earthquakes that were here. Well, it's most likely that there was only like one earthquake with several aftershocks, but it was over. I want to say it was from the span of May moving towards like August. They had several different aftershocks that happened, and I think the highest one was like a 6.5 magnitude.
Yeah, that's big.
Yeah.
And the scary part was about earthquakes is that you don't know if those are aftershocks or foreshocks.
Right.
An even bigger one. You're like, oh.
I was going to say, there's a couple of times, again, back in California, where I'm sitting there, my alarm hasn't gone off yet, but I mean, it's starting to it's getting early morning, and I could have sworn the bed shook. Just barely perceptible, but I could, it woke me up.
Yep.
Yeah.
Was that an earthquake?
Yep. And the earthquakes are funny, though. They can be really soft like that, or they can like rattle everything in the freaking house. You're like, ah.
Right. The house that we were staying in, it had like a den area. Well, it's actually like a kind of underground a little bit, and it just flapped around like it was cardboard. I was like, "What the heck is going on?"
Yeah.
What was that, Jesse?
We don't have earthquakes, but we had one yesterday in Banff.
No way. How big was it?
4.4.
Could you feel it?
I couldn't. No, I'm too far away. But.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I read about some big one happened somewhere recently too, like 6
know.
point something. I forget what.
Now I lived through the Big Bear Landers ones.
What happened to your ear, little girl?
They were a couple hours away from where we live. The epicenters for both, and that was weird. Okay, so the first big one hit whatever.
Let's move this. Maybe that's causing problems. Right.
That says he never wants to experience an earthquake because he has to change his pants afterwards.
Well, it depends on how big. It also depends on how many in one freaking day, too. So one was like 7.1, one was 7.3. Of course, it's been almost 30. I can't believe I'm saying this. Almost 30 years ago.
Old lady.
God bless it. Wow. Anyhow, and the first one hit. Okay, I had my firstborn son in the door jam, waiting it out. We're like, yeah, that's pretty significant. So we turn on the news, go outside, we're yammering with the neighbors. And you can hear the second one coming a few hours later off in the distance. It was weird. And I'm like, what is that? And then everything started shaking violently. Things are coming off the walls and stuff. That one scared me. I couldn't sleep for a week. That was it. 2 major earthquakes in one day. Done. That scared me.
See, that one freaks me out, guys. Is she talks about the P waves or whatever, S wave thing, where the sidewalk is literally like going up and you see the waves in the concrete.
That was cool too. So marching band, I was 15 years old in high school. We're out there marching band on the field, and the earthquake hits, and I just happened to glance over toward the sidewalk, from the football field there, and you could see the sidewalk going up and down, and all the cars and all the street lights are going up and down with it. I'm like, oh, that is wild. That was so weird looking. Yeah.
What you were sharing, Matt, that reminded me. So I went to boot camp in Fort Sill in Oklahoma, home of the artillery. So that's where the main artillery batteries are stationed there.
Right.
And so it was normal, because they fire off those half a dozen to a dozen artillery battery lines, and so it was SOP was before they do that. They call all of the base housing on post. All the spouses at the house. To warn them, we're going to have a live fire exercise. Take your china out of your cabinets.
Nice.
So,
Wow.
So we'd feel it for miles.
I bet, yeah.
The coolest thing about it was I was a kid, and I'm a big physics guy. So you would of course you'd hear and feel the guns go off, right? Shaking everything. and then it's just quiet for like a minute plus, you know, and then way off in the distance, you see these little puffs of smoke, you know, hit the mountain, and then another minute goes by. It's just, I love it. It takes time for the sound to travel and stuff. So.
Then you have SpaceX engine test fires.
Yes, it's loud.
Those he would call me from work, and he'd be like, "Can you hear it?" And all I hear is.
When they lit off the Raptor engine, man, you couldn't nowhere on post could you talk on a phone. Man, I'd be talking to a client. Hold on, there's a rocket test going. I can't hear you.
It's fun.
Wait, what channel is Lena on right now? You said she's on Smokey's channel?
No, Praises.
Praise.
Praise?
Yeah. I got
Okay.
kicked off the Praises channel earlier tonight. So.
Oh, that sucks. Yeah, I mean, you know Nephilim Free or Neff?
Yeah.
Oh,
Thank you. I love him.
yeah.
So, like, I don't have any problems with him. I just think it's interesting. I was on his channel one time talking to him, and he had gotten frustrated with my definition of the word death from the book of Genesis. And he actually kicked me off of his channel because of it. And I'm like, I'm just giving you my interpretation. I don't understand what the problem is here.
Yeah.
And you know, it's just kind of sad. I was like, man, you gotta calm down. You can't be getting so frustrated over things like this.
And who is this again? Neff was frustrated?
Yeah, Nephilim Free. He just kicked me off of his channel over
Wow.
talking. Well, so there was that, and the thing is, we had like a really good conversation. It was like I think altogether it was almost 4 hours. We were on that stream, and then he kicked me off, and Bob was there, Argatha. But yeah, it was just interesting because like I said, we were talking about different interpretations. You know, just surrounding the biblical narrative in the book of Genesis, and I went and talked about like how you could interpret. Remember, because how it says that Adam and Eve should not touch should not eat of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, and in the day that they do that they would surely die. Right? That was the words that were used from God in that perspective. And I'm like, well, if you look at it from that perspective, clearly there's only a couple ways you can actually come to this conclusion, right? So there's the interpretation that you know, clearly, so one day to God is as 1,000 years, right? You could see it that way, and then say that because Adam died within he died at 900, he still died within one day, right? But then there's also the interpretation which I gave him, which was that the word death in its root meaning in Hebrew actually means to be separated from God, right, or the source of life, right? And when they were, remember, this all happened on the same day. They were ejected from the Garden of Eden, which is where God resided at the time. And of course, there were the cherubim that were put in place to protect the garden, and of course, there's the flaming sword. And so that all happened on the exact same day. From what I understand, they were all, you know, they were given those animal pelts to wear, and then they were kicked out of the garden, basically. So I said if you look at that perspective, clearly, I mean, I would say that's probably the best way to look at it, especially if you're a YEC, if you believe in young Earth creation. But for some reason, he said that this actually makes God evil somehow, and I don't understand why. But he went on this rant. Nephilim Free, yeah.
Wow. Okay.
I mean, I can try to pull that stream for you if you want to look at it and listen to what he said. But
no, I'll take your word for it. I just, you know, I've seen him get adamant, but never really upset. He seems really chill all the time. But
well, we're human beings, y'all. He probably had a really bad day.
I would have asked, where does it say that you're going to die that day? You know, he didn't seem to give a timestamp. They did die, you know, spiritually and physically.
Right. No, if you read the KJV, I think it's worse. I can pull it up right now. Let me see if, or actually, I can't do it if I'm on my phone. Let me see if I can find a Bible around here. I think I have a New King James Version somewhere here.
All right, you guys, I got to get going now. Thanks for the chat.
Appreciate you.
Yeah.
All right, man.
All right.
God bless, Simon.
God bless. See you, Mrs. Joel.
Yes, sir. You have a wonderful night and sweet dreams. Hope to talk to you all soon.
Yep. Bye for now.
I've got here's Genesis 2:15 through 17. The Lord God placed the man in the Garden of Eden to tend and watch over it. The Lord God warned him, quote, you may freely eat the fruit of every tree in the garden, except the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. If you eat its fruit, you are sure to die, end quote. Forget.
Hang on, my daughter's over here. I'm gonna try to read from the New King James. Hey, sweetie, it's okay. Shh. Alrighty, let me try to find that passage quick.
Yeah, the real Mrs. Joel doesn't have a YouTube account.
No, I am unable.
No, that's not a problem.
Wise. Yeah. Just talk somebody, Mike.
I'm currently playing my game.
Who was it to say you're my cult? Was that Lena or SFT said you're my cult leader?
Oh,
Remember that one?
yeah, that was old.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was SFT. It made me laugh a good bit.
He's been chilling out, thankfully, but
yeah, but that was still funny. Even on the other side of it, it's still funny. I gotta say.
That was a different one.
I've been called a lot of things, not that one.
Exactly. Oh, Lord, is entertaining. Did you find it? I could bring up.
Yeah, I'm reading in the dark. Actually, I have to sift through these, and I'm also not wearing my glasses. But let's see.
Got the Bible Hub.
It's
got like 50 versions.
Oh, pardon me. Oh, I got another bag. That's right.
Here you go. Badoom. King James, but of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil thou shalt not eat of it, for in the day that thou eatest, therefore thou shalt surely die. Okay. So King James says day, so let's go back to the Hebrew. But you must
I just see that this one says, but of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil you shall not eat, for in the day that you eat of it, you shall surely die. So that's the interpretation I'm taking it from. So it specifically says in the day that you do that. Now, again, I could be wrong. It could be just a misunderstanding or even a mistranslation. I'm just going off of what I remember reading.
Nope. If you look at my screen, I think I'm sharing it, right? Hold on, go check. Yep. The
This is,
original Hebrew does use the word yom for day,
Yeah.
but does not mean in a literal exact day. Like a 24-hour period.
There's only 4 interpretations I'm aware of. I mean, there's like a season. There's a like a 12-hour period. There's an 18-hour period, and then there's like a full 24-hour day. Those are the 3 or 4 interpretations I'm aware of.
Yeah, I know the yom root has many derivatives because Hebrew language is just whack.
Yeah, it is kind of confusing, but at the same time, I think one of the most amazing things that I've learned, I actually learned this from Chuck Missler, but I went and verified it, was that the genealogies there in Genesis, whenever they're laid out in the original Hebrew and then translated in their context, it actually states the gospel.
Someone was sharing that with me. I don't know was it Jesse? Somebody was sharing that like a month ago on my channel here. Even it was really
you can go to like a biblical name website and just try to see what they show for the translations, and it'll basically show up the exact same thing that he was pulling up. But he has I think he was a linguist, right? A linguist scientist, and so he was also really into numerology, which I don't think it's a huge deal, but I do think it's kind of interesting to think about it. But
Gotcha. Yeah, Cheryl, there is a StreamYard phone app if you did want to try it, but Gavin uses it and it seems to be hit or miss some of the time. So it's up to you though.
Yeah, I'm using my phone right now, Cheryl.
Yeah. I was hoping Caleb and them were just being silly.
Hi.
Okay. Caleb was one of the guys saying that you're Cheryl Renzi here.
Oh, that's weird. Yeah, no.
Dude, what was it for? What was it? Where was it that someone a bunch of people kept saying you and I were the same?
Oh, that was a entirely different. That was a Facebook
group.
years
Yeah.
ago.
Oh my gosh, that was funny.
Yeah.
And we'd be on. We were both moderators too, so
Sure, you
we'd
can
be
go
on
sit
the
down.
little voice
Go
chat
sit down.
with other moderators, and they're like, "No, they're not the same."
Go sit down.
That
Yeah.
was weird. But oh well.
I've noticed that people do that when they just absolutely, completely dislike somebody. It's really weird.
It's a distraction. Yeah. I'm hearing Matthew having secret conversations.
Okay.
Sorry, let me put a
No,
little
I
something on
understand.
for my daughter because she's
Yeah,
like
please.
just waking up apparently.
Yeah. How old is she again?
She's 2.5.
No.
My goodness, it's been 100 years.
Yeah, I have 2 daughters, but the other one's downstairs. She's 1 year old.
Goodness, mine are, oh my gosh,
21 to 56.
21 and 23 now. God
What's
bless
how
it,
old's
we're
Chris? Isn't he
ancient.
28ish or 9ish?
Yeah, he'll be, hang on,
Pushing 30?
he's pushing 30, yeah. He's
Wow.
29.
Oh, we're old. Especially Mrs. Joel. She's very old.
Joel, I'm
What?
4 months older than you.
See? She
4
confesses.
months
She admits
doesn't
it.
count.
She admits it.
4 months doesn't count.
See? She keeps admitting it.
He's really cute. He's like, but it's 4 months older, not younger, so you're older than me.
She's my cougar.
Yeah, okay. You think you're funny, huh?
You're laughing. Got nasty. Oh,
What's nasty?
Caleb, apparently.
Oh, that's too bad.
Yes, she's very cute. Little pigtail. You guys, we were showing earlier tonight on here our picture from our youngest daughter in the Philippines. Don't want to see a picture.
Yep.
Yeah, sure, definitely.
She was almost a Valentine's baby, but no. She had to come a day early. Now, I had a Halloween baby, so that would have been perfect, to have a Valentine's baby too. Goodness.
See how they say that, how's the saying go about how you can see how pretty a woman will be by how her mother looks? So you can see how pretty Mrs. Joel is from her daughter.
You're very cute.
Very serious.
I've gotten old.
So
She wants to watch some Blippi. Let's see what's on here.
she is 4 months pregnant.
Nope. She is almost 6 months.
6 months.
Almost.
Oh wow, okay.
A little Buddha belly.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
That's like barely a cantaloupe.
So that is
Yeah,
our
not
youngest
quite a
daughter.
watermelon, that's for sure.
He's having a girl.
Is
She
it?
just found out.
I guess that's her Valentine's Day thing, huh?
So that's another thing. That was a miracle. Our third child. So it's really interesting. We were actually trying not to get pregnant, like really hard. And then, so I was, I was using my protection. She had already been using birth control, and at the time this had occurred, we had, of course, taken some pregnancy tests. She was showing signs, of course, and then she wanted to take the night after pill. She took it twice, actually. I think it was like 3 days after the first initial one. And so, of course, she still showed signs that she was pregnant. And I'm like, well, this obviously God wants us to have this baby, so we should just stop trying to kill it. At the time, by the way, we weren't like, like fully understanding of like the abortion issue and things like that. So, but anyways, moving forward from that, so I had been praying that whole time, throughout her pregnancy, that she would have a quick delivery and that it would be painless for her. So she was in labor for a little less than 5 hours, and she only took less than 1 minute to pop her out with 2 pushes.
Must be nice. Huh?
And yeah, the doctor said that was the fastest delivery he's ever had.
That is amazing. Wow.
Yeah, I was like, God, you were so good. Thank you, Jesus.
Yeah.
Because we were both praying about that for a long time, just and we just had faith that it would happen, and everything turned out exactly. And the other thing is that she came out 3 weeks early, but she was full term as far as like her size and everything goes. So that was really interesting to find out that too.
Cool.
Where is? I don't see him on here. It's hard to find good programming for children nowadays.
Yeah. Apparently, Bugs Bunny is racist or something or violent.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
Honestly, I can't even watch Looney Tunes anymore just because of some of the stuff that's in it. But like the only thing I think I have a problem with Blippi is just that he talks about the millions of years with dinosaurs, which I'm like, that's still speculatory, but I don't really care because I mean, I'll just tell my kids the truth. So,
right.
But I know there are people that still hold to that no matter what, and I'm not really too worried about that. I just think it's an interesting way of looking at things.
And whether you believe in old Earth or young Earth doesn't. I don't believe that God really mind, does he? I mean, does he concern himself whether we think it's an old
No,
Earth?
God made it ambiguous in His Word. I think on purpose.
Okay.
I like to share the science and lack thereof both ways. That's the thing I don't get to talk about often enough, Matthew. All these other wonderful people on YouTube, apparently they love talking about doctrines and stuff and whatever, but nobody ever talks about science. I want to talk about science.
That's why I started like focusing on logical plausible John Maddox because I mean he really does try to get deep into the structural analysis as far as like coding within the genome and things like that. Yeah. And I love Dr. Tour, James Tour. I think he's probably one of the best proponents when it comes to science regarding the research there. And I don't know if you know about it. There's this contention he has with Professor Dave. He's another YouTuber, atheist that he kind of thinks he has everything figured out, but he made a video talking about Dr. James Stewart's presuppositions, right, and where he's really coming from whenever he's talking about his science. And I'm like, have you even looked at his lectures? Like, he literally says from the beginning, I'm not going to talk about God or deities or anything like that. I'm only going to bring up the science. And at the end, whenever he's completely done with his lecture, he'll be like, you know what? Personally, I believe that there is a creator. I believe it's actually Jesus Christ of Nazareth. And, I believe that he's my savior. And so he goes through the whole, gospel with people whenever he's talking to them about that. But before he even gets there, he's completely done with his lecture. So I just think it's interesting that, Professor Dave had to say something along the lines like that.
I've heard of his name, people debating him, but I have not watched one of their debates yet, and I'm not sure if I'm real excited about it.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know that they're debating. It's more like they're just kind of making videos about each other. But the first video from Dr. Tour he made today, because he's going to make a 14-part series that's going to break down one of his video regarding abiogenesis and how wrong he was. And the first one was pretty interesting already. He's just showing fallacies like left and right, and it's pretty funny. But he also has a couple of other doctors that are on like in that same field. They're like, yeah, this is a wrong way of looking at this.
Right. So my thing is, everybody likes to generally seem to talk about biology, I guess, but very few like to talk about the other sciences. And I agree with you. I love John. He does go at it as well from an information point of view. That's what my current field is information science. But I make the argument that all fields of science have been started by, not just talk about, but the scientists that started them shared
Christians.
Well, they weren't all Christians, but they all shared scientific evidence for God that started their field. From Mendel's genetics to Planck's quantum physics, I often say, and people will talk about it more.
I was going to say the vast majority of them were definitely Christians. I mean, if you had to go back, I was that they had it was obviously Isaac Newton. You had I had like a list. There was like 40 different people that I was on that list. And I was like, wow, just thinking about it. All these different fields of science that have been, and then of course the man that developed the scientific method, also a Christian.
Bacon.
Yeah, Francis Bacon. That's right.
Right.
And then
Bacon.
It's just I can't memorize names. I'm horrible at that. Actually, it's very specific people that I actually memorize. But
yeah.
One thing though,
go into that sometime. Let me know. Is that again? That's my thing. That's my forte. You got Kelvin. You got Jastrow. You got. Gosh, I love quoting Einstein because it really ticks off the atheists. He was I argue, and it's one of the things Lena hates about me, is I argue he's a Christian.
Yeah, I mean, I like to try, but I know that there was no like specific quotes that he was. Some people try to say he was a pantheist, which even if that were true, that would just say he's not an atheist. So you guys shouldn't be thinking like that. If you're gonna like point to him as a reference of, like how to be as far as like your belief system goes, then you're already wrong. If you're an atheist and you're pointing to him, so it's just kind of funny that they do that.
Here, I got some quick reference on that. Got a meme somewhere around here in this vast archive of craziness. Where you at, Mr. Archive?
Yeah, I remember I was pulling up some quotes from Albert Einstein regarding God and the complexities of existence, and he said, I can't remember the exact terminology. I'll probably have to go and find it again. But it was basically, talking about like how amazing life truly is, and he can't imagine that life could have started without a God, basically. And then I put that quote into this chat, and then all the atheists went insane. They were just like, "You're quote mining. You're crazy."
Yep.
I'm like, well,
Seen this
I
one?
mean, what was it? Let's see.
I am not an atheist. I don't think I can call myself a pantheist.
That's funny.
It's just ridiculous.
Yeah, one of them tried to tell me he was a pantheist, and that's why I was like, okay, I'll take your word for it, man.
They're not. Yeah,
that still makes you wrong.
He used to shout at me being a pantheist, and I was like, no. And it, what's his face? Spinoza. And I proved Spinoza was not a pantheist. People just lie.
Yeah.
About this stuff. It's horrible. Pantheists do not say that God actively speaks to you, like Spinoza says.
Mm-hmm.
Spinoza said in his own books that Jesus was the same God that spoke to Moses, which is why he got kicked out of his synagogue.
Yeah.
So
he's like, before Abraham was, I am.
No, yeah, but I'm saying Spinoza was saying that.
Yeah.
Spinoza was a Christian. People don't know these things. They don't listen. They don't read. They just gloss over. And it's at the front of his book, too, his Politico book, page friggin' 12. Because I grew up thinking, they're all the same atheist dogma. That Einstein was he was a famous scientist, I'd studied relativity and stuff for work, but, I just figured he was an atheist like everybody else.
Right.
And I started reading this stuff. I actually got Spinoza's books, and I'm like, wait a minute, the heck?
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that they try to hide or bury, that are hard evidences that go towards Christianity. And I was having a discussion with a guy named Luca. I guess he's a chemist that he lives in Italy. Mm-hmm. He comes on a lot of these channels, but he's an atheist right now, I'm pretty sure he's actually an agnostic, but he basically counts himself as an atheist with the way he words his arguments and things like that. But anyways, yeah, we were discussing like evidences for like the Exodus and the biblical flood, and I gave him a documentary or two going over that some of the facts that were surrounding the Exodus situation, and I pointed him to patterns of evidence, which I would say they could be wrong, right? But if you're looking at the hard evidence that they show, because they have actual footage, and they have like photographs that don't seem to have any kind of tampering, as far as that goes. I also saw that they had evidence for the Sodom and Gomorrah story as well, regarding like the sulfur that came down from heaven, like the purity of the sulfur. And it's funny because he said that the sulfur that he's used to is yellow. And so if that's the case, apparently that has to be that it's all wrong. And I'm like, so you're saying that that's 100% sulfur? He's like, yes, that's 100% sulfur. And I'm like, well, if that's 100% sulfur, then what would be this white compound that they're finding all over the place over there? I mean, just explain it to me. What's a white compound that can set ablaze and turn blue in heat? That doesn't make any sense. I mean, it has to get really hot really fast. And I'm like, the only thing I could think of would be brimstone, which would be sulfur, just like we're talking about.
Yeah, magnesium is white, I guess, but
does it burn blue?
No, not really. I don't know if I know what brimstone looks like on fire. I have to check that out.
They had if you check it out, just look up the evidence for Sodom and Gomorrah. There's like several channels that were covering this, but it's like these like golf ball sized rocks, and they look white in color.
They got like actual holes still out there.
Yeah, you can see where they had like basically embedded themselves with the heat that was coming off of them, and they're basically like pellets from a shotgun that were coming down from the sky, and they couldn't even tell initially that this was used to be a city. The only reason they were able to find this out was because they saw that there were 90-degree angles in some places, and so they kind of went back and they used that to trace the outline of the city. And then they started to find those pellets all over the place, and they were like, "What in the world happened here?" And then they were able to correlate that with exactly what was talked about in. I want to wait. I'm trying to remember what story that was, or which book that was in. Sorry, it's been a while since I read the story for Sodom and Gomorrah. I want to say it's in Genesis, isn't it?
I'd imagine so, yeah, because that's before the.
Because it's where it's Abraham, then Lot, and Lot was. Because Abraham actually has to go ahead and save Lot from the 5 kingdoms, and then there's they get separated again. He's staying in Sodom, and then Abraham was praying to God that he would not destroy the city if there was even 10 good people or righteous people within Sodom, but he couldn't find that many, of course, and so they still got destroyed. So, that's what I remember of the story. I know that he like questions God like 4 or 5 times, like if there were 50 righteous people, or if there were 40, or if there's all the way down to 10.
Yep, it's awfully sweet of God, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yes, Abraham. If there's not 20 people there, I won't. Well, Lord, what about if there's just 10?
Yeah, what if there's just 10? Come on, like, please spare them. And they also believe that they found Lot's wife, like the pillar that would be counted as her, since she turned around. Now, I don't know that it really is her. I'm not saying anything like that. I'm just saying I think it's interesting that they did find a pillar that was just separated from the city.
Yeah.
That seemed to be like a good distance from it, and it still had similar attributes to what was found inside the city.
Apparently, yeah, they've done some severe excavating out there.
Yeah. And they found there's hard evidence for King David, King Solomon. There's hard evidence for Joseph, the patriarch. I mean, there's all kinds of stuff out there right now that I just think it's insane that people are just overlooking. And the atheists like to just try to discount this stuff. They'll just throw out anything that tries to fit their narrative. And I'm like, man, you really don't think that this is not hard evidence that you guys are wrong? Like. If you find a statue that's not part of like Egyptian culture, that's found right next to the Nile River, then it would make sense that this is and it's also shown to be a Semitic symbol, by the way. But they tried to do some refurbishing to show how this original statue did look, and it had red hair, and it was made to have a coat which had specific color designs and structures that were not found in Egypt at all. And not to mention that there's a portion of the it's like a little lake that comes off from the Nile River, and it's called Bar Yosef, which means Lake of Joseph. So that's, I mean, I don't know how much more direct you can get. That's in Egyptian here. So there's also like evidence that they had the timelines wrong as far as the dynasties in Egypt go. So that could be the reason why we have this supposedly corrupted bloodline. They even had some dynasties that were cut off very short, but they weren't shown to be cut off short, at least as far as the timelines that were given from their chronology. And so when like upon closer inspection, you start to realize that there are other answers that correlate perfectly with the biblical narrative. They had one dynasty that had abruptly ended, and they had another dynasty that never carried out because the son had already died. He had died at a young age. So that I would say would have to be the timeline, where you would start, like, for Moses was there. They also have they found papyri that was in Egyptian, that talked about these specific plagues that plagued Egypt, just like what was written in the Bible. It's crazy. There's just so much stuff, man.
Yep. Yeah, I talk about the cosmological evidence of it, of biblical science too.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I like to like go back to the whole Big Bang Theory and talk to people about that and like how they really think that it makes sense. Because if you think about it, there's a guy that comes on these channels a lot. His name is Leo Phileas, and you've heard of him?
Unfortunately.
Yeah, he's a smart kid, but I think he's got like pride issues. You know, he just focuses so much on what he thinks he knows, and he could be completely wrong the whole time.
Right.
And but the thing is, like, he tries to say that we like know what happened a trillionth of a trillionth of a trillionth of the second after the singularity, exploded forth, and then we don't know what happened before that, right? And
right. He was there himself, right?
Yeah, and I'm like, I don't care what you think you know. That doesn't make any sense, man. Like, think about it. What would cause something to change its state in the first place, right? We're talking about its matter, right? Matter in supposedly in flux of states, but how does it change? If it's so, my understanding of the singularity is it's the same thing as a black hole, but it literally has collected all matter within the universe, and it has condensed itself within a period that's infinitesimally small, which would literally be infinitely small.
It's called a super singularity, right?
Right, and so and it's supposed to be spinning, by the way. So it's spinning in one direction constantly in an insane rate we can't even fathom, right? And then what would it take for that to change states and then all of a sudden explode outward, right? My understanding, if we're talking about, laws here, like you would have to assume that there's going to be a force that counteracts that state of motion, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then it has to be equal to and then more powerful than infinity, based on what we're espousing here, or at least over what I'm hearing from a lot of scientists now. So how do you get more than infinity? I don't understand. First of all, but second of all, where did the energy come from to do that? Like, that has to be something that's input into the system after the fact, not something that's within the system already. You see what I'm saying? Like, you can't change states on matter, or it can't do it by itself. You can manipulate it from the outside, but it cannot manipulate itself from within the same system, right? So that's the problem here. There's no reason given as to why this would ever happen. If it's like, imagine that you have a hill, right? And this hill just goes on literally forever, right? And there's a boulder that's rolling down the hill, right? What is going to cause this boulder to stop rolling? Or what's going to cause it to change its trajectory, right? It's just going to continue to roll infinitely down this hill. It's not going to stop, right? Unless something applies force that counteracts it, right?
The second law of universal motion.
Right. And I mean, this is just basic stuff. I don't understand why this is like controversial. But you would have to apply additional energy to the system from the outside, and obviously that would go against the second law of thermodynamics, because you're supposed to start with you're supposed to start with a certain amount of energy, and then it's supposed to have entropy, and eventually heat doth become, right? So that's my understanding of how it's supposed to work. And I mean, if I have it wrong, then they have to show me how that's wrong. But I'm pretty sure that I have that right from what I remember reading. So
yeah, you do. I was going to ask if you're familiar with that Roger Penrose guy.
Penrose, yeah, you're talking about the guy that was. Hang on. I want to say that he spoke to Hugh Ross, didn't he, on Unreasonable, yes, or Reasonable? I forget what it's called.
He also talks to William Craig a lot.
Yeah. He'd also, yeah. Penrose, I know he's like a hard atheist, but yeah, at the same time, he's more charitable to the theists out there than pretty much any. I would say the only other person I can think of that would be like more charitable would be like Graham Oppie, which, I mean, he's still a little bit arrogant, but I mean, he's not as bad, as most atheists out there.
That's another one of the reasons that Lena hates me so much is because I talk about how he's not an atheist.
Mhm.
And that the one quote that they quote mine him from, trying to allude to that, he was saying that he didn't call himself an atheist directly, but when you read his actual work, he talks he talks about the Christian God often.
Right.
And I brought him up because of your topic. So he back in the 80s, he got about 100 different scientists, including his assistant Stephen Hawking's, to work on that exact problem. How did the universe overcome the super singularity forces to expand? And it took
Exactly.
him about 10 years. Huh?
No, I was just agreeing with you. Yeah.
Yeah. So it took him a good solid decade working on the problem together, and he published it in his book called the Emperor's New Mind. He actually shows the math and stuff, and I really love the book. But he breaks it down, shows it's called a minimum entropy rate, and so he talks about how he uses the word creator. He's not an atheist at all, and
Wow.
basically it's an explanation to answer the question. How does it do it? It is entropy. The energy does normalize, and so there's what's called an entropy probability rate. Basically, the speed of the probability when entropy starts to break a system down, and so that's what they calculated. The minimum entropy rate it was required because because in quantum gravity, photons, massless particles, still attract each other. There's still a gravitational quantum force on massless particles. So that's normally if when photons are left to their own devices, quote unquote natural state, they will come together, and so if that law, that observation stays consistent, then the Big Bang should never have happened. The big crush, whatever they call it, crunch. So that's what they wanted to calculate. So obviously it did, because everything's here. So they wanted to calculate what was that minimum entropy rate, and he came up with it was 10 to the power of 10 to the power of 123.
Wow! Oh my gosh!
How that number is so large that it would be impossible to write it down.
Yeah.
And he says that even if you wrote a 0 on every separate proton and on every separate neutron in the entire universe, and you threw in all the other particles for good measure, you still would fall far short of writing the number down.
Oh my gosh!
Happened. So it has happened. So the way he describes it, God had supernaturally, temporarily for a split microsecond, reversed the natural quantum gravity attraction for massless particles to allow just for a blip second, not even a second. And so that's how the universe is expanding the way, not just overcome those super singularity forces, but is expanding the way it is.
Right.
And it gets even worse than that. So if it was a true, just regular, gravitational force, then things would have quote unquote exploded, and be expanding because of a, explosion effect. But it's not. That's another thing that's really cool, and how this ties into biblical science. So when Panzea discovered cosmic microwave background radiation, everybody found out that there's a minimum, heat map across the whole universe as well. There's a, so it's not, so in an explosion, you being in the military as well, of course, would know this, the outside sphere of it, the outside force is where most of the matter and the energy is, and then it expands, and the center of the explosion dissipates.
Right.
Basically. So
because all the matter from within is going to move outward.
Right. And it was a big problem early on for the Big Bang cosmology because the calculations for that have happened, and which is what Leo and them, regurgitate from atheist mythology, is that so matter had to somehow temporarily figure out how to exceed the speed of light at the beginning of the Big Bang. So, so we found out more recently, about 10 years ago or so now, NASA's what's called their WMAP satellite, and the ESA launched what they call their Planck satellite observatory. It literally mapped the entire CMBR heat trace. It took about 2 years for the Planck sat to do it. It's got the best resolution right now. They're actually throwing up a new satellite this year to make an even better resolution. But basically, so it's not an explosion. The CMBR heat trace is universal. There is a minimum amount of heat everywhere. And it's not even a sphere. It's like an oval shape, and there's a like a solid plane. And then they found out also that superclusters the theory goes that the further out you go, the longer the material is, the longer, the more time it needs to form into complex shapes like a galaxy or a cluster or a supercluster.
Mhm.
So if the thing that we grew up with was true, then all the superclusters would only be on the outside of the universe, but it's not. There are
Mhm.
superclusters that are more complex in the center of the universe, near the center still, than there are on the outside, on the outskirts. So it's the
Right.
exact opposite. So what that says then, and Praise and I talked about it, is that's crazy, Cheryl, is that God has literally been stretching the universe like cloth. In Isaiah, was it 40:22 talks about how
It stretches
Lord,
out the heavens.
yes, the earth is but a circle and people are grasshoppers to him. He stretches
Mhm.
the heavens like a tent, makes his dwelling place. And so all these
Yeah.
superclusters, all these complex structures that we see in the universe through all these heat trace map stuff, it's literally like wads of cloth that you don't really see until the material is stretched out.
I mean, that's just amazing to me.
Yep.
I mean,
And it goes further than
so
that. So there's also what's called the Big Rip now in modern cosmology, because the universe, it's not slowing down.
is that the giant X? I don't remember if that.
Hmm?
There's supposed to be like a giant X that is formed somewhere in the cosmological structure. At least that's what I've heard. It's like the cursed X or something like that, or devil's mark.
Well, you have to tell me about it.
I'll have to go and find the research paper about it. But it was, I think they call it the devil's mark or devil's curse, or I don't forget what the exact terminology.
Yeah.
But
thought I knew
sorry,
it all, man. Tell me more.
yeah. I just remember I heard about this like maybe a couple months ago.
She's laughing at me.
And there's supposed to be like a black area that basically it forms the shape of an X, and that's pretty much all I know about it. I don't really know a whole lot other than that, but it's supposed to be like out there in space, and it's this massive X, and they're baffled by it. They have no idea what it's supposed to.
I did read something
how it's
about how
possible.
there's a big void. I didn't hear it was an X, but yeah.
Okay. But yeah, I can try to find this. The thing is, like I said, I'm on my phone, so if I leave, it'll have me get out of the stream. But
yep, nope. I think I might know what you're talking about. They're concerned because the dark matter, dark energy theory would fall apart if there are places in the universe that don't have any extra matter. The missing matter.
Right.
So, yeah.
That's one of the things, the whole notion of like dark matter and dark energy. Like, I know that these are necessary for like the science, but did they never like question whether or not there's like a foundational like source that provides these things?
So atheists, heck no. They're trying to confirm their religion.
Well, I mean, like, I have seen some secular scientists that will actually think of it in terms of like, maybe there's something outside of these things that's allowing these things to be, but then they never want to assume that it's like an intelligent agent. They want to assume that it's some kind of external force that could be propagating it,
You don't like the universe?
An impersonal, like an impersonal one.
Oh yeah, the deist.
Yeah, kind of like a deist. Yeah, I would say the way that they're trying to put it out there, but I don't know. I've heard quite a few different arguments in that realm, and I mean, it just seems like they are trying so hard. Remember what the Bible says about they suppress the truth and unrighteousness. I mean, I can't think of any better way of putting it.
Yeah, no, it's very true. But the catch is that there's other fields of science that negate all that already, and so it's not just that they're trying to invent crazy crap. They're literally denying science. So I wholeheartedly agree with Einstein when he says it's quote. He said it's absurd when a scientist claims there is no God. So atheists can't be scientists, according to these actual scientists. And so, let me just ask, how familiar are you with quantum mechanics, with wave function?
My understanding of how it's supposed to work is that it actually would require material to preclude its existence in the first place. So, like the quantum realm would actually, in order for anything to come out of the quantum field, it would require material to already exist, and then it would come from like pre-existing material. Basically, that's my understanding of it.
Not necessarily,
which makes it even more like complicated down the road. But
sure.
what was that? Sorry, I get.
Oh yeah, it's actually much more simplistic than that. So
Okay.
the basic fundamental, aspect of quantum physics is what's called quanta, which doesn't technically exist. It's the smallest possibly imaginable, quote unquote
Particles.
substance. It's not even a particle. No, they
Okay.
are basically they're literally just mathematical spins. They are a representation of. They're not even energy. They don't physically exist.
Okay.
It's a representation. They have what's called spin rates, and they have different what's called quantum orbital angular momentum spin
Okay.
rates, and so they start at what's called a zero energy spin, where they're not doing anything, and
Right.
they're formed, quote unquote. So, and this is where I have a lot of fun with atheists, particularly the way like Planck and Heisenberg and even Einstein, where they described all this, is that there is a literal supernatural, what I like to describe as permanent state of the universe, a literal, nature above regular nature, supernatural.
Right.
And whether you want to say God does it or not is that's up for interpretation. But the way quantum physics describes it, and we've got math for all of this. We got Steinitz supernatural numbers. We got the wave field equations you're talking about. Is that there's what's called a wave function that is basically it's a frequency, and again it's pure all mathematical, equation that
Right.
if they have a specific intersection, and there's different ways of trying to interpret where and when they are in the supernatural. What's called the decoherent state is another term used often.
Okay.
When they intersect, it causes a temporary coherency collapse event is one of the more popular ways of describing it. And so that's where God literally regulates when and where he coalesces or temporarily converts, so to say, supernatural into the regular the nature.
Right. Like physical. Yeah.
Right. And so when that happens, that's when quanta starts its zero state energy state, where it's like you were describing earlier. The first law of motion is that any object at rest stays at rest. Well, the same is with quanta, even though it's technically in a theoretical spin, where it's we use the word spin to denote movement. It's really not moving. It's literally has no energy. Can't go anywhere.
Right.
It can't do anything. It requires something external to it. The second law of motion, any object. Well, that's the first law. Any object at rest stays at rest until an external force. So if the universe, when all these different coherency collapse events happen, well, all these quanta come into existence. They're not doing anything. They can't spin. So for it to do something, it has to move out of that zero energy spin. And so we have there's math to calculate, in different shapes, P shapes and S shapes and stuff like that, how the spin changes. And that's where it creates the angular momentum that actually allows the quanta to start moving and interact with each other. And so they'll combine spins, and that's where fermions and bosons and things start to form. And then of course those build up
like quarks and whatnot.
Exactly. You got it.
Okay.
See?
Gotcha.
And so that's the fundamental, I guess, way of describing the existence or how existence comes to be through quanta or through quantum physics. So
I learned a little bit about like nuclear physics while I was on the ship, but it's because I had to like learn about different people's rates and stuff like that. But yeah, I mean that's like as close as I got is just learning about like quarks and things like that, and how different radioactive materials can affect other structures. But
energy states, right?
One thing though, is I've heard a lot of people, especially people like Leophilius, say that like the laws that we are governed by here in the physical they don't apply in the quantum realm, right? Or as far as they are concerned, they just simply don't apply there. And I keep asking them the question, why? Like, why? Yeah. What makes you think that's a true statement? Like, how can you possibly say that when and with a straight face to boot?
I apologize. Repeat the first part. What doesn't exist at the quantum level?
The laws that govern nature here, right? So,
yeah.
There's basically it's an assertion that the laws that we are governed by here in the physical are not the same as the laws that would be within the quantum realm. And I'm like, well, first of all, you would have to show me otherwise. Like I don't know. I'm not a quantum physicist. I have no idea, right? But just to clarify, you have to prove this to me as a layperson that the laws that I'm governed by are not applied to the quantum realm. Okay. And if you're going to call me stupid for not understanding the quantum physics, then that's fine. But you need to still show me that you know what you're talking about, right?
Yeah, it's a cop out. It's again, they're trying to fit the science that theists have developed for the atheist religion. So
yeah,
because quantum physics confirms the existence of God, literally.
No, I agree.
For those,
I completely agree.
Yeah, for those those initial zero energy states to move out of that requires an external force outside of the universe to start
Exactly.
the spin. Not only to start the first energy point, but also to start the first angular momentum changes.
And I try to get that across that this is like this is an essential. Like there's nothing like even if you think that the laws do or are in fact different in the quantum realm, it doesn't change the fact that you would still have to have an external source that's applying additional energy. Like that's a given.
And so it's even worse than that. Not only do you so there's three basic sets of physics. There's three different levels or perspectives, whatever you want to call it. You got the classic Newtonian physics, which is basic determinism, which is what most people kind of, I guess, grow up with in public school systems. And then, of course, there's relativity physics, which deals more with time frames. And then there's quantum physics, of course, which we're talking about. That quantum physics deals more with the probability states. About you have to basically create different observable points for position versus time and things like that. And the problem is that they're all true. They're different. They're different perspectives. They do have different properties, different equations, but they're all still true. And so those of us that actually do this crap for a living, especially like in telecom, stuff I was doing like the SpaceX, we have to learn how to combine all three of these different physics perspectives, especially for like satellites, for telecom and telemetry stuff.
Right.
And it's very, very difficult. Einstein he started it. He called it his universal theory of everything, where he was trying to unify all three branches of physics.
Right.
But we're still working on it today, 100 years later.
Yeah, one man trying to take on the world, apparently.
Well, him and every other scientist, guys like me still trying to work on it. I mean, I'm not working on it tonight, thank God. But still, the point is, we still try to. We still, to be able to pretend to keep track of our satellites, we have to unify all these different seemingly, I don't say contradictory, but there's certainly different laws.
Yeah. I mean, that's one of the things, though, that as a submariner, we had to depend heavily on satellites and where they were. We had to know exactly where the next one was going to be located so that we can get a fix. And sometimes we'd have to go with a one source fix, which was pretty much an inaccurate fix,
Right.
And I mean, if you can't get a two source fix, and it's pretty much you're going to get like super inaccurate readings, and not to mention you had to run off of an RLGN. We had two of those, and so you had sometimes in cases like that you had to make manual inputs just to make sure that it wasn't going too far off track, and you just had to expand the position of uncertainty circle to 3 or 4 miles, 5 miles, depending on how big it had to be, just to fix the correct the correct order. But I was
gonna say, I hope you didn't have to do your own time dilation equation.
I mean, it was the scariest part is whenever you're like coming into a port or something like that, and then all of a sudden you lose all track of your satellites. That's right. That's a bad situation to be in.
Well, you hopefully just point your antenna and wait till you get a response, right?
Well, I mean, because as a quartermaster, you don't get to go up top, and you don't get to look at the satellite imagery or the periscope. So of course they have people in the bridge, and so you're just taking orders constantly. But if like in the event that you, because you have to take from all sources, you have to take from the thermometer, you have to take from the sonar, you have to take from everything that's available sources there, just to make sure that you're not going to run aground. And I used to do all those jobs. I did the radio, not the radar, but the radar, and I had to operate. Technically, I had to operate the periscope, but it was only like in the event that the navigator couldn't do it for some reason. So you still had to be qualified for certain things, and then of course we had to be prepared for like pretty much any given circumstance where we had to be ready to provide data inputs for like torpedoes if we had to shoot those off, or missiles. So there's just all kinds of stuff that went into this, but so we had what they call a VMS, which is a voyage management system, and it receives the inputs from about 17 different sources. and it distributes them evenly so that you can get it onto one chart. And so you'll be able to see each individual source, what it's tracking at, and it'll have a different color for each individual input. And so, again, sometimes you could even put your own manual inputs there as well if you needed to.
Right.
But yeah, it was pretty hectic, man. That's really all how I can describe it.
In the Army, we call that depth.
Depth,
so
yeah.
Yeah. So every person on the squad or the platoon can you have to be trained to do the next guy's job.
Basically, yeah. I mean, as quartermaster, you had to be ready to just take over anybody else's job too, and do your own job at the same time, if in the event that something happens. And so it was one of those things. Like, obviously, even if need be, I would even be able to like run and be the helm. Like, say that we got attacked and then something knocked out the helm. I'd have to go and take over and then receive direct orders from like our officer of the deck or whoever was in charge at the time. So yeah, it's just one of those things. Like, you have to be able to take over positions of other people constantly. And the navigation team, like, they have 7 different positions you have to maintain consistently while you're going into port. So they call it a pilot party. And again, that'd be like the periscope operator, the land tech. They have the radar operator, the pedometer watch, the lookout, and they have the nav, ANAV, of course, the quartermaster. So yeah, if you're kind of all those together, you can also become like navigator qualified and not really be an officer, but it really doesn't help you in the long run if you're not going to go officer. So
you're right. Well, to go back to the physics convo.
Sorry,
yeah, no, I love that. All this, we'll definitely get to talk about it more sometime. But the problem with again, combining all the different the 3 different forms of physics was that it seems on the surface, you can use Newton's physics, Newton's laws to get your rocket going up there, in chemistry, whatever, get it into orbit. And then, of course, people skirt around Einstein's physics of relativity and whatnot. But the problem, so like with GPS, for example, people generally understand that the clocks can reset, they're traveling, X amount of speed. There is a minor, but still over long term, a significant time dilation effect. And so you have to correct for that. And that's generally relatively easy. But when you're dealing with actual spacecraft and custom or unique, satellite objects and whatnot, your antennas aren't always pointing where you want them to. You know what I mean?
Right.
The GPS, they're designed to do a broad wideband, K-band type transmission. It's usually fairly easy to find. Plus, they're trying to track each other and all kinds of things.
Right.
But the smaller stuff, certainly, and the unique stuff, if it loses its trajectory and its antenna is pointing towards Uranus, then you're not going to find it's you're not going to be able to track it as easily. And there's so much junk up there, and it's so hard to do it from the
radio
ground.
signals.
Well, exactly. Well, that's just it. So you have to literally manually calculate. I say manually. We got all kinds of cheat sheets, but you have to break out the freaking time dilation equations and try to half guess, which is all it is. That's the other problem with quantum physics, is mostly guesswork. But
do the satellites? Are they capable of like LF frequencies?
Not normally.
Normally, okay. So I know that like those are like the longest bandwidth that you can like if you're trying to like go from like a long distance. So I wasn't sure if that was something that had to be done there.
I don't think from satellites as much, because the LF frequencies don't travel well through the air like they do in the oceans.
Right. Okay.
So there's a bunch of attenuation. What's that?
Yeah.
Once debated a flat earther, he got so mad he stormed off, saying he would walk to the edge of the earth to prove me wrong. He'll come back around eventually.
That's pretty funny.
I love dad jokes. I don't know why.
That's hilarious, actually.
Say it later for Iger. Oh gosh, I'm sorry. I'm starting to get tired, but
they've already.
I mean, I have seen the videos where like they zoom out or zoom in whenever they're like looking over a horizon and they can see ships and things like that. But I'm like, that doesn't mean that there isn't a curve there. Remember that light curves too, right? So you can perceive things because it's reflecting off of a light as well, right? And if it's coming over a horizon, I mean, you could just be getting like a picture that's being curved so that you can see it. Anyways, that's just the way I see it.
I'm sorry.
Gillespie County.
Gillespie County. She's looking at pictures being posted of power lines sagging because of the snow and ice, and that's what we're worried about. If we lose our power,
Oh wow,
we'll lose our heat.
Yeah, that's
They're
scary.
that bad. They're like, it looks like they're just a few feet off the ground. It's that bad.
Oh man, what the heck?
Yep. Tomorrow.
Yeah, it's crazy. This is gonna be a little off subject, but I saw a picture recently. There was a moose that got caught on a power line with his horns, and they pulled the tension out and didn't realize he was hanging there. And they realized they still had some slack. They were like, "What the heck? I can't pull the slack in." So they go and track the line, and they realize there's a moose hanging out there. And yeah, the poor thing, like, it was just hanging there. And so of course they went and dropped the line safely, made sure he wasn't going to get hurt. But I mean, I'm laughing about it, but I'm pretty sure that was terrifying for this thing.
Yep.
Yeah,
the problem with wave links and promulgation is, of course, the medium that it goes through. So,
right,
we used to, in the old days, I tried to use UHF and VHF, but even that's difficult. So K band and U bands are the current best.
Yeah,
stuff.
the high frequencies. Did y'all probably had to work with spectrometers, right?
Oh,
or,
okay.
There's another device I had to
Army,
do. What's that?
Did you asking him when I was doing stuff in the Army or after?
Well, I meant, I would assume that you probably did in the Army. Oh, I meant like in your working, with like the space. I don't know exactly what you did in your field. Sorry about that.
I
But,
think I've done it all, man. But yeah, it's big sense.
yeah.
I was buddy with the resident metrologist. So
Okay.
so yes, and my stuff calibrated regularly.
Cheryl, I know a little bit about what's going on at CERN, but I'm not an expert on that. Sorry.
Well, I do. CERN's a waste of time. It's a waste of taxpayer dollars, in my opinion. But I don't think it's dangerous. And the whole idea of trying to open that fifth dimension, as some of the headlines are going, that's all tongue in cheek. They got some weird French and some other weird cult thing down there that they're just trying to play game. It's for show. It's like a stage. They're
well, I mean, some of it I think it's just them showing that they really are Luciferians. But even if that is the case, it's just for blasphemy. Like they just want to curse God as much as they can.
I don't know that they're genuine. I can't read their minds, of course, but it's for show.
Right.
It's not trying to literally open some dangerous dark thing, whatever.
Yeah, like open a doorway to hell or something like that. That'd be just insane to think about. But
the way I can summarize that topic is there is a reason why all the other large hadron colliders in the rest of the world shut down, is because they're useless. We've already learned everything we could learn.
Yeah, the Higgs boson has already been found, right?
No. So the Higgs boson does not technically exist. Higgs was a plagiarist. He stole everything he ever published straight from Planck, including Planck's field. They call it a Higgs field. The Higgs boson the Higgs boson never existed.
Wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's crazy. And so all CERN did is a complete fraud. And everybody that's a physicist will go into detail with you.
Sounds like a big money scheme or something.
Oh, it
sounds like a big money scheme.
Absolutely, it's all it is. It's a big taxpayer thing. So what they did, they were randomly trying to just test what's called GeV values to see if they could find, a boson that was vibrating at a certain range, and they spent years on it since the 70s and 80s, and so they think they finally narrowed it down somewhere between 120 and 128 GeVs, and the instruments just couldn't do it. It's all guesswork anyways.
Yeah.
But they basically gave up and said, okay, it's probably at 125 GeVs, probably more than likely. And that was enough to get them a Nobel Prize. And now they got a big, nice, multi-billion-dollar check to upgrade their They're ancient equipment that, again, nobody else in the world uses because it doesn't.
They extrapolated that so far. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's fraud. But the bigger point is that the technology is no longer relevant. We don't need to collide things anymore. The better technology, stuff like the Jefferson Labs and whatnot, where we're more interested in trying to create antimatter and things like that. Antiprotons, antihydrogen, and trying to do some fun things with entanglement, which CERN can't do. So
one thing, I mean, I don't want to get too much in like the whole conspiracy stuff, but I had heard that there was like a lot of paranormal activity that had went down whenever they started messing around with the CERN site, Hadron Collider. But there's something else I had in my mind a moment ago. It had to do with.
Before I forget, so the Higgs boson is it's called a technicolor boson. Go ahead.
Technicolor. Okay.
Yeah. Learn more about that.
Well, I was going to say, it kind of reminds me of the how Dr. Tour was talking about how they've been extrapolating the research papers from the field of origin of life, because they will take the most minuscule thing that they've found, and then they will make it seem like they've answered all these questions when they really haven't even come close. And there's actually more questions on top of whatever they've already been trying to answer because of their finding. And so it gets even far more of a larger concern than what they had to begin with. So I just think it's really interesting how that's been proven now on multiple levels now, apparently.
Tetraquark, that's old stuff too, Cheryl. That was early 2000s. It's just a fancy meson. If they're talking about something to do with tetraquarks being new, then again, it's just fraud. It's not new. It's 20 plus years old.
Buddy. Oh, my son, he walked in here. I'm in my main room right now, but he woke up apparently. Probably because I was playing Blippi in there.
All right, well, if you need to go, man, I understand, but
it's all good.
3:30 in the morning. I love a good science geek convo, man. I never get enough of them. So.
Oh yeah.
Not even at work.
Yeah. I'm just a little bit out of it actually myself. My wife and I, we were trying to watch a movie, but it didn't work out because I don't know if you know about that one that came up from the Daily Wire called Run, Hide, Fight. We were trying to watch it, but apparently you have to be a subscriber to the Daily Wire just to be able to do that. And then I can't even stream it to my TV apparently, so I don't know what's going on with that. But we spent like 2 hours trying to figure out how to get it to stream, and it didn't work. So I was like, oh man.
Yeah, we've been talking about tetraquarks since before I started my chemical engineering undergrad, Cheryl, which is 5 million years ago or so.
By their time standards, yeah.
Holy moly. Yep, you should get there. Ready for freezing pipes.
He's in Oklahoma.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of fraud out there, a lot of misconceptions, and I don't know. So information science, that is all that's left anymore. I think we've solved everything else.
Did you watch the debate between Kent Hovind and Jordan the other day?
Hovind and who?
Jordan, I forgot his last name. I think he goes. He has a channel called Reasons to Doubt or something like that.
I may have.
It was about Age of the Earth, I think it was. Yeah, I asked him several questions about like how did they overcome the issues with like the elementary particles, evolving, right? Like because he tried to explain that because of course the first particles were supposed to be gaseous, right? So we're talking about helium, and that's assuming that helium didn't already have the ability to merge at some point. I try to let him know, I'm like, if we're really putting assumptions out there, why would you assume that anything other than helium existed at first anyways? Because he's trying to say that because hydrogen bonds exist and that it will automatically form those bonds, we can assume that this is how all stars were formed, right?
Yeah, that's dumb.
I was like, well, then you have to show how that's possible with helium, though. That's the problem, right? Like we do know that it's a combustible, you know, gas, but at the same time, that's only under pressure, first of all. And how are you going to get that to come together? Like that's the problem here.
Helium's an inert gas. You talking about helium or hydrogen?
Helium. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the first one, right? That's the first on the periodic table.
No, hydrogen is first.
So hydrogen. Okay.
Yeah,
all right. Well, maybe I had it wrong then. But I was like, how do you get that? I don't understand. If helium, which is supposed to be a gas that does not, it doesn't coalesce, it doesn't come together easily. I just didn't understand how that made any sense because he was saying that all these stars would have to do that, and then I'm like, well, also, what about because there's the issue of pressurization, but he said that doesn't really exist in like temperatures that are like near absolute zero, which is what you find in space. And I was like, okay, well, can you show me the math on that? Because I've never heard of that before, right?
Yeah.
And he didn't really provide very much on that subject, but I was getting kind of confused based on what he was putting out anyways. And I was like, I don't think we are on the same page.
Yeah, I'd have to ask a lot of questions about help follow that, because even at absolute 0 Kelvin, the electrons and stuff, the covalent bonds still they don't stop. The atom can stop.
Right.
They stop vibration, but because IBM and others proved that, but the spins still happen. The orbits still spin.
Right.
So I don't know what they're trying to say necessarily. Yeah, helium is the second element. It's got the 2 electrons in one covalent bond, and
okay,
it's extremely stable. Helium or hydrogen, I mean, is the same. It's only one electron, and it's a single covalent bond. But so for hydrogen to be stable, it needs a second hydrogen atom. So you have to have H2 for it to be stable.
Okay.
2 hydrogen atoms will touch to be stabilized, and so that's all a helium atom basically is 2 fused hydrogen atoms, isn't
Okay, so helium is basically hydrogen, but with without one of the main atoms with 2 electrons.
Well, I would never call it the same as hydrogen. They're 2 different elements, but
yeah,
they've got the same similar structure. Where helium the 2 electrons have already joined the same orbit together.
Okay.
Versus a hydrogen atom by itself only has 1 electron, which is unstable. So it's out there. It's because it wants to balance the electron with another one.
Right.
So for hydrogen to be quote unquote stable, it needs to have 2. So if you go out there and if you go buy hydrogen, for example, for science project stuff, you have to buy it as H2. So it's still
because it only comes in that format. Because it only comes in that format.
Well, that's a stable format. If you have just H by itself, it's extremely
unstable. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, it's already stable, but
I mean, I only know a little bit about it because I had to do like I had to deionize water, and then that would allow us to, of course, create oxygen through an oxygen generator.
Did you ever try drinking that stuff?
Oh, it's disgusting.
Yeah, does it hurt you though?
Oh no, it doesn't really have any effect. I know that you're supposed to be able to cycle it through your system within like I think it's 3 hours.
Really?
Yeah, it doesn't take very long, based on what I was told. But it's funny because my doc was like, if you ever get nauseous, you don't ever want to treat this stuff. It's just gonna make
you never drink it either. You're saying, is that what I'm hearing?
I mean, no, it was just a one-time situation. I was like, this is I don't even know why we were talking about it, but there were some of the guys because it's in the auxiliary department. They're the ones that own that, and so they were like, I'll give you $50 if you drink like that kind of thing.
So you did drink.
Yeah, just a little bit, but
you lived?
I thought it tasted terrible. I was like, what the heck?
Yeah, it's worse than demineralized. Yeah, we had a deionizing water plant back when I was doing chips, and I kept teasing each other. You want to try it? Because we used it for everything,
Yeah.
Washing stuff off and everything, but I was always tempted on taking a quick swig of it, but never did.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't something that was going to kill you or anything like that. I thought it was kind of strange how it tasted, and just the whole situation was. I Basically, so we did a lot of like stupid things, like the cinnamon challenge. I don't know if you ever heard of that, but
Yes.
just to pass time on there. Basically, we were doing all kinds of stupid. We had this thing we called stud relish, which was they made a belt buckle that you could wear that had the name stud relish on it, and so they would like fight each other to get it. They had what they called the upper level mafia, the low level. They had like the different levels or whatever were against each other to try to get this belt buckle, and that went on for a little while. And then of course the Chiefs started catching on. They were like, "No, you guys can't be doing this stuff."
You Navy guys, man. So my dad was Navy. He never told me, but I saw the pictures of crossing the equator and stuff.
Yeah. It's Shellback was stupid. That's all I can say about it. It didn't make any sense.
There's one picture they had him bent over an ironing board that he wouldn't tell me about. But yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
They had one guy that was dressed like a baby during the event. I was like, what the heck? And he's supposed to be like it's supposed to be like a court session. Like, so you had to show up there and you had plead guilty to something, which by the way, it was like all fake stuff, of course. And they'd give you a certificate for your crime. And then the judge was the giant baby that I was talking about, and they had like a jury that was like, I mean, I can't go into too much detail. That's pretty much where I want to leave it. Actually, far, right? Yeah. There's a lot of crazy, stupid things they did.
Yep. They give you guys cryogenic liquids to play with on board?
So I know that in the aft compartment, or there was, I think they had liquid nitrogen. I don't know if they had anything else other than that. That was like extremely cold, but they had to have something that was allowing the potable water to remain super cold as well, because it has to be able to counteract the heat from the reactor.
Right.
They had, well, it wasn't the potable water. Sorry, that was of course, they had the external water, but they had, because obviously, I think that the base temperature for regular interactions there was about 900 degrees or something like that. And they had to be able to regulate that. So I just remember that that's one of the things, and they had to have alternative sources that could regulate that as well.
Emergency coolant.
Yeah, some kind of coolants. I know we had R14. I want to say it's R12, R114 alpha, and then I would guess it had to be like the liquid nitrogen and things like that in the back.
I was asking because we of course, again, microchips, you have all kinds of wonderful, deadly, toxic crap, including cryogenic stuff. But we had a liquid oxygen plant on our dock, and it was supposed to be illegal, but one of the fun, stupid things we could do, that one guy actually got stupid enough to do it, and of course he got fired for it. Is you can fill like or not even fill, just take it like a 20-ounce soda bottle or whatever, and just put like a cup or so of liquid oxygen, and then throw it. It'll go off like a grenade.
Oh wow!
Yeah, just from the shock and the rapid expansion of the oxidizer, it'll actually explode. In fact, they showed us this one safety video. Some guy did that with a 2-liter bottle, and it caused like a 6-foot crater.
Oh my gosh, that's crazy.
Yeah, it was terrible. And of course he was fired.
Yeah. They had
training videos. I'll tell you what. I can tell you some really gruesome ones, but yeah.
They had a guy on my ship that actually had fired around accidentally while he was on watch, and he. Well, I want to say it was either him or one of the guys that was on watch with him was trying to cover it up or something like that. And I didn't get all the details. All I know is that he went to mass for it, of course. But yeah, there's all kinds of stuff that like Navy guys did that were just stupid. They had one guy on one of the ships across from us. He was a rover. You know how like they have us in Kevlar, and you have a shotgun, M500 shotgun, and an M9 pistol. Well, he ended up slipping off the edge of the submarine and into the water. And he drowned, and I'm like, man, why didn't you just toss the gear? Like, what the heck, man?
Right.
Like, it's better that you live, right? Than, I mean, I'm pretty sure they'd have to go fishing for your stuff, but good Lord.
Right. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, in the army, they try to make things what they call soldier proof. If you understand the term, they might have something similar. Yeah.
Yeah, they do.
Sailor proof, but
well, the thing is, we do have rails that go along the top side of the ship that we have to put in there, and that's why I was surprised that he fell off the ship, because I'm like, how far did he go off the edge? Like, how does that even compute?
Wow. Yeah.
Unless they didn't put the rail guards up, but I didn't actually get to see the ship because I think I was on leave at the time this happened. But yeah, they were grieving, of course, and there was a lot of like special trainings we had to go through because of what happened, and I'm like,
corrective actions.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it seemed like we were being yelled at, just for something that we didn't do, basically. But
well, yeah, you have to pass down the heat,
the knowledge. Yeah,
because they were getting chewed out from high above, so they had to pass that down. Make sure, that's how it goes.
Yeah,
disseminate the.
But this is just some of the things I remember. And of course, there's the qualification standards that they had were exorbitant. I would say that they pretty much take up almost the entirety of your time whenever you're there. So.
Yeah, some of the examples for soldier proofing was like connectors and whatnot. I'm sure you've seen like a cannon plug or whatever. Most civilian applications, you'll have one, maybe two, what they call keys, so it can only plug in one way, so you don't break all the pins and stuff off it. But for a soldier-proofed cannon plug, there's like 5 or 6 plus keys, and soldiers will still figure out a way to jam it on there wrong.
Wow.
Yeah. Where there's a will, there's a way.
It's true. I mean, I've seen all kinds of crazy things. I don't know if you've seen it recently. There was this lady, I guess she was on like TikTok or something like that. She was putting hairspray into her hair, and she like ran out of it. So she decided to use the spray adhesive called Gorilla Glue.
I saw that or heard about it. I haven't actually seen it. Yeah, really, that's big news.
I was just like, you got to be kidding me. Like, why? Okay, I can't.
There are memes of that now going around for some reason.
Yeah, I mean, I feel bad for her. Like, I'm not saying this to be harsh against her. I'm just saying I think that's pretty hard. Maybe you might not realize that you might have done something like this too at some level, I guess. But I don't know. I just think there is obviously, because if you look at the product, it actually says not to put it anywhere near your skin, your eyes, nothing like that, right? So it's pretty blatant if you ask me. But oh well.
Well, hopefully she just misidentified the label,
Yeah, I'd rather not see her like try to sue the company or anything like that.
I think that's what
based on what I've seen.
Is she started to sue them, and they're like, "Excuse us, you put that in your hair, lady."
Well, hey man, I'm sorry I degraded the conversation so much. I know it's pretty late over there.
Yeah, I appreciate it. In fact, I'm staying up because you are, so it's your fault.
But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and go, man. I hope you have a blessed night, man.
Oh, you are going?
Yeah, my kids are up. I got to make sure they get back to bed, and I got to get back to bed myself, man.
All right. Well, if you got some cool hardcore science questions, man, next time we'll
definitely, yeah.
Catch you later.
All right. God bless you, man.
Janet, should I about my wrong doctrine? I don't know if you feel like jumping online real quick with me, Janet, as well to talk about it, but or just type it out. But something to do about with Lena or something I've said. So I glanced over at it a while back, but I saw it was shut down, but I didn't like rewind it to see. Like the phrase. Oh, basic Christianity, huh? You're having problems with how to love your neighbor and your enemy as yourself, kind of thing. It's ridiculous. Great apostasy. I like to tease. It's not rocket science. Yeah. What was I wrong about, I guess? About the Trinity? Nice. Yeah. Poor guy. Yeah, no, I'm welcome for civilized debate. That's my only problem, is that they can't be civilized. They can't actually obey Christ. I think one of their biggest beefs with me about their Trinity doctrine was how, I don't have anything against it. I'm not married to it. People can believe whatever they want. I only express my reason why I don't want to use the traditional Catholic version that there's three God, there's God is three persons in one thing, is because there's other religions out there that say the same thing, and that's what they got so upset about. I don't want to avoid. I've actually had. Sorry, I don't care. Exactly. That's the fundamental part of it. If you can't love your enemy as yourself, then you're fooling yourself. You're not Christian. But I've had in-person, face-to-face, debates and stuff of witnessing to other Muslims, to Hindus. I've got a lot of coworkers from all over the planet. My job that I'm at before I was at now, we had Hindus in our office. I had a lovely young lady. She was a software engineer. My director's wife was running one of the billing departments. She was a billing department manager, and we'd go out for lunch. They'd take us, her whole team together. We'd all go out, and they'd try to treat us to fancy Indian cuisine and stuff. Which was I don't think I really like Indian food too much, but they loved it, and we would talk about these things. And so my director and his wife, my director is Texan. He grew up and born and raised Texas, and he met his wife in India, and she immigrated back. And so, but they're both Christian, right? So, and she was raised Christian in India. Her father was some military general there, and he'd helped fight with the British Army and stuff like that, and helped liberate India. And so, they had the Christian perspective, but there was other Hindus in our team that weren't Christian. And so we talk about things like the Trinity and the idea of Father, Son, Holy Spirit, and like, oh yeah, we believe that too. We're like, oh no, no, there's a difference, So that's what I have to avoid. It's for that sake. I can't just agree with the Catholics, because Hindus and others will say, well, that's my religion. I believe God's three persons in one. And whether the Catholics did it on purpose, I don't care. I can't do it. I will cause people to not learn who the Lord is, or I will misrepresent the Bible if I agree with that version of the Trinity, I guess. I don't know. Yeah. Basic respect. Yeah. If you can't respect and tolerate somebody's point of view, no matter how controversial it is against yours, then why should anybody expect for their view to be respected? It's, again, that's common here in America. I assume you're American as well, Janet. That's First Amendment stuff. That's why we put that uniform on, is to protect the right for people to disagree. And if you can't do that, then I'm sorry, you're not following Christ, and you're in the wrong country. I would say. Yeah. Yeah, it's been going on since I started. I started joining these YouTube groups in September, and yeah, I stirred up the hornet's nest. So, so did Jesus. So I don't care. I just want people to be respectful, and so I get upset when people they're just bullies. You can't be a bully for Christ. You can't. Jesus literally says, if someone doesn't want to listen to you, to dust the sand from your feet, from your sandals, and walk away. He'll deal with them later. And I actually tell that to people, Janet, because atheists particularly, though, well, Christians are just a bunch of arrogant, stuck up, bullies, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, no, anybody that is trying to force their religion on you can't be Christian. Because again, Christ says, if someone doesn't want to listen to you, walk away. So anybody that doesn't just walk away, you're disobeying Christ. It's real simple. It's not calculus. Oh, I'm silly. I'm tired. Yeah, I don't know. That's the only. Otherwise, like I would call myself a Trinitarian. Other people say I'm a oneness. I don't care. I tell people I'm a lowly rocket scientist. I'm not a theologian, so I don't care what doctrine I fit in. I will baptize somebody in the name of the Father, the singular name. It's not names. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, and then I'm good with that. If people want to speculate how the Father spoke to the Son while the Holy Spirit's floating around as a bird, I can talk about that too. But I can even talk about it from a scientific perspective. But I don't know. You have to do it civilly. You have a good night, ma'am. Thank you for coming. I'll see if anybody else wants. I got at least 3 other people hanging around. I found a way to find out who it is that's lurking. Who's lurking? Where's that? Participants. Who are you? All right. There's 4 now. You guys want to talk? By all means. Love to chat. I don't want to go to bed yet. I should, but I don't want to. I'm a glutton for punishment. For some reason, I got a sneaky suspicion we're going to. Yes, ma'am. It's only one judge. I've said that to people too. I've said it to other Christians. Thank God you're not my judge. Oh. Yeah. I don't know if I'm going to have to work tomorrow because we might be given a day off even though we're all remote. Just to be fair. They'll give all of us remote slobs a day off too. I don't know. Kind of bummed out because we're not bummed out. It's too harsh of a word. We're disappointed because I've been working on this one sprint ticket for about 3 weeks now, and we were supposed to try to finish it this sprint cycle, but time got away from us, and so the next sprint is today now, Monday. So we haven't even begun to get it tested yet. So we're going to. It's going to be this is going to be another sprint cycle, so get all tested and stuff. But we're making progress. We're taking multiple disparate security algorithms from different protocols and different product lines, of course, and different clients. Everybody's got their own way of doing their little security protocol. And then we use machine language to decipher how to not only make them actually work together, but merge them so we can try to consolidate the different patterns and the different the technologies, the security information technology part of it, to make it faster, compress it for time and for space, because we have the controllers that read all this stuff, they've got very limited embedded memory space. Well, I mean, it's still several megabytes, but the data used is astronomical, so it's limited is the point. We need to save as many scraps of bits and bytes as we can, but so we've been trying to combine all these different security protocols, and then also so the servers themselves, they have to try to identify what they call security patrons, individual people or patrons or objects or even other AI. And so each one has their own multiple access levels for multiple different parts of different places of the facility, or area, or even virtual spaces and whatnot. And then there's time zones, and not by like East Coast versus West Coast, but like this person will have like access level 1 between say for example 8 to 5, and then they'll have access 12 or whatever for this set, and some, and then weekends, and then there's multiple schedules and time zones for people, different security levels, and it gets very complicated. The database can get very giant, especially when you got literally thousands of different patrons on, with even more thousands of different security protocols. And so to combine all that with all the different crazy scheduling and access levels and other things, locations, there's all kinds of stuff. We're trying to make it, again, using AI, machine language stuff to consolidate it, squish it all down, merge, we call it. Merge it all into one simplified little format, little system, so that not only you're basically a security protocol that unites them all, Lord of the Rings type reference. and then there's all kinds of dynamics for it, because the more complicated you try to combine the different information technology stuff, the more diverse it is, in the wider, basically your in goal output stuff has to still stay dynamic, and so you have to plan for and account, have contingencies for if things start to exceed certain, parameters or values or whatnot. And it's relatively simple, part by part, method by method, but the overall thing is a freaking nightmare. So it's been fun. The guy that's helping me with it right now, he's been working on it for the past year and a half. So he keeps encouraging me. Don't worry about it. I love the way he describes it. He says it's like eating an elephant. You got to start somewhere small. So these guys are great. But anyway, so I'm not too worried about today. We missed our self-imposed deadline. I think the primary client, our beta tester, wants it in March. So we're in mid-February, I guess. So we'll get it. We made a bunch of progress Friday. We actually do have a final output. We've got a merge file. We've got I think 4 out of the 5 controller commands, at least, building and talking. We haven't. I've sent mock test commands to the controller just to do just quick security checks and just mock testing bypasses and stuff. And I've already created the methods for the dynamic inputs, so it's basically got to take away my hard coding and let the algorithm do its business. So, and then it stores it as an external list anyways. So it's just a matter of sharing. And we already share other data from that same list to the controllers. So I don't really need to do a whole lot of extra. And it's already talking. The debug lists are already talking. So it's just a matter of, making sure that the data is right. That's the hard part. Making sure the right bits get consolidated properly, so that it not only does the controller understand it, but it does what we want, when we want, how we want, with we want, all that stuff. And so it should be, maybe another day or 2 or less. We start testing it, and of course, QA guys, they'll find all the holes in it. I'll make another week or 2, I guess. But it's been interesting. It's fun because the past info science guys, they've spent over a year on it, and it's brand new technology. It's supposed to be the latest bleeding edge, all that good stuff. But the next paradigm shift, in the security access, industry, and all the manufacturers, they're all catering towards it and making it all, this is what we're going to obsolete all this stuff and this, but we're the first for all the hype, this being the next big thing. Not only are we the only ones doing it, but the main controller manufacturer, they themselves, we send them questions like, how do you do this? Your API here is contradictory. This says this page, this says this other thing in this other page. Well, which line do we need to believe? we send them the questions. It's like, yeah, it's a good question. We'll get back to you. It's kind of fun. So we are on the bleeding edge. Not even the substrate developer itself is aware of what the heck we're trying to do. So we're doing it. We're pushing the boundaries. Poor AI. Making them have to think about things they don't even know what to think about yet, basically. So one of these days we'll make the AI. Well, the AI is already programming itself. We've already got all kinds of dynamic link lists and FSMs and you name it, man. It's already literally making it so. Not this job, but this job is much more relaxed. We actually control our own schedules and our own sprint board planning and our own backlog stuff. My previous job, we were getting into a fancy DevOps application. It had AI ML built into it, where the computer, the AI, was literally starting to help plan our schedule for us, which it's nice. It's supposed to be a time saver thing and whatnot. But the point would be that the more fine tuned and perfected you get the AI to plan your schedule and your product development for you, eventually it won't need you anymore. Yeah. So we're literally programming ourselves obsolete. So way. But yeah, not for security. Humans run security. If we let computers run security, I think Skynet would have already taken over. So we let Skynet kind of teach us how to maximize our access security stuff, the information side of it, but we do it. We don't let the AI. AI can help translate, and again, it can help do these little merge things that we're doing, but that is it. It still has to be verified by a human. So human being, and then of course it has to be audited and certified and recertified and all that jazz. All right. Well, the last two people here that are listening to me blabber, appreciate you. If there's nothing else, I guess I can go to bed. My mind's still racing. Whew. I used to think that I might have gone. I started my degree, that information science master's, that I was gonna grab that and then go back to SpaceX, because it was both was just burning me out. And every once in a while we hear the rocket engine tests out there, it makes me think about it. I miss it. I love those guys. They're fun. It's one of the funnest jobs ever. But it burns you out. Average turnaround rate SpaceX is 2 years. Actually, it's 1.5 years. I'm sorry. Was the average turnaround rate, and frankly, the stuff I'm doing today, I love space science. I love rocketry. I love all science. I love Elon's push for the humanity's backup plan to Mars, and I'd love to participate. That's some groundbreaking. That is bleeding edge technology in so many ways. But I'm kind of concerned thinking about it right now. Just blabbering to myself here at 4 in the morning. Was it 4? Gosh, that I probably get bored if I go back to SpaceX. It's a lot of repetition. It's a lot of data massaging. A lot of AI filters and stuff for all the DCS stuff and whatnot, and all the test data. That's why I got got my degree on that, was because we couldn't figure it out. All the other information scientists were just stumped. We're having massive roadblocks on not just the throughput for processing and collecting the data and storing it and sifting through it, but just to be able to do anything with it is just near impossible now. So it's so much. It's already past team of human engineers and scientists trying to process it. There's no way our teams couldn't process it. We literally, we employed machine language stuff to help break it down. We had, it's half a joke now, but we just as an example, we had this one team on the, gosh, it's been 3-4 years now. Where were they? I think they're on the large. Yeah, they were large site. No, it could have been, yeah, large site component. Anyways, and so we have what's called the Borg Collective, right, which is a giant database for all the stored data, the test data stuff. And normally they would have to look at the output for the test data out of the Borg Collective. Again, was so massive and just so intricate and so useless almost for a human that looking at its data raw in real time was you could look at it because again you're looking at literally tens of thousands of data point captures a second, just millions per minute, and it's just mountains of data. And they had their little GUIs, the software guys, they made the little the SCADA, basically the gauges and the pressure stuff and all the parts for the actual rocket. You can watch what the rocket's doing in real time. So you had these two different systems, and this one team, they got so frustrated that they couldn't basically combine or compare their archive test data with the real-time test data, trying to solve some problems. So they asked my guys to literally point a camera at their computer monitor so they could see their the real-time data output, being collected in real time with the Borg, the DCS test data inputs. So they could look at it. They could look at both basically on one screen or on one video basically. And thought it was silly. So it was like, dude, really? This is a problem when you need to point a camera at your computer. So we figured out a better. We didn't do a literal camera. We got the HDMI converters and we set it up on the network so that and it was dual property. We were able to sync the DCS data with the SCADA inputs for all the rocket parts in the same data stream. So not only did it share the video with the data dump, but you could use some special output stuff to basically look at all of it combined. You can change the speed between the different ones and do all kinds of really fun comparisons, and so it saved their bacon. But talk about it because it shows to hope to show the point that there's a point now in research and development, especially for rocket science, where humans just cannot keep up physically, mentally. It is beyond our human capability to do our jobs in R&D. So Elon, his crazy idea is the Neuralink thing, which you guys are still bothering listening to, might already know, where he literally wants to plug our brains into computers, literally, direct bidirectional, neural lace, they call it, neural interface connections, with the hope. I mean, the public story, the way to sell it, it's going to create all these wonderful new medical, miracles and whatnot, and it'll give sight back to the blind and hearing back to the deaf and help solve all kinds of motor muscular problems and disorders, and which is all true. Get the pipe Bluetooth music straight to your brain, but the real reason, the reason why he started that whole company was to be able to start to hope to process R&D data streams directly in our head, directly with the computer. As fast as the computer can go, hopefully, our brains are just a little bit faster, so we can process this stuff without computers or without, traditional human machine interface stuff, with keyboards or, videos or whatever, we're just raw data dumps. The idea is to hope to translate all the test data straight, which is test data by itself is phenomenally complex, crazy. I mean, you're talking data control system stuff is anything you can imagine, from transducers to, any kind of sensor you can think of. And it's all combined into multiple layers of different, not just systems, but competing systems. These things, there's all kinds of interconnections, all kinds of things that rely on other things, that it gets extraordinarily complex. So, and all that has to be not only collected, but it has to be linked, and then you have to analyze it. And then, so the analysis itself is you have to decompress it, decompile all the different links and stuff like that. So it's just massive processing, and AI does a decent job, but again, even the AI can't keep up, so so the idea is we plug it straight to our brain. Maybe we can keep up with it that way, to be able to listen to music straight in your head is just icing on the cake. So, all right, see 5 people watching, but I'll go ahead and go sleep, I guess, if nobody else wants to talk about anything. Even if there's people out there wanting to call me stupid for the way I convey Max Planck's and Heisenberg's and other people's crazy interpretations of quantum physics. I agree with Robert Heinlein. I'll never learn from a man who agrees with me. So please come and teach me something that you disagree with. Just do it. Civility. That's all I ever ask. You can't be civilized, then go preach somewhere else. Ooh, someone typed, Cheryl, when you get the chance, stomach it. Watch praise from tonight from 7:10 on. Oh boy. So the no gossip channel, gossiping, you saying, Cheryl? Drama. Drama llama ding dong. I used to hear someone say. I heard that in years. That was from Politics Lobby 4. Oh, Lord, you're so good. Well, I'm glad there's a lot of good people out there. That's all I was asking for earlier tonight when I got kicked out, was for people that recognize bad behaviors to say, no. Fix your behavior first, Lena. Then we can hear you browbeat us about how stupid we are about whatever doctrine you want to preach. Thank you, by the way, Cheryl. I'll probably will, just to be at least somewhat more prepared, I guess, if I do rejoin Praise's channel down the road. I shouldn't. What makes me the most frustrated about it, and thank you, Cheryl, you as well, is that it makes Mrs. Joel upset. I literally hate that. When she gets upset, the world just needs to burn, I guess. I don't know. I do my best to keep my control, my composure, but so I need to pray about that. I need to pray about, because it's literally, it's kind of a conflict between dear sweet Gavin and Jesse and them asking me to come back and help Lena expose herself, basically, is what they're doing, versus respecting my wife. She didn't want me to go back. If she changes her mind, it'll be easier, but if not, then well, I am the husband. I am the head of the house, but I respect my wife. She is me. Her and I are one flesh. Her and I share in the blessings of our salvation with the Lord. So, and I love the way she puts it too. We'll get into like really, we'll get into shouting matches. We'll fight. We'll get the sparks flying. She says, as iron sharpens iron, sparks fly. But she'll say, yeah, you're the husband, so whatever you say goes. But she will let me know if I'm wrong. And I love that. I need that. She's the one that taught me that Highland quote. I'll never learn from a man who agrees with me. So she is my equal. It's cute because sometimes I do say I'll bring up the husband's authority, whatever stuff, scripture. I'll be like, it goes from God to me to you, and she'll just look at me. I'm like, I know, okay, I'm dead. So we have a lot of fun, but still. And I hope you guys enjoy it. Hope you guys enjoy our interactions. The Lord blesses you guys, and I hope that's our prayer. Of course, every married Christian couple's hope is that they see the Lord through them. So, but alrighty, yeah. If you got questions about CERN or any of that science gobbledygook, man, that's my thing. I don't get to talk about it enough. I mean, Matthew and I got to talk about it for a few hours, which was lovely, but we didn't even scratch the surface. And I don't like to. A lot of people, I guess, get turned off by it because people get their egos involved. And, well, you're wrong about this and that, and blah, blah, blah. I'm the exact opposite. Again, everybody's equally intelligent. Everybody's got their opinions and things. I just want to share the science. And I love to quote Einstein so much because he was always so darn right about so many things, including that. He said, if you can't explain it simply, then you don't understand it well enough. So that's my challenge. I explain this to my children, when they're little kids. They're like, I say, as an example, so my son Matt, he's in there in the other room now. He's up playing games with his friends, and we're at some dental office, right? He's probably 9 years old, 10, maybe 10 at the latest, and we're sitting in the waiting room, right? And they had this old. This is, gosh, he's 25 or 6 now, so this is 15 years ago. Gosh, I'm old, but the only TV they had in there was an old school, a cathode ray tube TV, right? You didn't have a plasma TV or flat screen, and it was broken, right? So, and the magazines all suck. So we're sitting there, literally bored, and I just started explaining to them how the technology was developed and how the CRT TV worked. Talking about the tube and the electron gun and all the oscillators and the power regulators and all that stuff. And he's being sweet. He's listening to it, and finally, after about 5-10 or minutes or so, I don't know, he finally just looks at me and he's like, Dad, you're a mega nerd. It's really cute. It's stuck. I don't know if you heard me or not. Did you hear me, Matt? He's probably got his headphones on. That would be cute if you heard me because he got quiet real fast. Yeah. Oh, so that's my thing. I love, and I tell Kelly, I bought I've got this 2 foot tall stack of it's called the kernel logic circuitry trace for the old Amiga computers. It's all the literal schematics for not just the motherboards, but the actual kernel logic, the actual kickstart, the ROM of the whole system. And it's very deep and complicated, and well, actually, it's very simple. It's just very complicated. And I bought that years ago because I thought, my kids are going to grow up, they're going to be nerds like Kelly and I, and I'm going to, I want to teach them. I want them to get the education I never got, and not only show them, how to use a computer, but let them learn on their own with my help how the circuits work, how the logic works, how not just the software, but how the hardware is programmed, all the intricate details. And I had all the references, and but they didn't. They're all very smart kids. Everybody's smart, but none of them wanted to learn Amiga processor kernel logic with Dad. So I can barely get them to want to learn how to work on a car. So so I gotta wait. Oh, it's funny because Mrs. Joel, she's got a bunch of friends that she plays on this online game. She plays Lord of the Rings online. And there's this one kid, he's like 25, 26. So he's about the age of our kids. And he's got his chemical engineering degree, and he's talking nerd science. He's talking about his what was it? Something about gold band oscillator. He's popping components off of circuit boards he's trying to scrap for gold. And I told him that's not real gold. But she was suggesting to me privately if I should take him under my wing and see if he could kind of be the electronics and quantum physics and quantum chemistry nerd kid. But I don't know. Blah, 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 blabber, blabber, blabber. Yep, I am philosophizing now. Good morning, Jeremy. I'm going to link the StreamYard link again. Yep. Thankfully, you're not as crazy as me, Cheryl. So, because it's 4:30 here. You are welcome to come chat for a bit, Mr. Jeremy, if you want. I'm open to any topic, as long as it's civilized. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, my kids, our youngest is 21 now, and they went through those phases, I guess, but our daughters are super cute because they're both pregnant now. And so they're asking mom every weird question under the sun, you know. Our daughter, especially our youngest, she's in the Philippines right now, and she calls us up and she's like, "Mom, we're driving down this really bumpy road. Is that safe for the baby?" All kinds of there's laughing. It's like, I don't know, how bumpy's the road? You know? Yeah. I think 13 for girls is the worst, and then probably 16-ish, 17-ish. Yeah, it's worse for boys. They're boys. They trying to try out their stallion legs. You know, they try to prove they're the man. You know, they don't need mom and dad anymore when they do. But and I went through that phase too. Mrs. Joel says that boys are easier when they're young. Wait, how she put it? No, boys are easier when they're older. I think she's not here right now, but and they're more difficult when they're younger because they try to kill. You know, they're trying to stop them from killing each other. And then the opposite for girls, they're easier when they're younger because they're usually sweet and compliant, and then they're harder when they get older because they get all rebellious. So. That 17 is rough, or what? Or Jeremy's comment, or the link you were talking about earlier, Cheryl. I'm sorry. 17 is rough. I agree. Yeah, especially for boys. Yeah. Our two daughters, they seem to chill out 15, 16, 17-ish. You know, I said seem to chill out. I mean, especially my it was weird. The homeschool's rough, thankfully. Yeah. Did you graduate early? I bet, Jeremy, because I most homeschool curriculums put public schools to shame. I didn't see Lena say anything specific about science. I caught where you said to check out the last 25 minutes of Praise's stream. Was there something I missed? Oh, here we go. Lena said, you, Joel, should never share the science as it pertains to the Bible. That doesn't mind. She doesn't mind when others do, apparently. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Makes me really worried when people say stuff like that, Show. I don't know what her motive is. She tried to explain to me once when I really nailed her down on it, was that she thinks that I'm going to mislead people from the Lord in the Bible by showing how science demonstrates God exists, or that there is scientific evidence for God. And apparently that bothers her. She thinks that'll mislead people from God, which is, I'll be nice. That's just ridiculous. I want to say a different word, but that's everything that I've ever learned in my career, is that science can only be used to better understand God and how he does things. There's no other reason. There's nothing else we can do with science other than to learn God. I love how Einstein put it. He said, if I don't have the direct quote from me, he said that, let me do that. Let me quote Dear Sweet Einstein, that Lena seems to hate too for some reason. I love how he puts things. So Einstein said, I want to know how God created this world. I'm not interested in this or that phenomenon in the spectrum of this or that element. I want to know his thoughts. The rest are details. Amen. That's all I want to know. And then Jeremiah chapter 22. Let me get that. Mrs. Joel shared me this quote over a year ago, not 2 years ago, maybe. And it made me absolutely fall in love with her and the Lord all over again. I'll share it. It's a meme. Oh, this is what Dear Sweet Lena hates me for. Right here. Here we go. This is what the Lord says. He who made the earth, the Lord who formed it and established it. The Lord is his name. Call to me, and I will answer you and tell you great and unsearchable things you do not know. Jeremiah 2-3. That is science. That's all science is. Listening to God tell us great and unsearchable things that we do not know. It was a Christian that developed the scientific method specifically to satisfy 1 Peter 3:15, to always be ready to have a reason for your faith, to always explain the reasons why you believe. That's science. And that's what I guess people rail against me. The atheists, for sure. Atheists go nuts. I love it. I love making atheists go nuts because they, if I used to be an atheist when I was in high school. I would have loved for somebody to explain this stuff to me back then. It would save me some time. But I don't know. Yeah. Dude, I mean, okay, I'm gonna you got me going. I'm gonna go on a rant now. God created everything by number, weight, and measure. In the absence of any other proof, the thumb alone would convince me of God's existence. I have a fundamental belief in the Bible as the Word of God written by those who were inspired. I study the Bible daily. Sir Isaac Newton, greatest physicist in human history. I believe that the more thoroughly science is studied, the further does it take us from anything comparable to atheism. If you study science deep enough and long enough, it will force you to believe in God. Lord William Kelvin established the laws of thermodynamics. Yep. Robert Jastrow. He's supposedly another agnostic, but he said, astronomers now find they have painted themselves into a corner because they have proven by their own methods that the world began abruptly in an act of creation to which you can trace the seeds of every star, every planet, every living thing in the cosmos and on the earth. And they have found that all of this happened as a product of forces they cannot hope to discover. That there are what I or anyone would call supernatural forces at work is now, I think, a scientifically proven fact. Robert Jastrow, he is the founding director of NASA's Goddard Institute of Space Science Studies. He wrote that in his own science book titled God and the Astronomers back in 1978. That's all I'm preaching. Is what Mr. I don't know. I don't care if Jastrow was a Christian or not. That's irrelevant. I agree with the science. And it proves the Bible. proves God exists. Everybody loves Hugh Ross. He says astronomers who do not draw theistic or deistic conclusions are becoming rare. This is back in 93. And even the few dissenters hint that the tide is against them. Jeffrey Burbidge of the University of California at San Diego complains that his fellow astronomers are rushing off to join the first Church of Christ of the Big Bang. Paul Davies, he's a famous physicist. Doesn't get anywhere near as much credit as he deserves. He got a Kelvin medal and a Faraday prize, which is freaking impossible. People don't even know what these things are. He said, it may seem bizarre, but in my opinion, science offers a surer path to God than religion. And I agree with that. Ernest Walton, 1955 Nobel Prize in Physics. He was the first physicist to smash the atom at Cambridge. He said, quote, one way to learn the mind of the Creator is to study his creation. Lena, we must pay God the compliment of studying his work of art, and this should apply to all realms of human thought. A refusal to use our intelligence honestly is an act of contempt for him who gave us that intelligence. Amen. I already quoted Einstein. Freeman Dyson. For those who don't know who Dyson is, he is the only man on the planet that Princeton said could fill Einstein's bunny slippers. They gave Dyson Einstein's professorship position after Einstein passed away. I especially love his quote. As a technologist myself, he says, technology is a gift of God. After the gift of life, it is perhaps the greatest of God's gifts. It is the mother of civilizations, of arts, and of sciences. He also said, you ask, what is the meaning or purpose of life? I can only answer with another question. Do you think we are wise enough to read God's mind? I love this stuff. Oh. Hey, Olive. Sorry. Cheryl got me going off on a rant. Here's Mr. Einstein again. He said, the more I study science, the more I believe in God. So she can smoke that. Joseph Tyler Jr., he got his Nobel Prize back in 93. He's the guy that discovered the first binary pulsars, which is freaking crazy. It's a whole other fun topic. He said, a scientific discovery is also a religious discovery. There is no conflict between science and religion. Our knowledge of God is made larger with every discovery we make about the world. Amen. Dude, Sir Thompson. He's the guy that actually discovered the electron. That's how awesome this guy was. He said, as we conquered peak after peak, we see in front of us regions full of interest and beauty, but we do not see our goal. We do not see the horizon. In the distance towers still higher peaks, which will yield to those who ascend them still wider prospects, and deepen the feeling, the truth of which is emphasized by every advance in science, that great are the works of the Lord. End quote. Stuck as a goosebump. Sorry. This is stuff I live for, guys. Some more Hugh Ross, some more Newton. Planck. Planck is awesome. Max Planck, he's considered the founder of quantum physics. He got his Nobel for this discovery of quanta. He actually, there's a bunch of work before that, of course, but he boiled it all down. He made it possible to turn into a field of science, basically. He says, or said, there can never be any real opposition between religion and science, for the one is the complement of the other. Every serious and reflective person realizes, I think, that the religious element in his nature must be recognized and cultivated if all the powers of the human soul are to act together in perfect balance and harmony. And indeed, it was not by accident that the greatest thinkers of all ages were deeply religious souls. Unquote. I use his work often to explain how quantum physics, or Planck's interpretation of his own quantum physics, I should put it that way, that Lena likes to disagree with how it proves God exists. Planck says that matter that the material natural world does not exist at all, and that everything is literally the mind. He says God's mind is literally the matrix for all matter. I translate that as in modern English by saying the quantum physics shows that reality is literally the figment of God's imagination. Here's a long quote from Gregor Mendel. He is the founder of modern genetics. Darwin never published a single. Oh wait, I take that back. He did publish one original idea. Everything Darwin ever published was all plagiarism, all of it. The one hypothesis that Darwin ever thought of on his own is called pangenesis, and he still wasn't even his own. All he literally did was, because those sponges, the way they reproduce, they have what's called gemmules, because they don't have actual, like testes and ovum and stuff like that. So they have these little particles that they kind of spread. And Darwin said that all life does that. The human beings, everybody has these gemmules that float around, these little particles that float around all parts of our body, picking up little pieces of things here and there across the cells, and then eventually spread to our children. And it was absolutely stupid. They even when he first published it back in the 1800s, everybody's like, "This is stupid. Who are you?" kind of thing. So he never developed the theory of evolution. That has nothing to do with Darwin. He plagiarized that directly from Lamarck and Paley, while Darwin himself was going to Christ College, and Darwin admits it. Darwin, in his own work, published that his favorite textbook at Christ College was William Paley's Natural Theology textbook, which is the beginning of the theory of the idea that God created life through a common design of common ancestry. But anyway, so the real father or founder of modern genetics was this guy named Gregor Mendel. He was a Catholic monk in what's considered now the Czechoslovakian Republic of Czech, and he was at a monastery, farting around with flowers mostly. Right? He's just a gardener, just spending his days, And he started experimenting more specifically with pea plants, right? Trying to create different hybrids and stuff, and started noticing there was patterns in the hybrids that he was making. And so he was the guy that came up with recessive and dominant genes. Well, he called them something different than genes, I forget, but still, the recessive versus dominant traits. All the things that we use today in genetics all the nomenclatures came from Mendel. So he is the founder of modern genetics. So not only was he a Catholic, but he was an Augustine friar, being reminded over here. He said, quote, to explain the supernatural aspect of what he developed for genetics, he said, Jesus appeared to the disciples after the resurrection in various forms. He appeared to Mary Magdalene so that they might take him for a gardener. Very ingeniously, these manifestations of Jesus is to our minds difficult to penetrate. He appears as a gardener. The gardener plants seeds in a prepared soil. The soil must exert a physical and chemical influence so that the seed of the plant can grow. Yet this is not sufficient. The warmth and light of the sun must be added, together with rain, in order that growth may result. The seed is the seed of supernatural life, of sanctifying grace, cleanses from sin, so preparing the soul of man. Make sure I'm not reading this wrong. Let me restart that sentence. The seed of supernatural life, of sanctifying grace, cleanses from sin. So preparing the soul of man, and man must seek to preserve this life by his good works. He still needs the supernatural food, the body of the Lord, which received continually develops and brings to completion of the life. So natural and supernatural must unite to the realization of the holiness to the people. Man must contribute his minimum work of toil, and God gives the growth. Truly, the seed, the talent, the grace of God is there, and man has simply to work, take the seeds to bring them to the bankers, so that we may have life, and life more abundantly. That is how genetics started. The guy that first thought of all the genetic frameworks that we work with today, that's how he explained how his field of science works supernaturally with nature. I apologize if I don't. I've been trying to switch back over to see if you guys are asking any questions, but you guys that signed off, I do hope you naturally, of course, have a good night. Still got 4 watchers, so if anybody wants to talk about this stuff, let me know. I'm just kind of blabbering until someone else wants to say something, talk about something other than Lena. Arthur Compton, founder of the Compton effect, which is absolutely critical for atomic science. He said, "For myself, faith begins with a realization that a supreme intelligence brought the universe into being and created man. It is not difficult for me to have this faith, for it is incontrovertible that where there is a plan, there is intelligence. An ordinarily unfolding universe testifies to the truth of the most majestic statement ever uttered. In the beginning, God." Amen, sir. He also said, "Science can have no quarrel with a religion which postulates a God to whom men are his children." Good old Max Born. He's another founding father of quantum mechanics. He said, "Those who say that the study of science makes a man an atheist must be rather silly. Something which is against natural laws seems to me rather out of the question, because it would be a depressive idea about God. It would make God smaller than he must be assumed. When he stated, that these laws hold, then they hold, and he wouldn't make exceptions. This is too human an idea. Humans do such things, but not God." Good old Paul Derrick. They often try to call him an atheist. He did a bunch of quantum electrodynamic stuff, but his famous quote is that God is a mathematician of a very high order, and he used advanced mathematics in constructing the universe. It doesn't sound very atheistic to me. I hear you, Jeremy. Well, if you guys want to jump in, let me know, man. I'll send the link again. Thank you for stopping by, Cheryl. God bless you as well, man. Remember, Lena got mad at me for bringing up Werner Heisenberg again. He's another quantum physicist, founding quantum physicist. He's responsible for developing what's called the uncertainty principle, which before he discovered that, quantum physics was relatively useless because it's all just variable, wave functions built on probability curves stuff, which you just can't interpret logically, or you can't put it to use if everything's random. So he came up with this uncertainty principle to literally define and how to calculate even the uncertainty in any curve ratio, and that way you can anticipate it and minimize it. And that's how we actually do things for microchips and for nanobots and stuff like that. Is we literally will calculate a predictive or pre-calculated either time or location quantum placement curve, and then we'll say, okay, well, this piece of quanta, this particular element of this piece of dopant, we can calculate that this is going to mix here, and it's going to join spins here, and then at this precise time, it's going to land on this piece of substrate or on this other piece of chemical just at the right time. So we literally use math to try to predict, how God's going to allow these reactions to happen at the fundamental quantum level, and then so we can use them in an actual human manufacturing process to build them up from the quantum level up. And it's not easy. Get a lot of scrapped wafers pretty easy sometimes if you're off a little bit. But anyway, so that's Heisenberg's genius. He helped us make quantum physics actually be able to do things, And so he said the first gulp from the glass of natural sciences will turn you into an atheist. But at the bottom of the glass, God is waiting for you. In the history of science, ever since the famous trial of Galileo, it has repeatedly been claimed that scientific truth cannot be reconciled with the religious interpretation of the world, Lena. Although I am now convinced that scientific truth is unassailable in its own field, I have never found it possible to dismiss the content of religious thinking as simply part of an outmoded phase in the consciousness of mankind, a part we shall have to give up from now on. Thus, in the course of my life, I have repeatedly been compelled to ponder on the relationship of these two regions of thought, for I have never been able to doubt the reality of that to which they point. And that's exactly my point, ladies and gentlemen. We have to use science to understand God. That's the only purpose science has. Albert Einstein. I am not an atheist. I don't think I can call myself a pantheist. Nicholas. We are in the position of a little child entering a huge library filled with books in many languages. The child knows someone must have written those books. It does not know how. It does not understand the language in which they're written. The child dimly suspects a mysterious order in the books, but doesn't know what it is. That, it seems to me, is the attitude of even the most intelligent human being toward God. Amen, sir. Johannes Kepler. He's one of the famous German early astronomers. He is the father of the laws of planetary motion. He developed what's called the music of the spheres that Einstein uses to kind of bash on atheists with, basically, to pick on them. He calculated that that the way the planets spin and orbit actually has a mathematical pattern in them that you can literally translate into music. And there's YouTube clips about it. It's actually pretty cool sounding. But he said, those laws are written. My gosh, I can't even see the screen now. Those laws are within the grasp of the human mind. God wanted us to recognize them by creating us after his own image so that we could share in his own thoughts. And if plenty allow us to say so, our understanding is in this respect of the same kind as the divine, at least as far as we are able to grasp something of it in our mortal life. It was a little cryptic, but there's the quote where Darwin called himself a theist before he lost his faith. Poor guy. Gottfried Leibniz. They're just things I've collected over the years, Cheryl. My debate mats, I call it. Something Mrs. Joel taught me as well. She's got I don't know how many thousands, literally, of quotes that she's collected over the years. So I call her my resident quotesmith. So I started collecting my own. See the video Thunderfoot put out tonight trying to debunk SpaceX. I have not. But if you saw it, Jeremy, and you want to talk about it, by all means, man, I'd love to hear people debunking SpaceX or whatever. How do you debunk a private company that sells space launch services, basically? They're trying to debunk all space science or just SpaceX, I guess. The cost? Yeah, that sounds like some good old-fashioned Russian propaganda. Poor Eskimos can't keep up. Oh, it doesn't even have to be Russian. So there's a bunch of other private space industry companies out there as well. The main competitor for all of them is called ULA, the United Launch Alliance. And they're a loose conglomeration of companies like Boeing and Lockheed and somebody else I forget. But they're the ones that have been getting most of the no bid contracts from the government for decades, since like the 80s and 90s. And they actually get special treatment. So, for example, they're the only private company that gets a renewable $1 billion budget renewed every year from Congress as some sort of emergency development thing, whatever. So if the Air Force or so the military basically has some sort of emergency mission that they need drawn up and throw something out in space, then that extra $1 billion, whether or not ULA spends it or not, they get it, right? Yeah, there's no such thing as atheist scientists, Jeremy. Atheists, by definition, cannot be scientists, as Einstein detailed, because scientists rely on evidence for their beliefs, primarily using the Christian scientific method. Atheists rely on a lack of evidence for their beliefs specifically. So atheism is by definition anti-scientific. You cannot be an atheist and a scientist at the same time. It's an oxymoronic term. But yeah, no, I'd love to share details. You want to get on mic, or just you said you're shoveling ice or snow or something? I was just getting at how ULA they get a lot of unfair business practices. They're basically a monopoly, and when dear sweet Elon came on the scene, he of course challenged their monopoly, and so it's been a political battle since. There's been actual congressional hearings about it. John McCain, for example, him and I forget the other senator now, but there's these two primary senators going back and forth, trying to make it illegal for private United States, U.S.-based space companies to develop any of their technology using Russian technology, using the RS, Russian ex-Soviet rocket engines. And of course, that's all ULA uses. ULA not only do they get an unfair monopoly with the government, but they cheat. they let Russia do most of their development work for all their Delta and Atlas rockets. And so for about a year or two, it was illegal for ULA to launch a rocket. It was against the law. And that helped Elon and Blue Origin and all those other guys, Galactic, what's the other one called? I forget now. Help get them, kind of a start, because those budgets for government spacecraft stuff had to go somewhere. And I think John McCain, somebody reversed the law, a few years later, so they're back in business, of course. But anyway, and then there's this another famous incident where an actual chief executive engineer of the ULA was caught on microphone on hot mic while giving a conference somewhere once, where he literally said that the company was worried that they will not be able to compete with SpaceX because of the price differences. And of course, he got fired, but yeah, poor guy. But no, they've admitted it, that they can't compete with SpaceX anymore, hardly. Yeah, but doing something outside of academia would be my first question, Jeremy. If he's just an academic getting paid to work at some what I call atheist church school, I still wouldn't consider that scientific work. I learned that the hard way myself, that everything that schools teach is literally 20 plus years behind what we actually do in real science, the real field. The schools don't develop anything. They're basically like CERN, these other government entities, where they literally just work on old crap that nobody wants to spend money on just to justify getting taxpayer dollars. Cool. You like Jesus, huh? Jesus was a carpenter. Well, there's a lot of science to carpentry and farming for sure. Agriculture. Not just GMO stuff either. But yeah, no, if you were an agricultural scientist that claimed that God might not exist due to a lack of evidence, you're not a scientist. Sorry. scientists only look for evidence, test for evidence. Even if you think you come to a good, solid conclusion, that's the other thing atheists lie a lot about. There's never a scientific consensus, quote unquote, is scientifically impossible. Because even if you think you've got a good idea and people generally agree with it, then you have to constantly, the scientific method says you have to constantly test it, retest it. You never stop testing things, never. That's how NIST works. That's how we do things in science. Because like Planck said, you never know when we have no right to assume that any physical law exists at all, much less will continue to exist if it seems like it's existing right now. Things can change. Our understanding of science changes. So as soon as someone says there's a consensus in science, you've left science. Ugh. Oh. Anyhow, so yeah, there's a lot of competition. There's a lot of fraud. There's a lot of crap, of course, in every industry, but including the space industry. So for somebody who wanted to try to say that SpaceX's price points are false, well, we could go ask any of their clients. SpaceX makes its prices public. It's on their website. There's a private citizen. I was reading about him just the other week. Jacob Isaacman, I think his name is. He is an amazing guy. In fact, I was telling people recently about how he kind of made me kind of feel a little sad for myself, I guess. But so he's another computer geek, right? Growing up like me, he's 15 years old and working for CompUSA, right? And he admits in his book he was poaching their customers. He'd say, "Yeah, you can pay this, and I can fix it for you here in the store." But he's like, he'd tell him, "I'm also running my own shop in my garage. I'll charge you this to fix this problem, right?" And so people bring it to his parents' garage. But and that's how he got his business started. And one of his clients happened to be the CEO for MSI, for one of the major IT security firms back in the day, and was so impressed with the kid that they wanted to hire him for their IT department. And so he started. Well, again, if you have a specific thing, Jeremy, I would love to analyze it together. But otherwise, I appreciate it. Yeah, I probably will. I'll check them out, especially if you want to talk about it later. Anyway, so this kid, and I was like, I was like that. I started programming, teaching myself how to program when I was 8 years old. So 15, I was running all the BBS. I had like 300 different sysop connections on BBSs around town in Houston, and I was building custom computers from scratch and all that crap. A big computer geek. So I could have done all that if I just had the ambition for it. Anyway, so he gets these highfalutin clients. He gets hired as an IT guy underage. And within 6 months, he comes up with this idea to make point of sale systems more efficient, basically, to be able to process credit cards and debit cards and stuff like that off the internet. And because that's what he was doing for MSI. And he saw a much, much simpler way. He said there's just way too much red tape. It's like you had to take out a commercial, building license agreement to get one started. So he simplified it, and he was still underage, but his grandfather gave him a $10,000 check, and so he built himself some computers, bought a telephone line in his parents' garage, and then he hired his dad, because his dad was a salesman for home security stuff, right? So he hired his dad to help sell this product because he was rightfully so. He's thinking if they saw this kid trying to sell this product, like, oh no, thanks, but we'll pass, So he sent his dad out, and he's joking, but he never met any of his clients until like 5 years after he started his business. Stuff. Hide the fact that he was a kid. But anyways, long story short, so he got his niche, and his company now. It changed names like 3 times now. Phase 2 or something like that. Phase 4, I think it's called now today. And he's in his 30s now, and his company's worth $6 billion. They're estimating his worth is about 2.3 billion. That's B, not million, billion. This kid's a billionaire, multi-billionaire, off an idea he learned that any kid like me could have just come up with, probably, back in high school. So, anyways, so he's he's in the headlines now because he has bought a Falcon 9 Crew Dragon from Elon, and him and 3 of his friends, they bought a crew space for 4. They're going to be the first all civilian crew to be launched in space next year. They're talking about this year, but probably next year. So the speculation is that Roscosmos, they charge, or NASA was paying about $25 million per seat. So that's the best guess. The SpaceX, they haven't released their deal yet with this billionaire genius guy. He's not even a genius. He was in the right place, and he admits it too. He said that it wasn't that he was so smart. He just came up with the good. He didn't know. He had no idea his ideas would be that good, and it burnt him out. He said he hated it. He was working 24/7 to keep that business going for a while. And he literally had to just almost quit it. He had to leave it, and that's where he picked up his love for aviation, for flying. He starts with Cessnas, and then of course he bought himself a jet. Oh, he bought himself a MiG. He used MiG aircraft, and actually broke a world record. He has the current record for the fastest circumnavigation of the Earth in a light jet fighter, or just jet aircraft. And so that's why he wants to go. 2 reasons. He wants to go fly around the world in orbit in space, because he just loves space. He loves flying, but he's also doing it as a charity drive for the kids' cancer thing. Jude's, I think it is, the Jude's Hospital. He's already got like 100 million something already donated himself to it. So he's trying to see if he can get more, interest into donating from his SpaceX ride. So whatever this other guy you're talking about wants to complain about, there's other people out there that show that, this guy, he's a self-made billionaire. He could buy a ticket anywhere. He can go to Russia if he needed to, or the ESA. He can go to the ULA. ULA's got their little Starliner piece of crap. I mean, they're less than optimal, crew delivery system. They're trying to get off the ground, which they can't. I'm trying to be nice. He could have hired anybody. He could pay. If SpaceX was too expensive, or they're lying about their prices, like this guy's saying, these types of people, they could go elsewhere. There's options. The market is, there's no longer a monopoly. Elon Musk broke the space launch service industry's monopoly. But now he's buying SpaceX. So that was a really long story, wasn't it? Yeah. Roscosmos, they were charging $75 million, I think, per seat. They were gouging the United States to launch our astronauts. Stupid. But when you're the only dog shooting stuff into space, like I said, you can name your price. But yeah, so space. So only another interesting fun fact: only about 10 to 15% of SpaceX's revenue is government. The vast majority, like 80-90% of SpaceX's revenue, is all private industries, private space launch services. They launch a lot of the other telecom stuff for just satellites for regular businesses, for communication stuff and navigation stuff. So that's their bread and butter, is actually catering to the private market, which you can't do if you are, one, lying about your prices, And then 2, of course, not being able to actually, deliver on what you say, on undercutting your competitors, So Elon's got that figured out. The guy's already the richest man on the planet now. He's beat Bezos now. Bezos stepped down, I read. Some weird speculation with that. Bezos is claiming, I read recently, he's saying he's wanting to actually focus his time now on Blue Origin, which I've actually thought of, years ago. I thought about going out there too, but I don't know. I've got at least half a dozen to a dozen friends and just ex-coworkers from SpaceX that are working out there now, including Mr. Jeremy Raines. I love that guy. He's an older guy, but anyways, we're doing with the Raptor stuff a lot. He was one of our primary principal engineers. Super smart guy. Always real quiet too. Love that about him. Yep. The goal with the SpaceX Starship right now, they're trying to create a nominal or average crew capacity of about 100. So per trip, with a potential maximum, because it's all modular, you can change the decks for various needs if you need to transport more cargo versus personnel to Mars. And the goal is to make each seat about $100,000 a person, which sounds impossible because I'm being called to bed. I need to get going. Yes, ma'am. Having fun talking to my invisible people. Jeremy's the only one that's typing, but there's 3 other people out here pretending to listen to me. I'm coming. I'm slowing down anyways, gentlemen. But so yeah. Is that about $1 billion? Yeah, it's $10 million. That's gonna be difficult because it's not only just the Starship part of it, actual lander vehicle, that's still god awfully expensive because it's still in its first iterations, but they're going to need to pay for the booster, the PFR, the part that lifts the landers up into orbit first. Because it's one thing to be able to do a 10,000 kilometer hop, not even get in a low orbit. That's easy to do, but to actually get into orbit with something fully loaded is very heavy. It takes a lot of thrust to weight ratios, and so it's going to need a big giant booster. It's going to be bigger than the Saturn V. All right, now there's 5 people watching. You guys are tormenting me. I'm half hoping and expecting someone to say something. I want to bring something up and ask questions and have fun, but one last chance. If anybody out there wants to talk about any of this stuff, I'd love to. Otherwise, 6 people. I'm going to link the StreamYard one more time. Jeremy, you can run the farm while you're talking, right? On the phone, I guess. In theory, get Bluetooth even, man. Just teasing. I was in a was it the Creation? No. Well, it was some debate group earlier last night. I wonder if I still have it up. Nope. Facebook's annoying because I get like 500 likes in an hour. So all my notifications are just buried. It's annoying. I never can keep up. But anyways, one of the debate groups I was in, they were talking about evolution and stuff, and I was teasing with some other scientists there about how rocket evolution says that rockets can evolve as well. That the Merlin engines for SpaceX they evolved all by their own, and the Raptor engines, according to evolutionary, science or whatever. Something about how, probably better if I go find my post, but I'm forgetting it right now. But how all the useless little monkey brains floating around, improving the turbo pumps, they don't really matter. It's just natural laws of evolution or natural selection is. And I posted a picture of a bunch of Merlin ones lined up together in Hawthorne, making it look like they're evolving. They're changing iterations over time. And then I got another picture where it had one of the small little Merlins right up next to one of the giant new Raptor engines. So this is evolved on its own. So the monkey brains that change the technology, they're just like the histone groups and the epigenetic markers and all the stuff that DNA uses to self-replicate and evolve itself. So rocket engines are just doing what life does. Some silly. I don't know. I got a lot of laughs on it, but likes, whatever. But it was funnier at the time. Rocket engines are just like life. So rockets can evolve on their own, according to atheists. Just need enough time. Hooah ha ha. Hoo. I got some bragging rights, I guess. I've got a piece of a quarter eighth inch steel tube off of one of the Merlin engines from the very first SpaceX rocket that successfully landed. That was my gift from Mr. Elon. Mrs. Joel wants to put it in a basketball trophy case thing, display thing, whatever. And it's just a piece of little stainless steel, chunk of 8-inch steel tube. Doesn't look fancy or nothing, but it is a piece of history. The first private company, orbital class, self-landing rocket delivery system. It's got my little fingers all over it. Used to love taking Mrs. Joel. That was one of the funnest joys of working that job. Was they let you give friends and family private tours. You just have to ask security in advance, kind of thing. Let them do a background check. And I would take Mrs. Joel out there. I take everybody out there, but Mrs. Joel is particular joy because she'd go out there and she's like, "Can I touch that?" I was like, "Yeah." So her and I made sure she put her hand on every rocket that went up the time that I was there, including the first Falcon Heavy test flight. Mrs. Joel touched all 3 of those boosters and the second stage. So that is my biggest bragging right working for SpaceX, is letting my wife touch those rockets. Her precious little hand. Got soot on it and everything. That was the cool thing what the kids were saying. I would take the kids out there and they're like, "Dad, I didn't know rocket science was so dirty." I was like, "Yep." They gave us a monthly stipend to go get our cars washed every month, because sometimes the wind would shift just wrong, and especially when one of the big the full for stage booster, the 9-engine test at the large site stand test would catch, if the wind caught the exhaust just right, it would just blow this giant, just douse our vehicle. It would just blow all over the parking lot, and just cars would be covered in kerosene soot, which is real sticky and it's gross. So they would go, they'd pay us to get our cars washed. It's nice. Dude, they have so many perks at SpaceX that you guys want to hear. You have to tell me what to talk about. I see you're there. It shows me that people are watching. So if you have a specific thing, I'd love to answer, and I don't want to just listen to myself talk. But they had these spots out in the back of the parking lot designated. So if you needed car work, because again, it's the work-life balance. That's the reason why people burn out so fast at SpaceX. Elon works you like a dog, and when you're going through the hiring process, they lie to you. How do you feel working 60-hour weeks? And it's like 80 to 120-hour weeks, more like it. But anyway, so they've got these the cordon off parking lot spots you put your car into, and then they'll pay a mechanic crew to come pick your car up, do whatever car maintenance you need on, if you need, because we never have time to do anything. We all grow big long beards. We don't have time to shave, or hardly ever. Anyways, they'll take your car for you, do your maintenance, bring it back to you. You even bought our safety boots, shoes, and stuff. They bought all our gear for us. It was wonderful. Dude, they even let me keep all my my tools I had. All the stuff I was using for all the telecom and the DCS and all the networking stuff. And it was in a Swiss Army backpack. I didn't even know the Swiss Army made backpacks. I got a 3-diamond stud Swiss Army knife for a 3-year anniversary in an old job, which was interesting because my coworker. So I was 3 steps down from Elon. It was Elon, and then Heffley, the director for the whole McGregor R&D site, and then we had a senior manager, a guy named Jolliver, and then me and this other guy, right? So we were the top telecom guys for the whole site, and he had a fascination for Swiss Army knives as well. In fact, he had the same exact as the smaller one, not the big one, but the smaller one, Swiss Army knife that I had, except mine had 3 diamond studs on it. So that was kind of cute. Hey, Dwayne. Yeehaw, buddy. I'm joining in, man. I'm blabbering, trying to keep myself awake before I have to go to work. Jeremy asked about some atheist weirdo on YouTube talking about how SpaceX lies about their costs and stuff. So I was blabbering about it for a while. Had a fun interview too, because it was a panel interview. Had all bigwigs grilling me. I thought it went really well, but so that my coworker, I didn't know I was going to be working with this guy at the time, was part of the interviewers, and he didn't seem to like me. He was kind of hostile. I found out later, I think they were contemplating about replacing him with me, but yeah, that's a whole other story. But so they were asking me questions about video technology, and he was a big access camera guy. It's a Swiss company, and so he was grilling me about different video specs and codecs, and this feature over that feature, whatever. And because I had worked for Pelco, which actually is the world. They started the high-end, high-resolution security camera technology back like in the 60s and stuff like that. And they're the first. They're the first of firsts. So I worked for them for a while. I did a bunch of technical engineering and R&D work for them. And so he was trying to, I guess, stump me on video technology again, much of the kernel stuff and whatnot. kind of bad mouthing Pelco. Pelco is this, Pelco's awfully expensive, blah blah blah, right? And I'd be like, yeah, that's true. So I took his complaints in stride. I was like, yeah, it's true. They're kind of like the Cadillac of the security camera industry. And he kind of smiled, smirked at me, and sat back. When I said that, at the time I was like, okay, good, he's done. He's next, get off my nads guy kind of thing. And I found out after they hired me, I found out later he is a huge Cadillac guy. Every vehicle, he only owns Cadillacs. So when I said that, and everybody was telling me they were trying not to die laughing when I said that. So anyway, I joke. That's part of the reason I got hired at SpaceX, because I said Pelco was the Cadillac of video technology. And the one guy that was kind of not excited about hiring me was a Cadillac guy. So, and he had a Cadillac sports car. I didn't know Cadillac even made sports cars. He had this really slick black Cadillac sports car thing. Man. It was really nice too. Lots of fun. Anything you want to talk about, Dwayne? This is Joel's trying to get me to go to bed, and I probably should do that because I'm probably going. I don't know if they're probably every other business in town is going to close, but not mine. Probably, I guess, keep working, but I can show up late. I have flexibility. I forget if you ever mentioned what you do for a living, Dwayne, if you feel like talking. I know you're an Englishman that likes to sound Texan, which is awfully cute. And people often ask me, why don't I have a Southern accent? Being born and raised in Houston. I can only think to answer them is it's a very international type town. There's, I think, people from every culture and walk of life. I grew up around, every kind of culture. Yeah, he always goes, yeehaw. So he's an Englishman that wants to be Texan. Which I don't blame him. It's an old joke that an old saying that there's two kinds of smart people in the world: people that are born in Texas and those trying to get here as fast as they can. So sounds like Dwayne's trying to get to Texas. Anyway, so that's how I think I did not develop a Southern accent, because I grew up around, I don't know how many dozens, if not hundreds, of accents as a kid. So I have a non-specified accent of some sort. I don't even know how to clarify my. I have no idea how to describe my accents. Joel's accent, how's that? I was overseas, and people would find out I was from Texas. They'd get all excited. They'd ask me, "So how many horses you got on your ranch?" And I'd tell them I got about 200 or so under the hood of my Nissan, which either gave me really funny looks or made people die laughing. So Tennessee, I've only stopped through Tennessee. I've never lived there, but being biased and all, I had to say Texas. My one main experience that I could say that I had in Tennessee was in Memphis. Was right after I finished my what's called it's AIT, your Advanced Individual Training, they call it in the Army. I spent a year in Huntsville, Alabama, at Redstone Arsenal, across the street from the NASA's Marshall Space Flight Center, because I'm a big super geek. And for whatever reason, I guess they didn't want to fly us. I was going to Fort Bragg in North Carolina as my first duty station. And so me and about 20 guys or so, we all were chartered on a bus. And one of our layovers was in the Memphis, whatever municipal bus stop. And it was like, it was dark 30, it was like probably 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. And we're all in our BDUs and we had all our duffel bag stuff, whatever. We're all, tough and freshly trained, strong Army guys. And we were terrified, Jeremy. We were in this bus stop and just looking around. It was dead of night, and everybody looked shady. Everybody looked like they're out to kill us, giving us the stink eyes, And so we literally, we kind of huddled around in a little circle together, 20 of us or so, sitting on our duffel bags, just waiting for the next bus. We didn't dare go to the bathroom. So it was like they were literally waiting to pick us off. It was pretty horrible. So that's my main experience in Tennessee, which I'm sure, and I'm very confident that is not the norm for all Tennessee. It's just yeah. Well, I mean, if we were armed, it'd be one thing, but we weren't armed, other than our wits, and our duffel bags. It's hard to fight knives or bullets with duffel bags, though. Yeah. The part of your farming stuff. Sell your goods. Bring it to market. Whoa! I imagine. Yep. Yep. We're not allowed to bring our firearms in the military when we do what's called TDY travel. I mean, if we're going deployed somewhere or actually going to a combat zone, then heck yeah, we'll be armed to the hill, as you put it too. We'll have our primary, secondary, tertiary weapons, full combat load, 9 clips. I was a M240. Oh my gosh, I had the 40 millimeter underbarrel grenade launcher for my crew carry for my secondary, which is nice. You can blow bad guys up and blow a wall up off the side of a building if you need to. But the sucky part was that stuff weighs. It's not light. I'd carry about 4 or 5 rounds on my LC, and then I'd have one of my squad mates. He'd have another 20 or so. So we'd have around 30 rounds or so per squad. But just carrying those few with the extra tube launcher, it adds. It's probably 10 pounds more, but it's bulky and it's annoying and way. Especially if your guy that's supposed to help carry your ammo for you doesn't want to carry it for whatever, or can't carry it for whatever reason. He's carrying something else, so you have to carry all 30 plus rounds. That really sucks, on top of all your other stuff. So yeah, there's a catch to being the grenadier guy. Music festival, yeah. My Mrs. Joel's more of a country music fan than I am, which is interesting because she's from California and I'm from Texas. But my favorite country music song. No. I am thankful right now. The Lord is keeping our lights on, so our temperatures. We've got the central heating air thing going. Pretty cool. It's feeling a little chilly in here. I am curious. I'm going to check real quick if Mother Nature is defeating my heater real quick. I'm going to go look. Nope. It's just in my head. Still balmy 68 degrees indoors. Anyways, all right. Unless you guys want to still chat, I'm gonna go head to bed. I hope you stay warm, Jeremy, man. I've had hypothermia twice. It's no good. It messes up your hypothalamus. It can cause actual brain damage. Not like mental health damage, but it can. If you damage your hypothalamus, it messes up your thermostat basically in your body. It prevents your body from being able to properly regulate its temperature later. So when I was active duty, they had me I had to wear a piece of what's called white engineering tape on my little rank thing for my my Gore-Tex jacket to so everybody around me would know this cat, this poor slob, I've had a cold weather injury before. I've had hypothermia, so that again that permanently damages your hypothalamus. So I had to be extra careful, to make sure I didn't die. So so don't die. Don't even get close to dying. In other words. Oh, I'll be right back. I'm gonna be right back. Actually, hold on. All right. Yep. It's cold out there. Oh, like an Eskimo. Yeah, there's a good, probably 2, if not 3 inches of snow out there right now here in Middle Texas. It is a white Christmas again, which like almost never happens, and it happened twice this year. It's pretty cool, but weird. And it's supposed to get colder still. This is the first of the cold wave. There's all kinds of hard freeze warning advisories out there, and there's a chart a county chart that we're looking at that shows the percentage of the planned blackout, whatever preparedness thing they're doing by percentage. And the concern is that because Texas has its own power grid because we're smart, but they're worried that there's going to be expected damage from the ice. And this is Joel. She's the resident meteorologist now, so she's got pictures already. People are taking of power lines literally sagging to the ground because of the ice. So they're worried we're going to lose power. So if we do that, we're going to be in trouble because all our heaters are electric here. So we've got one of those like outdoor, little fancy little wood, grill things, campfire things. Not a grill, but it's like one of those decorative things that you can make a campfire out of. A little fire pit that Mrs. Joel won't let me light because she doesn't want me to actually burn the paint to it. Hello, talking about you. Yes. I'm busted. All right. Anyway, so I'm joking about how I guess if the lights go out, we'll break the sofa down and cut a hole in the roof and start that. Yeah, I don't know. Did you look outside yet? It's like good 2 inches, if not 3, snow out there. No, not impressed. Yep. An Omar generator on a wood stove. I was getting ready to go bed. This is Joel's here. I gotta look up Omar generator.
You getting woke up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's loudmouth's husband in the next room.
Mm-hmm.
Rude.
You said it, not me.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just agreeing.
Oh, excuse me. Google does not have a quick Omar generator. There's an Omar meme generator, which suggests as a joke that I missed. Oh, so you're talking about musical festivals, Jeremy. I was going to share. So the one main country music song that I really like was from an Iraq war veteran, actually. He wrote the song during OIF-1, his first deployment. He was in Iraq. He was in the green zone, had some downtime, and decided to whip up this song for his wife and his family back home because they were, constantly trying to call, and he was constantly, getting turned around out there, so he was never able to really talk to him much. They of course, we're sending all these letters, hope you're doing okay, blah, 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 where he was killed and whatnot. And so he wrote this song, made guitar chords to it that is just absolutely just awesome. I'd play it for fear of copyright stuff, but it was his name is Luke Strickland. And this title it's American by God's Amazing Grace. And the reason why I brought it up is because when he got home and he started to try to publish it, or actually some other friends of his are trying to publish it for him because it was so darn awesome. And he was kind of reluctant for a while. He just wanted to go home. He wrote that for his family. He didn't write it for everybody else. So they got him to agree to publish it. And like within a year, he was playing it for the Grand Ole Opera or whatever down there in Memphis, some famous, music festival, I guess. He's just a kid, he had no formal training. He's got a phenomenal voice, but, and I listened to his original cut recording that he made while he was in Iraq, and I guess he could play guitar a little better than me, but not that. But it was really rough, and so they cleaned him up a lot. They added some violins to it, how country music is. But it's one of my favorite songs, and all it was just him relaying to his wife and his family their questions about how he was doing and what's like there, and it was his one song he wanted to write so they wouldn't worry when he wouldn't be able to make a phone call. So it's really precious. Luke Strickland, American by God's Amazing Grace. And it shares every one of us that served in Iraq. I was Desert Shield Iraq guy. I was also Desert Fox. I re-enlisted to end Saddam Hussein's weapons of mass destruction threat under Bill Clinton back in '98. And so people say, "Oh, their weapons of mass destruction was a lie." I'm like, "Excuse me." We were digging that stuff up back in the '90s, dude, in the late '90s. So, anyway, that's politics, but still. So I am an Iraq War vet. I did not get called up to go for the one in 2002, but I was working for DOD elsewhere, I guess. Doing a bunch of fancy junk. All right. Anything else? all these people watching. There's 4 people watching the Legend. I had 6 or 7 a few moments ago. Now they don't want to talk. Jeremy says he's on his farm trying to keep warm. Just kind of listening. Dwayne came in for a little while. Oh yeah, my pleasure. Thank you. No. Well, hopefully we'll get to rough them up later upstairs together. He's up there enjoying paradise right now. Extreme cold. Yeah, man. Okay, I guess I'm gonna head out. If you want to talk about your brother, what he did there and stuff like that, I'd love to hear and reminisce and think about better times, good times. I guess I'm gonna go get a couple hours sleep. Maybe even 4. What time is it? 6 yet? 10 till 6. That was one of the many things I learned in the service, was that anything less than 4 hours of sleep makes it worse. Makes you more tired. You need a minimum of 4 hours of sleep, which still isn't enough. But so if all you've got is less than 4 hours of sleep, might as well just stay up. It's funny too, because I've heard all these different speculations about sleep deprivation. You know, how the human brain supposedly can't go so long without sleep and whatnot. But I went for my EETF squad back in Korea. We went for 2 solid weeks with no sleep straight, twice. 2 separate times. No sleep. We have our CO. He was an 04. He'd come in there. We had generals coming in there, and they'd, these surprise inspections. And they were nice about it. Because they especially this one general. He'd come in with his hand out. No, don't stand up. Keep your seats. But they're checking on us. They're making sure we weren't, for one, falling asleep. For 2, screwing anything up. Because you do, man. You like especially after just the first, second day, you get loopy, you get funny, and you start getting headaches. Second, third day, you start getting headaches. That sucks. But after the third and fourth day, you're just drunk. Literally, it's like, you're wasted. You're slurring your words. You're happy for no reason. There's this euphoria. It's like, and all your pain goes away. And you're literally just. And I think the only way we did that we're capable of doing it because we had something to do. We were critical. We were doing some life and death stuff, and that we were just motivated. We were motivated. To stay alive. I guess to help other people stay alive. And so that just helped us stay awake. And but we were drunk as heck. It was terrible. And it's some good memories though. So like my section sergeant, Staff Sergeant Santiago, I remember he was a real short guy too. He's like 5'0" from Guam. And this is one night I walk in. So we have our little admin center that we have, is little half connex for our computers and stuff like that. We do all our paperwork and stuff. And I walk in one night, I don't know what time it was. You lose track of time too. You just don't care. And he's in there. He's just dancing the night. He's just in the middle of it, just dancing, doing some little swallow with no music at all. I mean, just dancing to something in his head. And he stops and he looks at me when I walk in for a second, and he just he didn't even change. He starts dancing some more. We're laughing about it later, of course. And then Sergeant Hedspeth, He started coming with sunglasses, but he that's when they finally started to make us modify and actually give us some sleep schedules, because he dropped what's called something called an IDVs, this interconnected device, vision device, or whatever, IVD. And it was Apache stuff for Apache helicopters, the UH-64, the alphas and deltas. And so you get the TAD PIMVIS array in the front, where all the target acquisition stuff is and stuff like that. And there's this column, this green box, black box that's green, between the TADS array and the pilot sensors, the heads down device and the eye heads and all that kind of stuff. And so this IVD thing was just it was basically full of mirrors and other electronics to help automatically detect and filter and dampen incoming either just radiation or even lasers. So real high powered lasers too, to automatically detect that and then diffuse it to help prevent the laser energy from not only damaging the equipment, but possibly, burning poor pilot's eyes out. And they're about $145,000 each. And he dropped one. He's in the test van, and normally we, that's our job. We could repair and replace, and we were fancy electronics experts. We could fix all that crap. We would describe it. They trained us to fix anything with a bullet hole in it. And that's what we were doing. That's why we were doing that emergency operation, because the whole theater was doing a quote unquote live fire exercise. It was called, for several days and weeks together. But they were coming back from the sorties, from the training exercise, with bullet holes all throughout them. So it's one of those little non-reported little excursions from the wonderful atheist communists up north. And so they had us on 24-hour, whatever. So anyway, so we could fix anything in it, It had the little. In fact, that was one of the more deadlier black boxes, because it had an old-fashioned CRT monitor in it that would culminate all of the different sensory inputs, and all after you filter all the incoming stuff to it and filtered out all the stuff that could damage things. It had its own little, and it wasn't a regular TV. It was a custom CRT kind of thing that would, it's part of the filter basically for the avionics. And you had to manually adjust what's called the yoke. So on the back of the electron gun, there's these like 3 rings, and you have to literally just, twist the rings to adjust the picture and the focus and the way the gun shoots the electrons and stuff like that. And it had a 10,000 volt DC potential going across it. So our little test computer, when you started that cycle, it had across the computer screen, it was like danger, 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 death on contact, danger. We had this little 6-inch little plastic little tweaker tool that we would use to push on them with. And so if the joke, of course, is if you slipped, touch those yokes, you're dead. Anyways, big fancy thing, and he goes and drops the thing, right? And he didn't break anything except for so that it has 4 screws on the corners to bolt it into the Apache's airframe. And so he broke one of the screws on it. So we can fix everything on that piece of equipment except the screws, because it's some fancy, I don't even know, what do you call it? Composite, whatever material, for military aircraft stuff. So you can't just super glue the thing right. So, and then for supply didn't have just the box, right? To put all, because the theory, we could just take all the stuff out of that box, put it in another box. So they had the supply to buy the whole thing just to get the box, so that we would repair that. So we had to pay the unit, of course, the company had to pay for full price for the IVD. Because that was the thing. That was the reason why we existed. That's why we did that job, is because we would diagnose, we would test things so that we wouldn't have to replace the whole components. In fact, I got an Army Commendation Medal because I somehow just doing my just having fun I saved the U.S. Army $3 million by myself somehow that 1 year I was there. Of course, I never saw an extra penny of it, extra dime. Right, Kelly?
I'm ready for bed.
It would be nice if I got like a 10% slice of that $3 million or whatever I saved them. But no. Point was, Sergeant Headspeth, drop that IVD. What was that one specialist name? I forget his name. He wasn't fat, but he was a big guy. Wore glasses. Super nerd, of course. But there was this one part of it where the pilots themselves, I mean, they were so desperate to get back in the air. And I'm telling you, we also had a little running joke that, the Apaches, they've got, triple redundancies for every major system. But we'd still joke that, and it costs $6,000 per hour, we calculated, for them to fly because of the maintenance costs. But we would say if an Apache, you do all the bore sights, you get everything all tested, all the stuff set up. And if it just lifted off the ground, 3 inches and then landed, something broke because the thing was so complicated. And I was going to go somewhere with that. I forget. Oh yeah. So these pilot, these Apache crews are all coming back from these live fire training combat exercises. Their stuff all shot up, and so there's one point where the regiment ordered them to help get the repairs done. So every time the Apache just moves at all, there's so much vibration, stuff like that. Something gets the calibration gets lost somewhere on the PIMVS TADS equipment stuff. Even though we would use potting material and stuff like that on the resistors and stuff, something would still get out of whack, and so you have to recalibrate them every flight to be able for the targeting systems to do their job well. And so these like about a dozen or so of them, this one squadron, excuse me, were literally standing out of our door with their own PIMVSs in there, and there's these things like 40-50 pounds a piece, and they're standing out there, these PIMVS in their arms, because they were ordered, they couldn't go back, to their barracks or whatever their thing, whatever someone got something up their butt. And so the specialist guy, I forget his name, it sucks because he was a really cool guy. He literally went and just got some scrap wood that he found somewhere there. And this is a tiny little post up in the mountains, like not even 30 miles or so from the DMZ. But he found some spare wood somewhere, and like within an hour or two, he just made this custom wood shelf that form fitted this PIMVSs, because they're very delicate, very heavy, and he just whipped it up. And so we let those pilots, stack their PIMVSs on that thing, so they can go bed. So we told the other officers, look, it's going to take, it takes a minimum 1 to 3 hours per PIMVS. You're not going to stand. We're not going to get this turned around for you tonight. We only have one test van. I'm sorry. It's fun though. So that's my memory of that guy. I remember Specials Peterson. I wanted to beat that guy up. I mean, him and I had fun. We go off post and have fun and stuff, but him and this other guy would whine. They're like, why does Specials whine have to go and why doesn't he have to go sweep? It's because he outranks you. He's a specialist too. No, he's got time and service. He needs to go run the bench. You need to go sweep the deck. Freaking millennials. In the 90s, I guess. The pre-millennial, Kelly? How would you describe that? All right. I was only talking to myself earlier tonight. I was the one watcher. There's still 4 watchers. Why aren't you guys wanting to talk? Oh well. All right, gentlemen. I hope you were thoroughly entertained there, Jeremy, if you're still even there, man. Keep yourself warm. If you want to toss me a link to that person that you mentioned earlier about the SpaceX thing or anything else, man, just link it to one of my channels for me. I'd be glad to check it out. Especially if you got specific things you want to ask or talk about. I do still, I've got to, how do I word this? I've got a lifetime non-disclosure agreement, and then there is a timed non-disclosure agreement that I think is expired now with SpaceX. A 2-year NDA. Yeah. I have to remember. So there's I can talk about most things, but there's still some things I can't talk about, of course. So without Elon sending his Gestapo, which are really nice guys. The SpaceX Gestapo is really nice. So they don't even use billy clubs or nothing. So, but would love to answer questions. All right, again, okay, gentlemen, I appreciate you guys, and thank you for allowing me to help kind of reminisce and enjoy myself as well. The Lord has blessed me with you guys, but you guys have a great night. I'll talk with you again later. God bless.